advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only one team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of discipline from there. And I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job. And I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that you know, life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then, you know, you make their day, and then they become more motivated to, you know, be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon, because we're friends with them and we always like mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer, and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
It just won't go down!
Hi guys, it's Bella for the relay interview. Today's guest is Glaz. Gunnar wanted to talk to you and ask you, A,
If they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world,
and B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 이 PG에서 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous. And we have Gunnar watching. Can we get Gunnar? Gunnar watching. Yay! He's gonna pull up a video to show us. Here is Glaz's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunnar wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
킥스타트.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 팔콘도 좋다고 느껴져서
All right. I will let you know, and I'll report back. Thank you, Glaz. 감사합니다.
God damn.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators, a new way to finish off your foes, and a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here, so rev up that Harley grab yourself a melee weapon and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
In one of the harshest conditions on Earth, which team will be forged by flames at PUBG at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, nice swing around by Soz. He had two players lined up. Fantastic execution on the part of Virtus.pro, but a dirty angle from Tiggleton. Tries to spot one out. He gets the spray down, doesn't get the knock. He's not done yet. He wants more. He's going to go down. Game start, win, take the round.
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for Relay Question is Falcons Kickstart. Hi Kick. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We've auto review every single thing PO tells them to do. We've just been trying to copy it the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the goats.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I
Nice.
would say, and just being home and having some, home-cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just do
Okay,
Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that, and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
Bye.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Nightclub is under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's Pio. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions. He wanted to know,
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아가지고 그 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
and also he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what Pio has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next? And what is the question that you have for them? 하나인가요? 또 궁금하신 거 없으신가요?
다른 거 없어요.
Well, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right. Well, thank you, Pio. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you. 안녕.
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
So like 12 hits durability for a pickaxe, and we're good to go.
Hello everyone, welcome to our first edition of Patch Talk. I'm joined by Navi's Ari, Falcon's Gunner, and Liquid's Extreme. Hi guys, hi.
Hello.
Well, we're about to talk about some business, some patch updates, the newest edition, Destructible Terrain. I want to know, what was your first reaction when you guys saw the updates?
I think it's a good change because, as you can see from these games, people are able to play positions normally that they wouldn't be able to play, and like now they have to plan for it. Like some teams are using mortars to create dips for themselves, or using their own grenades to create dips if they don't have a pickaxe. So
Destruction can just even everyone, everyone will be on the same level regarding terrain knowledge. But actually it brings some enthusiastic, some interesting plays, some spontaneous positions that never played before. So I think it's creative and it's good. But I also agree, like pickaxe doesn't add to that. From what I know right now, it's about 12 hits to get as deep as possible. So like 12 hits durability for a pickaxe, and we're good to go.
Seems like you guys have been using the update to your advantage, right? But when you're facing other teams like in the server, what makes it tricky for you then? Like,
I think actually one of the trickiest parts is if you want to go and mortar somewhere in the zone, then there's a chance someone steals that from you. Like they can see the mortars coming in,
you can see it, yeah.
And then they'll take it in front of you, and then that could be a big problem. Yeah.
did someone else some good?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now let's switch gears and talk about Dragunov. What was your first reaction to it?
Yeah, when it first came out, it was really strong just because of the one-tap headshot from like 100 meters or so. But then they nerfed it, I think, too much. And then I think they buffed it, maybe like 85 meters or something. We don't typically use it very much, just because the 5.5 DMRs are still like just more accurate, and it's also you can carry more ammo because it weighs less.
I think it's hard to find the balance with this weapon because usually in PUBG we either have DMRs which are consistent but low damage, you cannot headshot with that, or you have SRs with one shot, one opportunity. So Dragunov is some kind of between those two, and yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining me. That was some beautiful insight from the three gentlemen, and I hope to catch more of you guys later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart. Hi guys, it's Bella here sitting here with Twisted Minds to play a Guess Who. Hi guys, hello.
Hello,
everybody.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. Now we're gonna show you pictures of the PUBG players that are actually here, and you have to guess 7 of their names in a row. Are you ready?
No.
No? Are you confident? No. Shall we start? I'll time it. Go!
Kraken. Lagza?
No, we have to go back. If you get it wrong, we have to restart.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
We need to guess? Really?
Yes.
Baron?
Oh,
Batulins.
who's that?
귀엽다.
What did you say?
귀엽다.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Luke. Prav.
Yeah.
Levanta.
Uh-huh.
Easy example.
40 seconds.
40?
Yeah. Well, good job, example. You got 2 correct.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Batulins an example. Easy. That was fun. We learned a new game or 2. All right. Thank you for joining me, guys.
Thank you
See you.
for inviting us.
Yeah. Bye.
He's like already old. You just, like press the button. Oh wow. No. Wow, no.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Patch Talk with Batulins and Tiggleton. Hi, guys. 안녕하세요.
What's up? Good to see you again.
Yes. Remember, I taught you how to be extra polite? Yes, 안녕하세요, everyone. Well, we are about to talk about new patch updates, and today's topic is Dragunov. It is back.
It's not back in our eyes, I don't think. It's still like...
It's never the original.
Yeah. It's either too OP or it's too weak. It's like, it has this gray area where it's like...
Yeah, for 762 guns, you need a barrel to be back in the meta. At least.
Yeah, at least. Yeah.
Until then, people will still use AUG and MK12.
Let's try to think back to when it was first introduced to us. Were you just happy that such a powerful weapon was introduced?
I have a big head, so I didn't really enjoy it that much. I vividly remember Alo, for example, was just leaned out of a car window and just one-tapped me as they were driving past, and we lost the whole game, and I was like, they need to change that, please. Like,
So it got you on a personal level.
yeah.
Yeah. Did it also scar you on a personal level?
I remember when we were playing Ronda game on Stadium and Lou headshotted
yeah.
three Falcon players in a row. It was pretty fun, and that's all I remember about Dragunov because I never use it.
Yeah, I don't remember this actually.
Oh, well. Then why don't you use it then? Just not.
First of all, I'm noob. Like, it's pretty obvious. You need to shoot heads, and I don't know how to do that. Like, I don't know what to say about Dragunov. I think he's more like a player who can play with Dragunov.
No, I find it too hard. There's only two good players with Dragunov. It's Corexi and Lou. In my opinion, everyone else is terrible.
Okay.
Let's be honest, like, he's only playing with Mortar anymore.
Yeah, it's just like a 1-2 man.
My
back to like PGIS times, he was like one of the best shooters in the game, right? I was like maybe afraid of him a bit. Someone, not me. Not me, but now he can only shoot mortars. He's like really old. He just, you know, like press the button. Oh wow, no, wow, no, wow.
He's out there making houses.
That's exactly.
Do you ever see a day where they patch it enough for it to be like the primary pick?
Yeah, all they have to do is buff the damage slightly, but then it just becomes so like clear-cut the choice and overpowered, so it's like really difficult to balance. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for joining me and sharing those amazing quotes we shared today.
Yes.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you, 감사합니다.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop, There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here, so rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, и надо будет по очереди называть, что это. Alright, you're done.
So yesterday Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah,
Damn.
if you finish before them, then you win and they're like...
We won't. We
Oh,
won't.
wait, you won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Birdie, birdie. Follow my bet. Baron pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Kuyota.
Okay.
Bimi. Dravskin.
Oh. You did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge.
Nice.
It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Nightclub is under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units.
See, oh, incorrect C is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone. Today's game of Guess Who is going to be by Virtus Pro. Hi guys. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Well, you have to guess 7 players in a row. We'll show you pictures and you have to get 7 in a row correct. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kedrox. Luke 12. Levante. Halo. Uza.
Ooh.
Luca.
That was it. That was 7,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wow. What would you like to say for coming in first?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know who will be playing this next, but do you think that they'll be able to break your record? Yeah. Really?
No way.
All right, thank you, thank you. Oh, and Corexy is gone.
Thank you.
Say bye. Bye. Thank you.
I don't dance, I don't do push-ups, I don't do anything. No, I don't know how to dance, but they know it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another day of shooting challenge here with me. Today's guest is Twisted Minds. Hello guys.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, we have the chap joining us for a special edition today. Well, we will give you 3 bullets. Smaller bottle is 2 points, big bottle is 1 point. Okay, and the winner of this challenge gets to decide what dance or what ceremony the loser has to do. All right, are you ready? Here, I grant you the right. Oh, oh, he's ready. Okay, it's harder than it looks.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, close. Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Definitely dancing. Okay.
Who's next?
Who's next? Oh.
Оно так заряжается? It's random.
Whoa! Yay!
I aimed for small one.
He is currently in the lead with 1 point. Oh, that was close.
I lost the
You
bullet.
lost the bullet?
Yeah.
Oh.
In one of the harshest conditions on Earth, which team will be forged by flame at PUBG at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, nice swing around by Soz. He had 2 players lined up. Fantastic execution on the part of Virtus.pro, but a dirty angle from Tiggleton. He tries to spot one out. He gets the spray down, doesn't get the knock.
He's not done yet. He wants more. He's gonna go down. Game start, win, take the round.
Time for day number 2 here of the circuit final. We have got ourselves our 16 teams ready and raring to go once again. They're refreshed, they're revitalized, they're getting back onto the battlegrounds in just a few. So far, so good for Petrichor Road, made in Thailand. Supers in 3rd place. All right, let's get to it then here. Game 6 for our circuit finals here as we go over to Tego to start things off.
They're both against the blue zone as well. There's so fixated tunnel vision all the way. Shane gets the opening. Here comes the exchange. Comes right on the other side. Petrichor Road's in the wings, and everybody else is falling. Does Petrichor Road swing? They get the last of 17. It's a 1 versus 1. And Petrichor Road, they put it 4 kills, 14 points. And oh my God, Toffees, a team we did not expect to win. They disengaged, they dug themselves a foxhole, and they backed themselves to win.
He's also found himself in the midst of some danger. We'll fall back to the cover of a car here for a second. Oh, jeez, Delwyn, get out of there, mate. Ooh.
Trying to get one more flush. That's actually a good peek here. He actually gets swung on.
Nice try.
Now he's down to nothing, and it's going to be made in Thailand here for the chicken dinner. And look at all those kills, James. What a way to finish it.
We are ready to kick off game number 3. It is the midway through this bad boy. But the Expendables, they cannot give them time for a res. The second one goes down. Rex with a big play, and now DNS will surge forward. Rex gets that grenade ready, tosses up over the hill to lead his charge, and it'll do the deed. Done and dusted. The soup simmered and boiled over the top of that hill.
Now Vitality tries to dislodge anyone's legend up in these cars at the moment, up by these hay bales. Trying to use the deployable cover for an angle. Perfect stuff by Levante. 6 kills for him. Finally, one of the Western teams is suddenly awake here, and it is Vitality of all names coming around the corner.
Obviously, Gen G's going to win this. I don't see a world where Guyon and Anonix survives this onslaught that's coming to them from Gen G. 5 kills from Bean. Salute with a Lynx finds Guyon here. Now it's about full sending it to get that extra point confirmed here. They don't want anyone to deny. And he gets fouled. It's Gen G for the chicken dinner, and 12 kills to come their way, James. What a game for them.
Peeky, weaky, sneaky, sneaky. Curexy's crawling. They're going to use him for information. Boostic up over the top. Tosses the Ordnance, the Molotov, the Flash. Everything they can do to lock him in place. And Ferris is going to finish off Curexy.
Alright, stand up. When you stand up, we get the victories. It's a 3 versus 2. Lucas goes down to the gross, and he digs deep. Spyro will fall. 2 versus 2. The grenade will go out. BB will the hold, and Na'Vi get an explosive win. Outlane's not standing. It's a 12 kill. It's not as good as yesterday, but 22 points. A salvation, Toffees.
That does it for us here for day number 2. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to conclude PGS 6, conclude the circuit, and find out who is moving on to EWC. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next. Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
Huge ramifications for one more time as we have got ourselves the grand final, day number 3 of PGS 6. One question, of course, remains of who will take the championship. It's looking like Made in Thailand's going to be able to do it. But beyond all of that, who is going to get the PGS points? Who is going to have those knock-on effects for their regions as well to be able to get even more slots for Esports World Cup? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. I've got Avenger. I've got Toffees. I've got Mark Power here to be able to talk about everything that's going to be going down. Avenger, there's big things on the line today. Made in Thailand has looked amazing over these last 2 days, and surely they hold on to number 1. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, they're 29 points ahead of second place, right? It feels like it's everybody else is fighting for second. But yeah, Made in Thailand, I've been saying for them to pull up like this and hold on to it. As you see here, Petrica Road, 77 points, and it was only by the grace of the other teams that let them have a win yesterday. They were not supposed to have that one. Realistically, they should have been around like 72, maybe 70 points after what we saw. So yeah, my big hope today, DN Supers, maybe it's time for Korea to win one of these PGSs on home turf.
It's going to have to be a big step up from them, though. I looked into the numbers, Toffees, and Made in Thailand across 10 games in all of our PGSs, the highest average placements of all time here for 2026, right? 5.3. Closest was 17 Gaming in the previous PGS with 5.6. Yep. Beyond that, nobody's come close to what Made in Thailand did across these last 2 days, so it's a big move by them.
It's a huge move. I almost can't blame Crafton's AI for predicting 161 as the win threshold because Myth has blown open all of the formulas, right? Like, what they're doing doesn't make sense, and I think it doesn't make sense to us. Like, we know they're a good team, right? We've been watching Kiss of Death for a long time. We love the guys with Baron Scappy have been strong, but like this is crazy. Like the fact that they did it 2 days in a row and have lambasted everyone else. Poro was making fun of us yesterday. He was like, enjoy tomorrow, guys. Like, because it looks like Myth has pretty much got this locked up already. That's not to say it's going to happen, though, because we have seen bigger slide-offs. We have seen teams that are that far ahead sort of lose the rope and slide back down, but it's going to be really hard to see this time around, I think.
Yeah, when they've been trying to challenge for number 1, they have been chasing each and every time, Mark. This time around, they're leading. So let's see how they're able to deal with something like that, because it's a very different psychological entry point that you've got to deal with here into the last 5 games.
Yeah, let's not take anything away from that. But there is a thought process that goes through a lot of these teams. Actually, they've got to keep ahead. They've got a big lead. They're one of the few teams that actually went from day 1 and improved from day 1 to day number 2. So if you look at the momentum, this team obviously has built it. 5 games left. My big question to you, James, is 5 games enough for anyone to catch up?
It's a good question. I mean, if you get some back-to-back wins, right? We've seen teams like Petrichor Road get back-to-back wins. And if Myth does slide off somehow, maybe there's a catch-up for someone like Heaven as well here for DN Supers, a guy that is looking to try and challenge for that MVP spot. It's going to be difficult when Kiss and Scappy are looking oh so good for Myth Avenger.
Yeah, they have been looking absolutely insane. Obviously, the MVP race is ongoing for that too, so... but you can see here, one of the reasons why Myth has been able to do so well here, insane consistency and insane amount of kills here. By far and ahead, head and shoulders, 25 kills ahead of second place. and 22 kills ahead of the second most kills team here. So it's insane.
Yeah, very much so. Other teams that are looking to try and challenge things, of course, don't forget, this is very big and important, as also the drops. You can get those as we continue on. You can take a look at all the information down below, because we've got important things to talk about, right? EWC knock-on effects here, Toffees. If you think about the teams that are at home, basically, thinking hopefully our teams are able to move up into those top 9, you got teams like Godlike in Americas, Tyloo and Weibo over in China. Vitality feels like they're in. Nemesis is pretty much in, but there's other regions that are trying to battle for those spots too.
Yeah, I think that was one of the bigger stories of this event was how many teams at home were also watching. Like, there's no world where Godlike is ever cheering for the Falcons outside of a very specific scenario in PAS. And this is one of them. So we kind of joked about that. Unfortunately for Godlike, I don't know that Falcons is going to be flying to that height for them, but I think you're right. There are some teams that are looking at those overall PGS points and looking for them to get top 9. So while first seems untenable for a lot of these teams, getting qualified to EWC is not. And I think that's where we're going to be kind of focused today, is which teams get to make that jump over to the big show.
Right. I think one of the knock-on ones that's kind of scary, Mark, is Gen G, who technically is playing here, and technically, yes, if they got themselves PGS points straightforward, they'd be able to make it, but it's looking unlikely with where they currently are on the leaderboards here. It is not easy for a team that is supposed to be getting to the big heights here, Mark.
Yeah, look, they need T1 need a strong performance from Gen G, right? And it's not just them; they've got to keep an eye on D and Snoopers. There's a little bit of a round robin going between these teams, but Korea has the opportunity. Have we seen it from Gen G? I don't think so. Like, we've seen a good couple of games from them, but it's one explosive game that's sort of pushed them up the leaderboard. For them to perform today, they're going to have to come out the blocks really, really strong, and they're going to have to take this first game.
Here's the all-important PGS points as they do break down. And here's what you're going to get if you get high up towards these standings. So there's still a lot of movement that could go on here, Avenger. And I think that obviously we'll try and keep people informed throughout the day, but there is a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, there is. Obviously, T1 is in by their own grace.
Yeah. Yes.
Gen G would need supers to get top 4, 5. Yep. So them holding on to podium right now, as you see, is good. T1 is in. Arena is in by their own grace right now. They would need to hold on to like a top position too here. Gen G obviously supers. They need to get this top 3 and it's locked in kind of as well. So I'm actually not too worried about them. Sharper's looking good to get that Thailand spot from Myth, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Falcons. I'll say this right now: Godlike is not making it to Esports World.
Oh wow!
No,
they need no. That's not happening. They need
Falcons have to win or something.
They need like top 3, top 2. Like it's not happening because the amount of points that's in. Like once you're in top 9, they're already 30 points behind, right? And they would need to put 30 points plus whatever the other guys are doing. And look at that! It's Kiss looking great.
Yes, they've looked spectacular here so far, have made in Thailand. And again, my question does revolve around, will they be able to weather the pressure that could potentially come for the rest of this lobby? Right. But I don't know if anyone's taking this off Kiss. As long as he just kind of keeps stalwart, stays strong here throughout the day, Toffees, I think he might be taking the MVP spot.
I mean, unless his teammate takes it from him, I think that's really the only alternative option, right? Is like that they come out and they do this 1-2 punch that makes the race for it. I mean, we're starting on Erangel, we're finishing in the grassy pastures. It's a more traditional day of play today, and there is going to be a lot of teams looking to catch up. I guess the one saving grace is, there is this idea of some of these teams know that they have to go out there and they have to put up numbers. To say what you said, Gen G, they definitely can, even if they win. They're not going to get first. So with second, they'd still only get themselves into not qualified. So that's one of those, like, I'm fascinated to see how that one plays out. Myth.
I like this. Mission defeat Myth.
But like, how? Look at that difference in points. Like, as much as I'd like to sell you, yeah, it's an easy chase. That's not. That's a full day's worth of play minimum.
Yeah, the thing is that when I look at DN Supers and their strength, it's normally about the space control and eventually letting fights come to them. I think unless they really change things up and go very aggressive, I don't think they're going to be catching up because, yeah, you can get the placements, but if you're letting the kills come to you, I don't think it's going to be enough to catch up. It would be okay if they were 15, 20 points behind. Maybe that style could work, Avenger, but I don't see them being able to do it. Petrichor Road, on the other hand, technically, they have shown some aggressive tendencies. Right. Maybe they could, but it would still take a hard-hitting day.
I mean, I've talked to some of the guys, and I mean, it's unlikely, but obviously a lot of them are saying like Myth is going to win this unless you stop them, right? But it feels like it's going to be like 15 teams versus 1 for them to like be able to catch up, because you would also need to put 30 points up ahead of them on top of whatever they're getting, right? And they're going to get kills, they're going to get placement.
Yeah, for sure. Other teams challenging as well here, of course, as we talked about the Esports World Cup stuff and how that all does go down. We've brought up the names that are very important, and I'm sure we'll be looking through a little bit more of this as it goes on. But teams that are trying to push on forwards, right, like E-Arena and Crazy Raccoon, if they can, because the thing is that the difference between first and second and third is quite big, but the difference for some of these teams to get up onto podium mark isn't actually that big. There could still be huge moves for them teams to get PGS points as well as prize pool.
Yeah, now with the amount of that Myth have sort of hoovered up when it comes down to points, it's put a big gap there, but because of that, it's forced everyone in that mid-pack really tight together. I know we're looking at teams that are further down, it's like they have no chance of getting up there. Yeah, they might not have a chance to get up to first place, but a good game, as you say, maybe 2 good games, actually really puts them onto that top of that leaderboard and sort of inserts them into that kind of podium finish. So yes, we are looking mid-pack here, and we saw yesterday Gen G had a good game and they went from pretty much around the bottom to mid. I think they're in 5th at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen all these graphics throughout the last 2 days, so I'm going to kind of ignore these and talk about what's going on here today, Toffees, because the thing is that the East as a whole has been quite incredibly strong here so far through this. There is still a potential fight back for the West to get to podium. Like, if you look at Na'Vi, Vitality, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, even Falcons, if they have a big day, could easily make that jump up because of how much has been hoovered up, as Mark suggests.
So I think that mid-pack, I will call it even upper mid-pack at this point, right? Like, we have an upper middle class in this particular tournament that we have to be aware of. And there is a world where Falcons could actually theoretically get godlike in the running by getting up to second place, only because Myth has run away with so many points, right? So the shuffle is there. If we were playing Smash rules, right, this would be a hilarious thing to watch, because no one would be trying to stop Myth from winning. They would be feuding aggressively to get the most points out of every single game, because when Myth wins, we want to be on top. And I think that's still going to be the mentality here today, is Myth is going to win this. How do I make sure I get the most possible PGS points? Because not only is EWC on the line, but you saw a little bit during the PGC section, there's some direct invites. They're going to go straight to the final. That qualification stage is going to be a bloodbath. And if I can be in the top 8 teams that don't have to mess around with it, now's the time to make that statement and start earning those points. So even if I can't win the big prize pool here, getting to 3rd instead of 6th might be the difference between getting those 8 spots at PGC or someone into EWC. And so that, I think, makes a lot more stakes in that upper mid-pack than we're used to seeing, because it is so tight.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting concept, because that same thing happened regarding Smash when it was proposed for some other EWC situations. We talked to players and they said, if a team gets far enough ahead or whatever, we will not try and stop them. We will just try and play for 2nd place, 3rd place, because we know we're not going to be able to overtake them. So we'll just play for as much prize pool as possible. And even if there was a world where, you know, they were going to smash in inverted commas, then we would just effectively let them, because we'd be 2nd and we'd be getting some great prize pool off the back of it, which is a weird situation, but that's probably another topic for another time. Let's take a look at all of our teams that are going to be playing things out, of course, as well. We're getting ready for Bella in the Bella Dome here, Avenger. And one more plaque will be signed here today. Will it be the 2-time? It's looking like it here, Avenger.
Yeah, it's going to be the last one for that hexagon to be coming in and getting that out. It's going to be good. I like it. I'm really curious to see if, you know, foreign men, if they fall down too far, they're still going to be in by the grace of 17. We're going to see a lot of teams kind of, well, wrestling in there. But if they ever resurgence, both Petrica Road, Foreign men, like, they're gonna give that spot to Tyler.
It's Bella here, and the final chapter of PGS 6 is here. The ultimate champion will be crowned on this very final day of PGS 6. Day 2 keywords were total dominance and fierce chasing. Maiden Thailand unleashed terrifying firepower, becoming the first to score past 100 points milestone and solidifying their lead at the top. But we know in PUBG Esports, everything is possible. The pursuit from the Chase-It pack is far from over, and with 5 matches left today, the window for a historic comeback is technically still very, very open. And you know what's also possible? Another PNC announcement. Well, the adrenaline-fueled excitement will carry its explosive momentum straight into the summer with the ultimate Clash of Nations. from June 23rd to the 28th, PUBG Nations Cup 2026 will take over the Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. For this massive event, the top 8 countries from last year are already seated directly in the grand finals, and the remaining 8 global contenders have to battle it out over the 2-day survival stage. So make sure you don't miss a single second of that battlefield as well. And before the final battle on the server, this is your absolute last chance to claim your exclusive rewards. The PGS6 Grand Finals Twitch Drops event is here once again. You can load up on your inventory with premium in-game loot based on your watch time, and make sure your Crafton ID is linked with your streaming platform account as well. It's limited once per account, so make sure to capture this screen and collect your prize. Alright, 5 races left for the ultimate glory. Will Made in Thailand defend their throne, or are we about to witness a truly historic comeback? We're about to find out. Welcome to the final day of PGS6 Grand Finals.
And that's the last player alive for anyone's legend. Can 17 pull off the impossible here at the end? 17 gets the win. The points for taking the victory. Give them the top of it. 17.
我们队这次拿冠军之后，我们队拥有了3个 PGS 冠军啊，很开心。我们跟别的队不一样的，我觉得是我们打得比较稳健吧，打得比较合理。天天来了以后，我们的战斗实力增强了很多，然后我们大家的机会也变多了。我们争取把退斯曼的4次 PGS 冠军的记录给破了。
Với tư cách là đội trưởng của team L thì mình rất hài lòng về cái màn trình diễn của team ở thời điểm hiện tại. Nếu mà về vũ khí bí mật của team em mà team khác không có được á, là sự ổn định và những cái sự thể hiện mà đột biến như HIMAT thì em nghĩ team khác không có, chỉ có IEL có thôi.
Obviously, I want to win and be at the top, but I think we're a lot better than what we're at. I want to show that we're not afraid to take fights and we're willing to do what needs to be done to win the game.
저희 팀의 운영도 운영이지만 그래도 교전 쪽에서도 잘 싸운다고 생각하기 때문에 PGS6에서는 압도적으로 이기는 모습을 좀 보여드리고 싶습니다.
So PGS 4 and 5 was built up for us winning next upcoming PGS 6. I have a lot of trust for the team and I believe we can also win the next upcoming PGS.
ก็ที่ผ่านมาเรายังเล่นได้ไม่ได้เต็มร้อยเท่าไหร่ครับเรายังไม่เอาจริงส่วนรอบนี้เราจะมาเอาจริงแล้วก็เราจะมาเอาแชมป์ PGS 6ครับ
Basicamente a gente não vai deixar nada para trás, vai se esforçar ao máximo, se dedicar ao máximo para essa final e basicamente é isso.
Hepimiz bireysel olarak çok yetenekliyiz, çok güçlüyüz ve bunu bütün lobiye göstermek istiyoruz.
Если мы говорим о... Нет, на самом деле, на любом турнире любое место важно, потому что это еще квалификация к PGC. Поэтому вне зависимости от того, далеко ты от первого или нет, ты все равно должен до конца играть.
Мы будем направляться к победе.
Chúng tôi sẽ cho các bạn thấy cái sự mạnh mẽ của team L và gửi đến các đối thủ là ai sẽ là người mạnh nhất ở những giải đấu này.
真正的决赛现在才开始。
All right, let's get down to business for 5 more games. Every single coach in that room right now knows the target that is required. However, I don't know if it's going to be a hit because Made in Thailand is looking to set history here for 2026 and become a 2-time PGS champion. And it's a big one, Mark, because again, it's the circuit finals. It's triple the prize pool. It's more PGS points here for Made in Thailand to set a strong legacy here for the year.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this first game goes. Like, do people go aggressive? We've seen people try to stop Made in Thailand yesterday to a degree, but they were throwing one team at a time and it wasn't enough, arguably feeding them points. Do people just let them go and just go, right, they are the winners and I'll be fighting for that sort of second place down, and they're looking at those BGC points, they're looking at the prize pool, etc. I think the first game will tell us how this is going to unfold today.
Yeah, I completely agree. Unless somebody actually is able to put on some pressure here, Toffees, but I don't know if anybody will. We're already looking across teams. They didn't even start with Myth. They're starting with the teams that are in the chase. Oh.
as we take a slow, quiet look at those teams, you saw Myth, you see Petrichor, you see the teams that started strong and then took over the lead. And I don't know that you can ever catch Myth. Myth is one of those teams that at this point, like, they roll well with momentum. I don't know how you stop them when they don't have any risk. They could fail miserably. They could get 1 point per game and still be almost uncatchable. So
probably.
I think at this point you just say, like, I'm gonna call a spade, man. They could literally just sit there and be like, hey guys, you want to drive in circles and do backflips and still win the trophy. So that's just how good they were on the first 2 days. And you got to play for second. I don't know, and maybe hope for a miracle.
Yeah, the hope for a miracle is definitely something that some of these teams will be hoping for. Teams like 4AM, of course, sat there trying to get themselves a go in as well, down towards the bottom when they were normally challenging for PGSs. But let's get to it. The final day of PGS 6 as we start things off with Erangel. It's 2 Erangels on the day. It's going to be me and Martin bringing you this first game. Thank you very much, Toffees and Mark. We'll talk to you afterwards. Let's get it going, Martin. Game 11. Yes, and it is, of course, on Erangel, as you said here, James. The easiest way to make points, get things going, is to get in and get involved. And right now, for me, I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is going to be an absolute insane circle to start things off with. Realistically, though, from 4th to 14th is only 20 points difference. It's still anyone's game on anyone on the leaderboard here. One big game to start things off with, and you could try to catch up. Yes, you could, as we don't have the map just yet, but look at it. It's going from Stalba, no doubt, towards Ferry Pier, etc., and things like that, or maybe even the middle of the military island. But for the most part here, all of these teams going to be descending and going to be good to go. There is nobody heading the way of Made in Thailand by the looks of things. Na'Vi definitely isn't. If you can see in that bottom corner, they're just going to their normal drop spot. So Made in Thailand is going to go unscathed here to start off this first day. And we'll see, again, if the West can catch up with some of this leaderboard, right? Because technically, the mid-pack stretches vastly. I think that even technically Falcons, if they had a banger day, could end up on podium if Petrichor Road and DN Supers does not start off strong as well. Yeah, and I checked the drop Discord as well. I didn't see anyone obviously openly contesting. There was actually a 92 damage done with the... Oh my god, Ironside M24. That's lucky that it's that distance, otherwise it could have been way more. I'll say this though, James, for any of the teams, no updates on the drops. Nobody's directly contesting them, but still, we could see these more kind of conspicuous ways of getting involved with Myth. It could be the crashes, it could be the third parties, it could be gatekeeping some of their drops, some of their locations. So that's what I'm really looking out for today. Otherwise, it could be, you know, all the other 15 teams saying, well, guys, they already won. Let's just try to see if we can get second. Let's see, indeed. There's definitely a big opportunity, right? Still a lot of prize pool on the line, still a lot of PGS points on the line as well. For Twisted Minds, we're on board with them. This is a team that we talked about actually before we came on show, and I want to pull back the curtain a little bit on that, is because I feel like, yes, Twisted Minds for multiple years, they were the innovators for a long time. They were #1. They were really holding a place in a lot of people's hearts. Right. I feel like in these last couple of PGSs, even though they've had Perfectix back on LAN, I feel like they've looked a little bit stale as we look back at what happened yesterday. Whoa. What do you think? I don't know about the Petrichor Road, because yesterday here, got tons of damage done to them, and Myth was able to cut from this spot here. But I agree, I think from what we've seen from Twisted Minds so far, it has been too much to swallow, too much of a pill and a hard pill to swallow here for them with TPP, with all destructible terrain. A lot of changes, yeah. Too many changes have come and gone to their direction here. As we see some of the highlights from yesterday here. I will say this though, now looking at the map, it's very, very barren towards that center position. It is VP, it's 17, it's T1 in there. We have a Gatka, Quarry, Ferry Pier, is-ish circle here for the western side. Teams like Gen G as well yesterday, able to do quite a bit of work on Miramar, but beyond all of that, right, like, I think that they're still looking a little bit floundering in terms of the results. And then later on, of course, we got to see Na'Vi finally come alive, be awake here, holding on a compound like this. Yeah, it's
like a broken
towards
clock,
the end of the day
James.
as well.
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
a broken clock, and they hit that broken timer today, and then it's going to be sometime in the evening or in the morning as well for the other time that it's going to hit. But yeah, good to see them obviously stepping up a little bit here. It put them into
you know, strikeable terrain to like kind of strike at that third place, maybe if they have a chance for it, but still very close to be able to get to fourth. And prize pool wise, it doubles, it triples once you're flying up the leaderboard. And as I said, only 20 points between fourth and 14th, so it's very, very doable for some of these teams. 5 games is a lot. You can pull up and get, you know, 60, 70, 80 points if you have absolutely amazing performance here. But Petrogorod getting in early, 17 getting in and involved early towards those central positions here. It's going to set up the Chinese teams quite well. Petrogorod with 77, I would say they're already guaranteed to get in onto that Esports World Cup invite. 4M in by the grace as well by Petrogorod and 17, etc. The question is, does Tailu get that extra spot? E-Arena, again, they need to hold on to this 4th, 5th, 6th spot here. Otherwise, they're going to get jumped as well. In terms of our PGS point, obviously that top 9 is very crucial.
No doubt indeed.
Tied.
Wait, the top 5 on winners predictions, the experts just picked the order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like,
but
gosh, what hard-hitting stuff, guys.
Why is Myth and Pero tied at 24%? Myth should be at least 30% ahead of Petrogorod, considering the amount of points.
Yeah, that's odd. Anyway, Falcons and Twisted Minds fighting each other on the East Coast. What a surprise. Oh, Christ, guys, leave each other alone, please.
Gliders. Get me, it's my glider.
Okay. Is this really how we're starting the last day of the final? Guys, come on.
Dynamite fishing. These guys are experts. Oh, shots are coming in, actually, even towards him. That's not going to connect. He's just going to drown. Like, he's going to give up. He's not giving it at this point, I think.
No, I think so as well.
Look how far away they are as well. The other guys are in Lipovka. Like, Lewis getting... Oh, actually gave it to him. Okay. It's going to bleed out in 100 seconds. As it's obviously first knock. I don't really see the other guys catching up here. And that's revenge from yesterday after having the glider camped before, obviously, and prior. Falcons and Twisted. This is, like, for this circle, James, this is a great glider circle when you're coming in from that East Coast, when you're getting in this late. The amount of information you're able to get is obviously huge here. They're getting his chip too. I love it. I love it. There's a full and absolute denial of the rest here too. Now,
well, the thing is that being this far on this side, right, they know that nobody's going to contest them getting the chip out there, so they're totally okay with having going over there, because it's so far away from the circle. You got tons of time to be able to do this. It does slow you down, though, getting to the circle.
Mm-hmm. And is it worth it? I don't know if it's worth it.
Probably not. I don't know if Twisted Minds was coming in for that chip and getting it, but anyway, regardless, they know that they put a bit of a nail in the coffin here for Twisted Minds in game number 1. As we're on board, of course, with Myth, made in Thailand now, already wiggling around here on the east side of this circle, looking for an entry point. The ideal scenario for everybody in this server right now is that they rotate too close to the sun against some of these teams and get shot out of their cars, but don't know if it's going to happen.
Nah, and I mean, sure, you can set up some of these early kind of gatekeep scenarios. I don't know if Navi's directly doing it, if that's their win condition here, but they are almost 50 points behind. Obviously 47 here. It's a tall mountain to climb. They could win this first game, obviously get some points, but once they see it's Myth, they're obviously going to throw everything they have at it. But that's also like the signal for anyone else to kind of get involved, and if you're not quick about it, you might... Oh, actually, he's been spotted. Okay, so they know that there might be... Okay, so let's say this scenario, right, James? They are getting super scared today, and they play completely different to what we've seen from them day 1 and day 2. They don't get any circle lock, anything whatsoever, and they get only, let's say, 15 points today. 15 points is 121. That's still a huge day for Pero, a huge day for DN Supers. It's a record-breaking day for 4th and below. I still think it's so unlikely we see anyone else, but I hope it. I think it'll be cool that we could make it a 2 or 3 horse race here. Let's say Pero wins with a double-digit chicken dinner, or Petrogorod does.
Yeah.
Then they're within striking distance, and it's doable. So let's see what happens here. It's not out of the order yet, but yeah, the boys might call the winner in the next game or in 4th, but we'll see.
They may. All right, we've got a red zone directly in the middle of this circle, as well as the arena likewise, on exactly the same path, actually, as Myth just before. It's like deja vu, seeing if Myth Actually might want to set up here for a little bit of an attack. So they did stop a little bit deeper into this circle. They are watching E-Arena moving on forwards from this. And E-Arena now slicing in above this. It's a pre-nade here to try and deny some of this. There's quite a bit of damage being done there to start things off. Not too much though. Kiss and Scappy. Pathompong and Lyrics down already. E-Arena, oh no. Coming in on exactly the same path has done them dirty.
Oh, E-Arena, you're getting so much into it. Okay, that's a nade and a knock here. Hekator finds 0 points. That's E-Arena out here. And I was saying, E-Arena needs to get top 6 here to ensure they stay inside the top 9. That is the only ticket and their only way to Esports World Cup in Paris. Now for Na'Vi, I would be striking at this way, way quicker. But they're looting. And Baron is actually knocked here. They're disengaging here. Myth getting 3 kills already. This is the average that they need to secure this whole tournament, James.
Yep. That's already an amazing start for number 1. They should be able to get their recovery off, so we don't really need to continue watching this on. I do hear that we've got Falcons comms after they were able to take down Twisted Minds Lou, so let's check in with them to see what they're going to do about this next circle shift.
Mini on me. Grab.
Let's just play straight this game, guys.
Yep, play straight, follow me, boys.
Yeah,
Do we need to loot more?
Or
can you come?
Yeah, I'm good now. I just have no smokes, I have 2 nades.
Okay.
Like I'm down a good zone.
It's a good zone for us, but we're really late, obviously.
Yeah.
The beach the whole way.
Yeah.
Okay. Low-key fuck with us, like, getting into the field here and setting up C3. Like, I think we should be really ready for a C3 setup in the field.
I have a mortar with 5. I think that getting into crack here and mortaring the shed on blue and then just playing into that could be like a good line. In.
Yeah, it could be very good.
If this goes west, we have the big ass dip on orange that I think would be really good to pre-send too.
Do we have a pansy?
I think those dips are gonna be taken before we can get them, but I don't think we're gonna prior to them unless we really commit hard.
Yeah, that's it.
Which I'm down to commit hard.
Falcons still got a long way to go here for a circle like this, and also Vitality is moving in on a position where, on that east side where they could actually gatekeep some of that entrance into that position. But now let's focus our attention here a little bit towards the middle of this. 4am crashing and bumbling around at the moment next to Petrichor Road. Technically, Petrichor Road would be salivating if they could take some of these kills.
Yeah, that'd be huge for them if they could lock this one down here. Obviously, the 2 Chinese teams fighting each other, also fighting for who's going to get this next one. Foreign is already in by the grace of 17 and their points in PGS here, as they're the next in line for it. Petrichor Road in on their own grace, but it's about Tai Lu. Who can get that spot for the last one? If 4am could go in and grab one of those PGS spots for that invite, that would grant Tai Lu one of those spots. No, Vitality moving in. They're getting close to Falcons here, though.
They're doing the little gliding around. We were talking about this, actually, gliders earlier on. You're not seeing as many here anymore. Really is Falcons and Twisted Minds kind of focusing on glider attention for this. But I do feel it's lost some of its power here in 2026. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I want to see some more maybe hard spawns to make it more viable, maybe on the outskirts of the map, because then it could be a viable strategy, right? It shouldn't be spawning central. I would like to see that you have to kind of get an effort for it. And then obviously spawning close or with gas would be a little bit of a benefit, so you can actually strategize around it. Otherwise, it's more of, okay, let's try to get in and get one of these that's here and here and here. So more hard spawns around the map with guaranteed gas and full gas cans even next to it would be a way to do it, I feel like, if you actually want to make it a viable strategy. Now, Gustav takes some shots towards Twisted Minds.
Oh. Yeah, they have a BRDM in play over there to Twisted Minds, but again, only 3 remaining, especially since Falcons was totally happy with getting that blue chip and shutting it down from Lou. So what's Twisted Minds going to do? Well, they're going to shoot into the sky against the glider here. These 2 teams cannot help themselves. They want to fight one another. And it's funny listening in on the Falcons comms as a whole, because you listen in on, like, Tego, for example, where Kickstart will ask other members of the team to reposition the glider for him for later stages of circles and stuff. So there's very much a team effort about even just positioning those gliders to get things going. I'm just interested about the fact that, yeah, other teams have kind of navigated away from them and really not used them as much.
I feel like it's about getting used to everything that's happened this year before you kind of delve into that. I still feel like it's a very strong thing to play, especially when you're forced to play edge, when you're forced to have these kind of outskirts. This circle, though, goes northeast. It gets kind of close, and a lot of fields in play for this circle here. Wow.
Yep, a lot indeed. Twisted Minds looks like they might be heading towards that compound, but again, they have a BRDM in play, and if they park that between the buildings, maybe it can survive for a little bit longer, but some shots may go that way as well. T1 now also dashing through these fields with so much field in play. Well, at least people have got pickaxes and stuff like that to be able to make it a little bit more playable. Find Sololzy in this straight away. Anyone's Legends split really not working out for them here.
No, absolutely not. It's a little bit too greedy. I like the T1 split here. This is the stronger position that they have here, and splitting it with type, having it a 3-1 is actually going to pay off, I feel like. But now, let's see how everything is executed here. Vitality in a decent spot too. They've got the cars. They're going to lose a lot of ties here. It's a little bit too early. There's a lot of teams that has this high ground that's going to be putting in shots towards the cars. Considering they're this central here, they are just going to dig down and get involved here.
Yeah, crazy what a year's difference could make. Because if like we'd have seen the circle in 2025 or years prior, everyone would be like, okay, we're playing Edge, or we might send it to a shack in the middle of these fields. Now, suddenly we saw so many teams just blast towards the field, throw down the smokes, get the car forts going, start digging in and hunkering down. So yeah, what a difference 6 months can actually make here in this competitive setting, as now Levante throws a nade, drives back to make the hole a little bigger, and then just moves back to it. Crazy stuff.
Falcon's actually getting quite a lot of space. It's actually very fortunate for these guys to get this northeastern circle here. Twisted Minds locking down the central position too. Oh, we're to Crazy Raccoon here, James. If they're going to be fighting with Falcons for space in the north.
Trying to find a little bit of wiggle room here themselves. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon with the potential wraparound might come along that way. Petrichor Road sees in the distance, though, DN Supers, their closest rival in the lobby so far. They'd love, once again, to be able to take that, but no shots really connecting with it. DN Supers going all the way around. I guess they want to try and make an entry point on South Pachinki Hill, but with it occupied as well, they're going to have to fight their way through if they want to do something like this.
If this is a pull-up on either Falcons or Crazy Raccoon, or even all the way through Pachinki and Navi's there too, wild. They must be assuming that it's not as occupied as they think it is, but there's two full teams, two full four-men locking it down, so it's going to be a little bit rough for them now. Petrichor Road and NG might be involved in this western side. 4AM also close. Could be a third-party situation here, James.
Could be. Nade forwards here from I-26, and it's perfect against Soul. That's a great start. Oh, and he drops his own nade. That actually did quite a bit of damage there, I think, as well to D. So he's only on 1 health at the moment. Does manage to not get knocked by it, though, as DN Supers is going for that wide rep. You can see them on that top right-hand side. The train of thought is good, because with the circle previously shifting as east as it did, there was going to be barrier teams, but D actually does take I-26 down. Good start from there. Salute is back in as well here. Petrichor Road dying off this early could be disastrous for their opportunities here.
That could be Bean now with the AK in hand. Has to try to push in, gets the flush potentially. Yeah, it's a car explosion that's gonna get 0-4. NB Chewy gets the confirmation on Salute. Ming Ming also with an off-angle position. This circle here is so rough for them. They're gonna have to finish this fight quick and disengage and actually try to get into the circle, or just get the kills and wrap up and then get third party or held out by 4AM eventually.
That's a tough one. I mean, would love a bit of recovery going on here. They would. Trying to get rid of Genji in this building at the moment. It's Chewy now. Going to be slooping around on this right-hand side. Crazy Raccoon's going to go for a dash into the middle of these fields again. I feel like they've been a bit slow on the uptake, but it can still work out from the position that they're trying to take. And Boostic and the boys do see DN Supers still going for a mega wrap here for this game.
The mega wrap. Going for a new career almost with this one. Let's see though how the point of entry is for this one here. I like the Falcons. This is a setup potentially for position inside, I could see. So let's see how this pays off for them.
Right, hits 17 Gaming as well. I didn't quite see exactly where they were going with it, but yes, they do try and shoot towards this location on the west side of this compound. Technically, even those dips actually wouldn't be in, so I guess it was maybe an opportunity at some like kind of lethal damage going forwards. I think PO just needed PO there, but we'll ignore that for a second. As now, Tilt Falcons is going to try and hit this compound as fast as possible. Pre-nade here to start things off in the door. He doesn't actually realize it's there, though. Could take some damage. No, gets away from it as fast as possible here. Shrimsy starts things off against Wembwa. Good stuff to get things rolling. Heads towards the roofs as well. That'll be a good off angle here to try and deal with things. But Tian does take down Gustav. Can Falcons make this work? Because 17 Gaming is difficult to breach normally. Little goes down in the middle of this compound. He knows exactly where he is cooking up that nade.
That's a good offer there for that. Actually gonna try to bounce it off. More damage in. 55 HP now for Shrimsy. Has the boost running here now, tries to get it in. They're trying to get this Lil Ghost rest up, but now third party comes in from the side here, James. Damage is being done from Twisted Minds, and I see 4AM also snooping in and getting involved potentially.
Not a bad potential idea here from 4AM, especially if you stay on the roofs. Now it puts a bit of a timer on teams that actually do take the roof, like Shrimsy, etc. So you got to be very, very careful about it. Spaceman does steal a Little Ghost actually away from the Falcons boys, so that is a good start there for 4AM, just to get a few extra cheeky points here and there. Petrichor Road still exists behind them, so technically the heal up as well as maybe a little bit of a backstab here could come in, but they are driving away from it. 4AM's disengaging from all of it. They want a better place in the circle.
I like it a lot. Oh, good angle here for Shrimsy. Lots of damage done from the blue too. This is going to be rough for them to try to get in here. This is about getting the points, getting it finished off.
Gotta finish this.
Yeah, and then try to get in. So many teams are going to hold them out though.
Nice.
Oh, that's huge. Gets some points here on 17. Silkison's actually going to go down. Maybe it's about getting some heals now, considering the amount of loot bags that's going to be in here. But Twisted Minds, 4AM, Petrichor Road potentially even is going to be holding Shrimsy out.
Yeah, I think he actually shot him as well. He needs those heals as quickly as possible, does Shrimsy. So, yeah, you're going to have to channel your inner Bloomy, who was backstabbing you in some of the previous games, to stifle some of your progression in these tournaments. But Falcons now has to turn their attention to alternate tactics. DN Supers, still, now having made that mega wrap on the east side here, does find themselves a shack, but it's not even really in to the next ones. They need to use this as a checkpoint. And now Made in Thailand popping those tires to make it even harder here for DN Supers to make something work.
I think DN Supers has completed all the driving missions in one single game here, considering the amount of distance they've got in. All the XP has gotten in. Your battle pass is maxed already. So make sure you get that lucky. I like this Twisted Mind setup here. This is some shots towards some of the guys, potentially was 4AM, but also there's going to be so many mortars. This field, because of destructible terrain, James, it's going to be way, way more playable than we're used to. I'm actually kind of excited for how this ending pans out. This is the first time we've seen a proper full central field ending with this here. T1 is obviously in the shacks and Type's got to lock down, but there's so many open spots. It's super playable after these mortars.
Yeah, this field's going to be Swiss cheese, mate. All of these teams are going to... It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. We've got ourselves here, Corexi, doing what he can, though, against Made in Thailand. Showing them down would be nice, as they're going to take quite a bit of damage. Is there a multiplier coming into this spot, potentially? We'll see as Corexi from the distance doing some damage. Kiss is looking for the recovery.
Scabby.
Throwing down smokes, trying to get something done. Halamar Bad knocks Scappy, and it's stolen away by Virtus Pro. So they are taking casualties. Only 4 points would be technically a good start for the rest of the lobby against Smith, but still, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, and nobody's actively pushing them. I actually expected DN Supers to be running at this with everything they had, but they're also just trying to edge their way in onto the circle here. Now it's starting. Now Corexi gets Jacob as well. Nade range now. DN Supers is doing exactly as I was talking about here. Getting close, getting involved, trying to get that leader down. But now with 4 points, even this average here, James, would be enough. It's not close.
Oh wait, that was like a vitality. They're in range. Yes, they are. Sorry, I misled you. That was a completely different fight. As now, great stuff by Gumin for that trade against. Meanwhile, here Vitality now trying to shut down Na'Vi as they sent the nades forwards prior. Those initially were in short range. Vitality threw them back and did get a little bit of clipping damage, but not enough. So with Myth down now, technically that goalpost stops. Technically, even though it might be a few miles away from most of these teams.
Oh, it goes north. Your difficult circle for VP. They're going to have to make a move towards T1. DN Supers also has to get in. Difficult for all teams except for 4AM and Twisted Minds and Vitality, obviously. It's the two worst teams to fight each other here, James. The two yellow teams. It's extremely hard to see which colors which on that minimap as they try to dig out and try to get some nades involved. Boostic finds Gumin. Boostic finds Heaven, too. He's on an absolute tear here, taking Soup apart.
Yeah, the two yellow teams here in Vitality and Na'Vi, let's just agree to disagree and just go our separate ways and maybe not fight each other. But unlikely, considering Na'Vi's in a bit of a precarious spot, right? They're going to have to try and get out there. This was the nade range that DN Supers had prior here, and Virtus Pro might be a little bit damaged by this if they're not careful, but DN Supers is also getting lasered, as well as nades coming in there from Virtus Pro, and they are gone. DN Supers, their chase for game number 1 will be over. Levante down to Hakatori. What a duel here between those two now, as Gedrox tries to throw this one suppressing fire so they can try and get Levante back up and good to go.
Boosting split out here by example. The third party from Switzerland is actually huge. A Vitality pickup to try to get in. This is good. By Quizzy trying to save their top fragger. Quizzy only has 2 stuns left there. Really drained for utility and anything to help out to delay this oncoming onslaught we see from the guys. From Na'Vi here, the knock could come in as get rest as well, I think, from Na'Vi, so I think they might be good.
Yeah, it's been a funny one for Vitality as well, because if you look at the numbers, Quizzy and Gedrox may as well be the field medics for the Warriors, Levante and Hello My Bad. They have got an insane number of kills compared to Quizzy and Gedrox. But that, regardless, takes the full team here to be able to push them up a little bit further. Now they've got Levante back on board. So many blue zones have been thrown alongside these nades as well. And now it was always going to be, in theory, Na'Vi on the short end of this stick here. And yeah, they're having a hard time with only Spiro alive.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're the team that's getting held out and you're also elevated in the terrain, right? They have dug out in a really good spot, Vitality, actually, and they're able to hold Na'Vi out alongside the teams that's looking for the points on Na'Vi as they push in. Twisted Minds obviously trying to get the most of it, but they are also having that oncoming fight with 4AM. On to Virtus Pro here, though. 4 guys alive, southeast. If they get a little bit of a circle here, they could actually have a decent game from this spot here, James.
This goes to show how different field endings are now, because the thing is that the teams that came here early have been able to survive for so much longer than they would have done it had it been 2025. So, yeah, like field endings have completely changed in 2026. T1 is still alive. Vitality is still alive. Other teams, like the Expendables on that west side, have somehow kept themselves up and running, good to go. As now, will Batulins get backstabbed here by the Falcons boys? They cannot help themselves but fight all game long.
Oh, that actually rolled under the BRDM. He finds him though, Shrimsy. Batulins gets Shen, so Shrimsy has another opportunity to get a point here as he saw them out. Smokes come in, and now obviously him being outside the circle with the southern shift here, James, is huge, but he could squeeze a few more points to push himself further up that leaderboard.
I'm curious if he wants to just walk to the BRDM and take it. It's still there, right? It's still live. Like, that would actually be the kind of the play for a little bit of longevity here. So does actually go for that here, Shrimsy. Okay. Maybe check a little bit of the loot over by where Batulins is as well. But a little bit of longevity here for the moment. But the problem is, Perfectix knows exactly where you are now. We'll keep a little bit of an eye on you, at least for now. Okay, laser down.
Yoink. He could be going over to the western side. The problem is that you have 4 expendable members still alive, and they're hungry down in the field. They got smoked too. He's trying to just get involved. Maybe try to squeeze out some of those extra points on the guys that's laying dead and close to this. 4AM to half HP now. Sees one guy inside the little dip here. Spaceman is obviously trying to smoke himself out and delay this in oncoming death that Shrimsy is in right now.
Please, no, please. Please.
Try to back into it. Oh, he survived that. Okay, he's low as well. There you go.
Okay,
he jumps out. Actually gets his. Gets the hold too now. Nates comes out and Twisted Minds oncoming onto Falcons here.
Yeah, okay, so I kind of like that. Even if you actually don't get the full run over, that's very fortunate that that nade bobbled out of there. Even if you don't get the full damage on the run over and the knock, you can actually just get out and take the more favorable trade because you should, in theory, be healthier while that's going on. Yeah, you've sacrificed the BRDM, but that's a good salvage point there from Falcons. 6 kills for them so far in this game. Twisted Minds, 9 kills finally. They've moved up to 5th place. You know what? You know what, Avenger?
Day 3
the
team?
The West fight back might be on.
Yeah, it might be obviously good here for Na'Vi and Twisted to be in those 2 spots. I do see a potential for Virtus Pro also getting maybe a chicken dinner from this spot here, considering where they are and how much control they have on the southern side. Now we see Mortals coming in. That might actually be really close. They're spreading out. Gets a double knock onto Beamy and Nixie. They're going to have to go for the rests here as shots and damage coming in from T1. They're running at it. Look at that.
Yeah, so is Vitality as well on that north side. I think everybody knows that you've got to shut them down if you get an opportunity like that, and that is a perfect one now, as Virtus Pro is going to just have some nades sent forwards against them. Once again, there was another mortar yet again. Type is going to send some nades forwards as well. Gosh, as quickly as that Virtus Pro gets shredded here in this game. There's still 2 alive, still in the sort of little dips here, and maybe they won't actually push up against them, because I don't think they know exactly where those dips are, so they'll survive to fight another day.
A little bit unfortunate for T1 to be overextending a little bit here from this spot. That means that Expendables are able to open up a little bit and kind of grab some points from the side. Third party's coming in now. Stun grenades, defensive stun grenades onto Twisted Minds as their oncoming campaign is coming on this western side here. It feels like it's a very easy defend though from Expendables as they have a really good ridge to work with. Wangif trying to go up for defense. We're seeing some foldable shields also coming up.
I mean, it shows how close the mid-pack is, right? 10 points between 4th and 12th here with Game 11 unfolding at the moment. Here, Tamvu and the boys, though, do take control of this west side, and they're looking to shut down Twisted Minds in the north of them. If they can shut down everything in this west position, might be good, but at the same time, Vitality is looking to sweep now. I think with only 1 kill on board here for Vitality, they're looking for a win, as well as maybe cleaning things up, and Quizzy does get Perfectix.
Wangif finds Get Drugs. They're gonna have to go for the rest here after the knock came in. It's possible too. So many teams getting involved here also now. Expendables being this strong here. T1 is gonna try to get in and get involved with this fight as well on this western side here. Tamu does find the EN confirmed. Now more shots comes in from Hello My Bad here as Virtus Pro also try to survive. They do have a lot of space and most of the fights are in that northern western side.
Yeah, it's a weird one, this one. It's a messy game. It's a scrappy game for all of these teams in the fields at the moment. As you can see, the Vitality camp with bated breath. Whoa, Quizzy with a double M24 shot against some of the teams here. And now they finally do shut down Virtus Pro. So Vitality staring down at the barrel of a win. This might be able to launch them up towards a position where they can start challenging for podium now. Juice taking quite a bit of damage. Another nade from Type here on the south side. T1, only 2 players remaining here. Vitality should have this in the bag because these teams are squared off against one another.
Yeah, Gedrox now just taking a huge knock with the Dragunov onto Heather. And obviously with the amount of damage done already, Gedrox finds Wangif as well. Type finds the confirmation onto Dog Juice. Gedrox a little bit greedy here. Quizzy finds the confirmation. The M24 master continues, and this is looking sure and sound as a Vitality win, James.
Yes, it does. Cleaning up what kills they can find as well. It's an even game amongst all the players as well here for Vitality. Find Type, finish him off. He goes for the deny, no doubt. And that is Vitality taking game number 1 of day 3. An important one, not only for Vitality, but for a potential West play here. But one thing's for sure, as we bring Mark and Toffees back in, Mark, this is hugely different. 2026 field endings, completely different to our last year's.
Lads. Yeah, let's go. Get it, dig. I love it. Do you know what? I speak a lot about this. I really love this update. Why? Historically, it would have been very different. It was going to be about the cars, the smokes, how you played it, what dips in the terrain. If you can be creative, if you know when to push, then the pickaxe is your friend.
Yes, it is, Toffees.
I'm skeptical about the pickaxe now because I have realized something watching Strimzy dodge 2 grenades. When you dig a hole with explosive ordnance, it gives you rounded sides that will allow grenades to sort of ping off of them and bounce out. When you dig with a pickaxe, they're more straight up and down, and I feel like it's a lot easier to sink ordnance and get it to stay inside with you. So maybe I'm anti-pickaxe. Maybe I'm like, just have extra grenades. Start digging holes
Spend all your
with
nades for
explosives. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you hear from a lot of players, right? They actually don't mind the idea that the grenades are able to kind of make these holes because you're spending a lethal util for a defensive capability Avenger, and that is what I think a lot of the players actually really like.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously as this game here and how everything evolves on the fields, it's getting ever so clear how destructible terrain actually works out. And I would say, after having watched it, after having played so much of how it kind of lines up, I really love destructible terrain. The question is, how do you kind of apply your kind of play with, if you use too much of your util towards others, you're actually potentially creating very playable space for them, but usually it's lined up in the perfect way where, you know what, we're just going to throw 2 or 3 nades at a team and they're going to go down, or we're going to mortar their position and they die as a VP. They could have won that game from that position easily, but that was huge from Levante with that mortar.
Yeah, look, for me, Mike, I think you hit the nail on the head. But that's what I love about it. You have this sort of balance. What level of utility do I use offensively and what do I use defensively? Because if I miss my offensive grenade, I'm actually feeding the defensive play to these other players. It's huge. And when you look at an ending like that, that's what I want to see.
Yeah. 18 points go the way of Team Vitality, an important move for them. The Expendables also with a bit of a rally back here with 13 and Twisted Minds with 13, especially since it was a very different game coming out from Vitality and Twisted Minds, who now find themselves in 4th and 5th here, Toffees, because Vitality straight away, instantly to the fields, dig in, hunker down. Twisted Minds, however, a little bit later to the circle and kind of salvage considering they lost Liu early.
Yeah, I mean, salvage, but still some points, and it's fascinating.
Yeah.
You know, again, we're going to remind everybody, Made in Thailand is just so crazy far ahead. A lot of our teams are battling for those huge point differentials and PGS points, right below that. Twisted Minds and Vitality were exciting to see them come out and play great on day one. That's not surprising to me, though. Like we saw Na'Vi do this last time around, it seems like EMEA loves to come to the final day and fix the problems. I wish they'd fix it on the second to last day instead, because this is a consistent thing. And it's fascinating to me. Also, to just finish on that mortars, I think you touched on something really smart, both of you. This idea that like you can set up cover for other teams if you F up. I'm waiting for the first bait attack where you send a mortar, you drop it 10 to 15 meters in front of them on the way to blue, and then stop shooting and make them assume, hey, I'm out of mortars, and then wait for everybody to start to transition to your accidental cover that you created for them. Like, I think that is the next logical evolution, is using explosives to tempt people into movement systems that you want them to use.
Could be a play, and look at that here. Man of the match example here. Despite Vitality getting the victory, he's back. The cyborg of PUBG, of course. I mean, he's won almost everything there is to win in PUBG, so a lot of people do call him the GOAT. I think that so far for 2026, it's not been a GOAT-like performance, keeping up with some of the other teams so far, but, you know, you never know with example. You can never count him out, Avenger.
Yeah. I would still hold him up. Like if you're looking at what's the mountain called in America with the 4 faces on it, I don't remember, Mount Rushmore, right?
Mount Rushmore, the Rushmore.
Right, so he's definitely one of the faces on the Mount Rushmore of PUBG. Absolutely, no doubt about it. Low-key's up there. Then there's 2 spots.
Easy. Richard
so,
Bisler.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the last 2, but although there's not a PNC on the line for him, I still think what we've seen from him so far, and to do it on multiple different teams, is just insane. Levante jumps in and contests Heaven here for both damage and total kills.
Yeah, very important for Vitality, not only for Levante going up against Heaven and the likes of, but also, Mark, when you look across the board for Vitality, I was saying that basically Quizzy and Gedrox have been the field medics halfway through that game, but Gedrox just suddenly got himself 3 kills, so you know what, maybe not field medics anymore.
Field medic turned to a killer. No, we really good game from. Look at the movement that Vitality produced into that field as well, and it was a level of aggression that sort of kept them in that driving seat, which is good. They're jumping the leaderboards, right? And this is what they need to do. They're looking ahead. The Insnoopers obviously realised 50 kills. There's a bit more to do from them, but maybe EMEA is day 3 teams, maybe.
You say maybe. We've known this for a while. Like some of these guys are just...
You go back to PGC Dubai 2022, and it was a 4-day final. Guess who won? Boom, Na'Vi straight in there. Yeah. That's where Example did it. They're at day 3 and day 4 team, and this is the nerf that's coming in from the esports headquarters of PUBG. You cannot let them win so much. Are we doing 2-day finals? We're only doing 3-day finals with this one.
And yet we were still able to win a few of them in PGS 2 and 3, so all right. But of course, here it's still looking like Myth will be our first 2-time here for 2026. T1 made a bit of a meal of it in that south side as well. Type obviously denying, understandably, that you'd be denying at this point, Toffees, because the leaderboard in the center is so close.
Yeah, and that's the funny part, because we're not used to seeing it when it's not for first, but the middle back is crazy, and it's only going to get crazier as we go into game number 2.
All right, let's get it going then. It is going to be our next game. Oh, they showed the transition and then they baited us. I can't believe it. They've done this once or twice. I thought the timer was going to appear. Watch. Okay, so get ready.
I did it back to you. I did it.
Because when they go into game, they do the trophy thing and then it flies towards them and then they fade to the timer. I can't believe they've just done us like that, Avenger.
Yeah, it's a classic one. Also, even on the map stream, everything is still hiding here. I was getting excited for our only Miramar today, guys, but yeah, gonna have to wait a little bit more. Maybe someone is on the bathroom. He's not back to the PC yet or something else happened. So it could be. So we're gonna waiting a bit more here. I'll say this though. Sure, there's a big chance that some of the teams in our mid pack is flying. Oh, it's gonna happen. Oh, there we go. I saw it.
Right. I don't care what Avengers got to say because the second transition of this game has happened. It's time for Mark and Toffees to take it away.
Well, Well, the start of this game, let's see if any teams get baited out as we prepare to jump into game number 2 on the Dusty Dudes. And in the last one, we learned just how impactful destructible terrain can be in the grassy pastures, the barren pastures of Erangel. And this is a very different map. Mark, it's got a lot of ups and downs. It's got easy transitions when you talk about south to north and north to south, but it's never very easy to go west to east. A lot of these things seem to change when you do the diggable terrain. I mean, even to the point where, like, we're seeing cars struggling on those transitions because it's already tough to navigate the Trumacera area. Now add holes from a red zone.
Yeah, great. And it's like one of those things you have to track, right? Flight path here, obviously northeast down to sort of a west, pushing the northwest. I actually like this northeast area because you say it has the different types of terrain. We have some high ground, we have some low ground, we have some urban style endings, but then you insert the red zones. If you're not tracking the red zones, depending on the car you've got, now UAZs, you're going to be happy with, right? But anything else, you run straight across them, you find your car is going to get flipped and you get completely denied the rotation that you wanted.
Which is why motorcycles are the future of the meta. You just get, right, free backflips. Harley Davidson, ride them over the holes. Like, if there's a mortar strike, it doesn't matter. Harley Davidson can handle anything. And if you have the fiery skin one, you're guaranteed not to flip. So go get the skins now.
Approved by Toffees. Signed off by Crafton. So pretty much in the sense of the heart, it's going to be San Martin. So good for the Falcons here, but they need points. And sometimes when you're hiding in the city, they're not going to be coming your way.
Yep. All right, here comes that start of the game, nice and slow. It is all about the mid-pack right now. Take a look at that leaderboard on the left side later after these highlights.
Yeah, let's have a look back at the last game, though. It was explosive, and I think it did sort of lay the ruling. Teams more aggressive, obviously for Myth, the element of teams aggressing to them a little bit early, but we did see it disengaged. They were left to their own and able to come back. I love they got run out of zone, and look at that. Vitality moving in really early here, and they're looking for the win from this position.
Absolutely. It's such a tough position to try to play out here at this game. Like, I will say, this is what we were outlining, or the guys were during the segments between the match, is the idea that this used to be an almost impossible area to play, right? Like, you kind of had to hope a hay bale worked out in your favor. And the fact that now you can set up and defend is actually a significant change that's hard to even practice. Like, scrims don't prepare you for this level of teams trying hard to survive in this endgame, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and look, we've seen even an evolution, and it's quite new in its infant, the destructible terrain and the pickaxe. We saw obviously very early on, we saw players go by trees, go by rocks, dig down. I actually really loved they started parking cars, and they had this kind of letterbox where they could shoot underneath the cars. They dug behind it. We're now starting to see the creativity where they are starting to move a little bit further away from the trees and the rocks, and we find these foxholes out in the open terrain. So real creative play, but then these are the best players in the world.
These are the best players in the world, and so they have to be creative. But I also think that that is something that has slowed down some of our best teams, because I do think the change in the rapid pace of change, especially with digging, there are teams who used to spend hours walking through Miramar, finding the best dips and dives, right, and the best places to hide. Now it would take forever to go through there and find all of the crashes that require the best digs outside of just accidentally finding them in the course of scrim play, which I think sets the stage for young, hungry teams to go out there and sort of know the map better than the old dogs for the first time in a very long time.
Agreed. Well, I can't call Tickerton old. Some old dogs have got some tricks that he's pretty good at, and that is trigonometry. As Levante gets caught, as Falcons do leave the safety of San Martin. And I do think that's part of, look, they've got to hunt for kills. They've got to try and climb the leaderboard. Levante does want to climb the fence. He'll blast his way through it. But for Tig, he's already zeroed in on that compound, and those mortars are following.
Again, these are two teams that'll be keeping an eye on each other. Twisted Minds, Vitality, Falcons. These are all teams that we expected to do better in this event. And right now, it's Falcons is the only one that has not been able to live up to expectations. They have to get into the top 4, basically, if Godlike from their region wants a chance to get a bid to EWC. So this is starting to feel very unlikely unless the Falcons go absolutely crazy. Though they have not much to lose. At 14th place, you got to be honest, Mark, there's not much gain compared to if you're willing to play nuts and end up 20 points higher, right? So I think that some of those teams, especially Falcons and VP, need to sort of break out of any kind of traditional strategy they've been using and play a little more like the Crazy Raccoons today.
Yeah, agreed. Don't forget though, they're a top 16 team now in the final stage. So they have got nothing else to lose, or everything to gain from Falcons' standpoint. Example though, what an insane shot. That he spun on a dime, and he's gone from fighting one team and zeroed straight into Na'Vi.
Right, it's like he sort of goes into a torpor, or like a standby mode, until Batulin and the guys are like, we're not as high as we need to on the last day. Please activate. And then Example comes out full force again, right? You got to boot him up, and he absolutely destroys. But that Example has, for as long as I can remember, been one of the greatest players in PUBG. He's one of those players that no matter how much he costs, he's going to hit his value in fantasy, because even when he's not getting 6 kills, his damage counts are exceptional. Huge part of this team. Twisted Minds across the board, as we look at them, every one of these names is fabled in the world of PUBG, except for the fact that I think this weighs heavy on them, that they don't have a PGC championship in their pocket. To have everything else and no PGC has to be exhausting. And now to look at yourself in a position where you're like, I'm chasing these teams now. I used to be leading them, has got to be really tough, and I think something that they have to address as they go forward for the rest of the year.
It was one of those things we spoke about off camera, right, in the green room. And it's a point I think it needs to be emphasized, because yes, they haven't got those PGC in. And as you were saying before, a lot of people were going up to him and going, this is your year, I believe. This is your time. Like, everything else is lined up. Surely this event's going to be yours. And for whatever reason, it hasn't converted. And that has to play on the minds of Twisted Minds. Now, for me, they got a reset. I feel like they're a little bit behind the curve. Some of these other players and teams have adapted to that transition really well. So there's still a lot for them to sort of find their way. But there's one thing I do have faith when it comes down to Twisted Minds, is that they do find their way and they do find their style. So with these new updates, with this new transition, I feel like we are going to see potentially a stronger Twisted Minds. But I've got a question: at what time?
Right, I think the issue comes down to putting that time in, right? Like we talk about, these new teams can really benefit from understanding all of the terrain differences and spending time in there. It's hard to do after 8 years. Like, you got to find I think that what we're going to see as we head towards PGC is the teams that are putting in the most reps in pubs specifically, because of how close the game now is to ranked experience. I think you can go back to a world where you can say, I can practice there effectively, and are learning the inside outs of how do these maps work? What can I dig under? What can I effectively create something in? Like, where does this collision stop with this road? That's the kind of stuff that I think ultimately will be the difference maker in some of these matches in the long run. The first teams to truly embrace and understand it will thrive this year. The problem is, once you figure it out, put all that work in, someone watches your tape and then they just pick it up like that the next day, right? And I've heard that because, like, Batulin has told me he was mad that Na'Vi stole their system. They literally, word for word, watched them play an event, and Na'Vi was like, that works better, and they made it theirs. And I know that was like frustrating, because you spend months preparing a system for a tournament that you're like, this is it. It took forever to design, and somebody goes, wow, that was really good. It's ours now.
Thanks for the hard work.
Yep.
but yes, there's like something good to be said that a lot of people will look at the way and that you are the shining light. So again, silver lining as we wait for these teams to start moving in. Obviously, Zone is in the center. Vitality has danced around sort of the Falcons for a while. Myth obviously looking to try and take this compound. So we might see an early clash here. It's going to be our leaders versus our game number 1 winners of today. Shots will come through, and for the Myth, they have the cover of the ridge.
Wow, okay, nice spray by Levante, who's been pretty solid at scaring everyone. It just feels like everyone's scaring each other right now. Nobody's willing to really get into this and throw fists.
Is that because we've only got 5 games a day? There is no throwaway game. There's no, like, extra that you can actually go, do you know what, we've had a bad one, but we've got enough to recover. I feel like the pressure of a 5 games per day is huge. Yes, compared to the other series, obviously best of 10. This is a best of 15. So there are 5 extra games, Mark, right, doing the maths. I get that. But these teams and players are breaking it down per day. Early sort of duke out there, a clash of teams. They can't risk going down.
Well, it's also like we talk about that, you know, the difference between 4th place in PGC points, that's 34. If you drop all the way down to a really tenable number, which is, say, 12th at 56, that's only worth 6 PGC points or PGS points. So there's also that aspect of, like, those teams at the top are like, I can't risk falling down there and costing maybe my region a slot or even losing my bid to these insanely important world championships by playing a little too aggressive to try to catch up to Myth, right? Like, because that's what you'd have to do. If you are Vitality or Soup or Petrichor, the way you catch Smith is just going all out, pedal to the metal, redlining until the engine explodes, attacking. And if you do that, though, one of those three teams would not be, you would fall off. So I think that is a really tough balance to find here in game 2. And you can see that in the way these teams are sort of driving around, not looking to take these fights right away.
Yep. Zone shift comes a little bit more towards that west. So a lot of teams are going to have to migrate now, especially these teams in the east. There are narrow entry points, especially when we come to some of the high terrain. So some of these teams might kind of allow them to go. For Gen G, they're not going to allow 4 AM to get away. They might be 4 angry man, but a Panzer gives them a boost over the hill.
Nice work. Gen.G loving their Panzers. Worked out so well for them yesterday as Vitality makes the chase here. Falcons turns and runs away yet again. Everyone just sort of firing off at each other as they make the transition. Crazy Raccoons out there in front of Vitality. A lot of bopping around without a lot of real estate as an option.
Bopping, dodging, ducking, and diving. Typical road though. Having to find their way. They thread the needle in between VP. Correct, he does click drive, but oh no, he swaps over to the Dragunov, and 1-2. He falls down, and it's finished off instantly by Beamy.
This is the VP we wanted to see. Let's go, guys. Push harder. Shribsy is wiped by Shen. There's the Falcons continue to struggle to find their place on this map and in this meta here in this final this week. They've had some good moments throughout the event. So to say that they are flagging on an overall sense is a bit of a stretch for me. That said, though, they really need to step this up. 49, as you prepare to look towards EWC down the line, it's got to be a really frustrating fixture to sort of find yourself at.
Frustrating fixture. Made in Thailand, sort of send for San Martin. When you look at this, you'd expect it to sort of descend into this area. Now it does have an opportunity to shift away, so intriguing to find how that works. T1, Ian will find Petrichor Road again, caught on the rotation, but no one wants to let him go, and Ian finds him as well. Another point on the board for Petrichor Road. They are losing bodies.
A lot of car hunting today. It feels like a little bit like if we're on safari here, as everybody's just driving around looking to get picks, and the second they miss the opening spray, they turn and drive in the opposite direction. Perfectix looks to get his own kill in a car, but he's not going to get it. Myth somehow skips past that. I mean, it would have been fine. I think they would have crawled in no matter what, but I'm actually shocked that there wasn't a knock jumping out of that car.
It's not even just a knock or the miss of a knock, right? If that knock happened, the telegraph of information, the teams around them, we've got Team Vitality, we've got Twisted Minds, they will all be getting that reader. Hold on, Myth is really close to us.
Yep, exactly. And then they would have just hidden because Myth is a poltergeist, a villain, the final boss of the lobby. But it's like the boss in Brotato. Like, you don't actually have to kill them. You can just avoid them and still win the game, right? So I think that's where Myth's going to be today. It's like, maybe we don't have to kill him.
We played 2 different games. I would have been W key down, get them gone. I'm going now and taking on #1 Toffees.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh, there's a rescue. I love no tire rescue games, man. Or rescue missions. That's a legend. Looking out for a homie. All right, here comes 17 up to the top of the hill. T1 left alone. Type has to try to defend this by himself. No, Type, surely you just leave.
Yeah.
Throws it in reverse and gone.
180, go, here the cars. I'm out of here, underneath the cover. Power grid, though, it has been shared. Petrichor Road still has players there. We're waiting for now the zone to shift. I think all eyes will be on San Martin. It would be an explosive ending, I'll give it to that if it's game 2. It does hold on, but not huge amounts. Lots of high terrain. I think VP in a really good spot, but it got to call Lukarux back.
Yeah, they got to bring him back. It's a huge, quick tuck. You see EA and a couple other teams are going to be trying to cut in very fast in between solidified teams. Anyone's ledge is going to be shooting at them as they try to do that. T1 is 4 strong, but they are in a real mess here. And again, CR, Crazy Raccoons loses another person in transition. They just can't seem to find a place to park their cars safely.
Loads of people are not settled. They're really not settled. The zone's forcing people to move. Yes, we had loads of people on that sort of east. We shifted to the west. Teams obviously had to migrate. But again, people went for San Martin, but they're not happy. Crazy Raccoons losing bodies cheap.
Yep, absolutely. So this is where that quick transition going to happen. PO is hunkered down. He knew the chase would come from 17, but Wenbo gets him out of the car. Glaz comes in to help out. I will not leave you, my PO. But ultimately, they stay together as they head to the lobby.
They do stay together as they get buried in Miramar. Smokes will go out. 17 Gaming finds a dip, but a dip is never good when you have neighbors. The Myth do opt to leave, and somehow, some way, they find their way out and north of San Martin. Now they're on a rotation to the northwest.
This is a very nasty circle. The fact that there's so much in the south that looks like it's open but is actually mostly unplayable is going to be tough for these players to deal with. Not a lot of things you can send into there, so you have to play this sort of north of the road positioning where Power Grid's also keeping an eye on you. So I'm not sure. I think the upside is the dig does exist. And so this is where, just like the last game, we're going to start to see teams send to middle and build fortifications.
This is that whole, like, underneath the car. The worry I have here for Gen G, a grenade coming over the top from Falcons, like, the grenades roll downhill. And if you've got a little bunker hole in the bot, it's going to be a hole in one for them. But we're going to have to wait and see. Irina have that BRDM. For Myth, they have been scouting this location as they dance around the outside. But Kisto has the kiss of death. I think he's got the information. Now he's going to just tie up with the rest of his guys.
Well, who was it? The newest BRDM defense blowing a hole in the ground and trying to duck under it is probably my new favorite meta to come out of the last match. Hagatory, though, gets a couple of good shots here on Hasameme. He's got the grenade checked up. Can he stop him? Nope, because Spyro's on the high ground and says, I got you, Hagatory. No grenades fly on my watch.
Another kill, another confirm, and more bodies to descend. 55 remain, 15 teams store up. It is phase 3, but the train is quite difficult to traverse. Navi will look to go and get the loot, make sure maybe the blue chip is in that car and gone, as everyone else gets on that transition. And I am just waiting to see the Myth in the kill feed because I'm interested to see who diverts their way.
Yep, absolutely. I just don't think anybody, man. I think Myth is going to be left alone for the entirety of the day, unless someone gets close, right? Because, like, Petrichor is close-ish, but they're also down to 2 and searching to get somebody res with the blue chip. Like, I just don't know that, like, sending at them is going to have a big enough impact to make you feel like it's worth the risk of your PGS points. Genuinely.
Well, here we go. So we talk about PGS points. They're on the line, and now the zone shifts. We go Power Grid, not for San Martin. And actually, there's a lot of teams that need to make some huge decisions. Let's quickly jump in with Team Vitality. Why? Because they've got to find a way now into zone.
Мне кажется, в яму надо ехать.
На тройку? Я тоже так думаю. Я бегу.
Андрюх, надо сам.
Тёма, ты можешь сюда еще стрельнуть на тройку?
Я туда еду. Тройка, парни, тройка. Вышел на камни. Хуёво.
Это самолет еще вышел на камни. Это самолет?
Бля, могу его въебать попробовать. Давай, въебаю. Хуёво.
Самолет еще вышел на камни.
Могу его въебать попробовать. Давай, въебаю. Потрекай его. Трекаем.
We saw the rotation path. That's my favorite part of the listens, Mark, is we get to see exactly what they're planning when they pan up the map real quick. You get to like an insight into their brain, which I think is awesome. Probably one of the best part of going and watching the POVs as well of these players, because you do get to see that there. As a lot of our teams are streaming, at least one player giving their perspective as they go through these games.
Yeah, and even that mini-map, guys, don't forget, keep an eye on that mini-map. If you look at Vitality, they had a transition over Falcons into DNG. So again, it's an idea to watch. 1 minute 35 remains. A lot of these teams have to transition. Looks like Team Vitality, they want to come in late from the zone, but they've got to clash multiple bodies.
Destroy in the pit, keep an eye on things. We see the Soup making a run. Now they are currently in third, but they are being chased aggressively from behind. Now we get Nurens and Vitality going head-to-head here. Gedrock's knocked with a nice shot from Nurens. The fights are breaking out because there's no real estate. Everyone's got to move.
Everyone's got to move. There is no real estate, and it's just these dips that Miramar produces. Cars are pulling up, unable to dig down. T1 causing problems for the Supers. Heather, full send forward. 5 grenades in the back pocket hits off his. This could be explosive. DN, they need to get out of dodge.
I like the activity. Heather says we're not giving him time to dig in. You got to stop a tick before it bites. And he comes in with a whole lot of ways to dig him out. As DNS starts to drop really low, the cars are flying. Heather says, I used all my grenades. Run away.
It doesn't quite work out. DN Super's able to dig in. Vitality getting caught. Late rotation doesn't always work out. Norins finds Levante and gets that confirmation here for Team Vitality. Quizzy is down, and now you have to get watching as Norin. He looks at the skies as the god rains down fire.
This is how we create cover for the end game and remove contenders for the throne. As Irina also has to look at the sky, you got Corexi put it in work with the Dragonov. Saw Navi suffering right now. This is a lot of teams still theoretically up, but a lot of them just barely holding on.
Tailwind though. I think he's caught in the audience. There we go. They're coming in both sides. It's coming on the top side and that south side here as Petrichor Road finds an opening. Zone shifts away from Power Grid. We're going to the road. This is chaos. Why? There's not as much terrain that you can dig into. VP on the fight they found for Myth. Falcons looking to try and get involved. Gen G fortified here and Falcons have to push forward.
Falcons has to make a move here if they want any hope of getting anything recovered from this event. They're down to 2 in 14th place. This is the second game of the final day. You got to do something and make something out of it. But how? How with these shifts? How with these opportunities? And how with these grenades that continue to rain down on you as they dodge them a little bit at a time? Twisted Minds versus Falcons for the umpteenth time in this weekend. And again, the Twisted comes out ahead. But I just don't know. Whoever wins this is still trying to find a tough way into a circle.
Yeah, where'd you go? The road, there's not much cover. Your cars are pretty much gone at this point, and it depends as to who's on that north side. E-Arena store there, Anyone Legend store there, so you can't set up camp to have the fight. Anyone's Legend has a look on here. The Snoopers obviously played out the gap. Rex on the north side, but how much does Rex have to hold on?
Aggressively?
Yeah.
He has a lot to hold on. It was a figurative. It was a figurative question. It is. It's a very tough hold for him, but I like that they'd have someone. This was more like a flag out. They were like, we're taking mortar fire from 3 different teams. You go sit in that shack.
Yeah, I think it's the right play from them. Spyro's had to take flight as he's cut his wings and he's flown his way down. Here comes the push, and push with him. He's going to go down. That gives the cover. Delman will find safety. They can fixate and focus in on those positions, but actually the move around Petrichor Road might give the Supers a little bit of breathing room.
It absolutely might. All right, let's take a look as this. God, this circle is horrific.
Crazy.
It's gonna come down. It's got to come down to one team on each side of the road, right? So, depending on the next shift, so you kind of want to make sure that you're set up to be that team that's able to play the pizza slice. I just don't know how you get the South pizza. And now, if the shift goes bottom of the road again, like it's going to be absolute chaos on the next shift. So everyone waiting, watching, trying to figure out how they get in. But most everyone is waiting, watching, and staring at Soup because they seem to be in the main line. Now, Myth under assault for the first time by a team that, you know, needs points really badly. Come on, VP. Push, baby, push.
They found one, and it's really telling that they've been applying pressure to Myth the whole time. Beaming correctly refused to let him go. Wembo Walt is trying to take the fight here for Twisted Minds. They're going to get caught out. The grenades force them into their trenches. Batoolins, though, is made of steel, and he denies the opportunity for that knock.
It's like I want to be like, no, leave them alone. They have a chance of possibly catching Myth. You don't. Let them live. just for the sake of the push, right? It's a play the long game, 17. But 17 is in such a good spot. There's no push there. All they're doing is protecting their space, making sure whatever happens here on the shift.
God, Toffee,
wow.
Oh,
17 was in such... I know, but because 17 was playing the statistics. They were in such a good spot if the shift made sense, Mark.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I just didn't want it. I wanted to play back down to the south. I wanted VP applying pressure to Myth, but it's not going to be the case. Tickleton will take the last flight for the Falcons as they will go down in 12th. They're out the road. That does open up a bit of space here. The Arena can move in. Nixie potentially looking to try and find some cover as he launches forward towards Twisted Minds. And Mere Action versus Mere Action.
This is a really tough situation because everybody's got to move to the south of this road, and there are two solos, both from Expendables and Na'Vi, locked into pits on the way to that spot. So there is going to be some snake strikes, despite also having to get rid of each other to make that move between 17 Twisted Minds and the teams here on the outside. VP, beautiful grenade. Oh, almost perfectly balanced, but the mortars will support it. I don't know how you... Twisted Minds just laying down and hoping for the best, Mark.
Yeah, the VP extending towards Twisted Minds. Have they got zeroed in on 17? I know they're using the ridge to their advantage, but they've got to be cautious. Any point, 17 can activate, come over the top and apply pressure. T1 clearing up DNS Supers as obviously they work their way in and out of kind of that power grid area. Nice move here from VP, but everybody's left Myth alone.
Everybody has left them alone. Again, it's not worth the effort. So you got the fights on the north as they fight for who gets to be the northern dominant team. VP goes for a long wrap to the road, which I absolutely like. 17 watches it happen. T1 goes bananas on Petrichor, and they're deleted from the game.
They are deleted from the game. Beamy, peekaboo over the top. Myth trying to backfill this in the sea of colour down that southeast corner is huge. Luke Wright hits the spray. 17 has to get to the base of the towers. They've got to continue to apply pressure, but it's Myth. Kiss is causing huge amounts of damage towards VP.
Why not, right? The battle for MVP rages. Kiss's competitor Scappy is dead, so now Kiss's only goal is to win. It's like they're fighting against themselves at this point. Na'Vi eliminated here as they fall off in the late game. 17 pinned down by an aggressive Virtus Pro. This is the VP that should have been here on day one, Mark. Active, proactive, under rotations, backfilling spots, playing aggressively. And only now it begins.
Yeah, well, you've got to climb the leaderboard, mate. It doesn't mean a win if you've been winning from day number one. You've got to take the win from the bottom. Made in Thailand, launching forward. They've moved the other way. It's tactical. You've got to think Mir, thinking big picture here. There goes the flash. Has to try and dig himself in towards the trenches. T1 knows who they're fighting, and now they reposition.
Super's out of the game. You see T1 come in here. Jake.
It's not the Formula 1 show. Jeez.
Right? But like he did that with the grenade because at the end of the day, he has no risk. They can play whatever way they want, and they're in a great spot. Great job eliminating our leaders. Myth is out yet again. New 4 in the back. It's going to be anyone's legend, T1 VP, and the Expendables. So the Expendables is sort of just gripping on the outside with a solo. Tanvu will keep crawling forward.
We'll keep crawling forward. They have taken that position, so good little trench they found. T1 obviously using the shack for anyone's legend. Obviously anyone's legend has rotated around that sort of north side, so they do have 2 bodies they need to get in. And for GTE, they can potentially hold that out from Tanvu. Boys from anyone's legends have got a decision to make which way they rotate in.
Look at that hard-hitting analysis coming from the VP coaches there on the sidelines as they watch their 2 remaining players try to salvage some points out of this one. Anyone's legend has 4 up. They're at 33 points, 16th place. Not what we expected after the finals last week. So anyone's legend, I think, needs to put up some numbers. Oh! Tanvu!
No, he took a tumble! He took a tumble! He jumped out the car too early! I don't know if he expected. I think he wanted to hit the car, but it's like little peekaboo underneath. That's what they needed. Correxy. Well, he's left to his own. He's a final player here for VP, but it has been a takeaway game for them, and their winner chicken dinner percentage, it crumbles.
It absolutely crumbles. Down they go. And, it was that solo, that snake that'll get you, as the Expendables and VP are now down to 1. Anyone's legend versus T1. Anyone's legend says, we don't need the top of the circle. We're crossing the road. And they use this time to incur upon the south.
There goes somebody from him, Asto, trying to charge forward. End on the other side, though. Grenade comes through, does the damage that allowed him to sort of back away. For VP, corrects. He has the opportunity now to move in. T1, multiple fights and multiple fronts. For anyone's legend, they're getting a complete pass as they got 4 bodies up. And Corexy, he has an explosive ending. And that's a big fist bump, though, from the coaches from VP.
They know that they had a good run, and now it's anyone's legend's chance to clean up. T1 crawling, Expendables hoping. Take it home, legends. It's about time we see you rise up.
It's about time they rise up. Don't count out Tanvu though. He's got the eye on, but it's a 1 versus 1. Guys, team up, fight. Anyone's legend. They're coming to the other side. The Molly, when it takes to flight though, Tanvu pays for the peak and it's Delwyn on the other side. Molly would have been perfect. Now it's a 4 versus 1.
Delwyn was like, I'm not letting you have this kill, and zoops it away at the last possible second. He ends up over the top, gets shot in the head, and that is the end of it. Anyone's legend in the race for the final last weekend. One of the best that we saw, now struggling to get out of the bottom, and they managed to do it finally with this chicken dinner. Anyone's legend, maybe anyone's dark horses, but at least they're getting some points on the board. Let's bring back James and Martin to talk about that match where once again, destructible terrain plays a big role.
Yeah, anyone's legend here with the fight back. Just another 100 points, and they might be able in these next couple of games to get them. No, it's been a rough one, but they look like they're in high spirits as well here. A good win for them on Miramar. What do you think about it, Martin?
Yeah, it's obviously rough when we started this game with them being 18 points behind 15th place. They're so far dead last. But now with the 20 points here, they're going to be able to catch up and maybe jump a little bit because there's still ramifications when it comes to the prize pool. A couple more $1,000 once you kind of repel yourself up the leaderboard there.
Yeah, of course, if they can get higher, maybe a few more PGS points on the board, Mark, would mean that, of course, their position's pretty much unassailable at the top, towards the top of those PGS standings at least, so they should be getting another slot for their region as long as they go through with these PGS points.
Yeah, look, and you mentioned it in the pre-show, a lot of these teams will also be thinking about other avenues. Where do they kind of get to the next stage, the next major event? And look, when it comes down to it, when obviously everyone jumps out the plane, I think the focus point is trying to get the win. And we're seeing that from these teams and it's trying to maximize the players. But there's a lot of people watching, waiting to see where the final leaderboard finishes up.
Yeah, good practice for them as well. And as if you get to 13th, then suddenly you're getting yourself a little bit more prize pool out, and then it kind of goes up 1,000 each time here. So for the Anyone's Legends boys, if we can scrap for a little bit more prize pool, that would be good. But the mid pack is so dense here, Toppies, and right now, honestly, they still kind of sit outside that mid pack here. Does Anyone's Legend?
Also, like, I'm not letting them off the hook with this chicken dinner. They came into this game with 23 points, which is less points after 11 games than at least 5 teams got on one match during this weekend, right?
Okay.
So, like, yay, chicken dinner, but I'm not letting you off the hook when, like, you came into this with less points than most teams get in one match. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, considering they were so close to actually winning PGS 5 as well, and 17 gaming pipping them at the post at the end, but it's 20 points going their way. Virtus Pro, though, suddenly, once again, Avenger, EMEA suddenly decides to show up in this last day here. 13 kills for the boys.
Yeah, they're able to rack up huge amount of kills there. Maybe a little bit more if Nixie didn't go down and die to one of the guys on the lower ground, but still, they could have had a big one. There's a lot of teams, a lot of third parties. Overall, this fight was weird. Twisted Mind should also have gotten way more points considering this is home turf circle, but that hard shift towards Power Grid was absolutely huge. And with 34 points lead, with just a few games to go here, I think it's unlikely, but look how close the rest is. Even for Gen G, Crazy Raccoon, it's very likely that they're able to jump multiple placements.
How did nobody on that south side decide to themselves, you know what? Made in Thailand, wounded. Let's kill them off before the placement points. No! Let's leave them, Mark.
VP tried. VP did try. Let's not take that away from them. They applied pressure, but the next ridge was pretty hard for them. And for some reason, they knew that Twisted Minds was bleeding at the bottom of the hill. So mortar-fire grenades and a full push went their way. So I think they got a bit distracted, but Myth able to get away.
Yeah, Himas taking the 4 here for this one. Not bad at all, with Delwyn taking 2, Sololzi taking 3. Overall here for Anyone's Legend, who actually towards the end of that game, Toffees really kind of seized control, right? Having a lot of their guys up on the north side and then being able to take control of the road side on the south a little further. I like those moves. It's just coming a bit late in the tournament.
Well, as we take a quick look at Ian, who got the man of the match due to those kills, it was a little spread out in that one. I do think that's the moment for Anyone's Legend we should talk about, because that's the Anyone's Legend who was fighting for second last week. They were making proactive attacks, right? They had the north of the ridge. We talked about a north-south battle, sort of building it up. They moved early. They saw the fight. They transitioned over on the west side, and they took that aggressive tact and gave up what they would have had as the quote-unquote winning position to take an aggressive position. That's the Anyone's Legend that wins championships. All this weekend, they've looked like just a toes-in-the-water team not crossing that road.
Yeah.
So that's at least a glimmer of them. They went home last night and went, this isn't us. Let's be us. And I like seeing them play as them.
I like that. Look in the mirror, do a little shabba, and there we go. All right. Okay, right. It's time to go to a break. When we return here, we have got only 3 more games remaining to see if anyone can catch up with main talent, but probably not. We'll see you in a few.
And then he just stood up like right next to us out of a hole that none of us saw, and we were like, he's there, he's on us. Like,
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Patch Talk with Bella. Today's guest is
Tiggleton, Team Falcons.
Battlegrounds, Team Twisted Minds.
Great teamwork. Way to throw you guys off balance. We're going to be talking about Destructible Terrain. When it first came out, what were your thoughts?
It took a little bit of adjusting to get used to it. We have a comm now, it's Minecraft. That means like look out for any miners around you with the pickaxe. And because we were pulling up on top of hills and there would be like 4 Brazilian guys up there in holes and we would get terminated. And we were like, we need to study this.
Do you think it would actually be like a game-changing update?
It's definitely game-changing because it's just so much more cover and people are in spots that you would never expect it. And like, for example, I mortar people all the time, and now when I mortar people, if I miss, they have like a whole new crater to go and play in. So
homemaker.
Yeah, literally.
Right. What about you?
Already just every game I dig a hole for IGL to just lay down and I can spend 10 minutes in map thinking of what should I do next. So I'm already using it.
What's the most difficult thing about it that you had to adjust to? Just people mining?
Yeah, it's just like people could be anywhere. Like yesterday, in the last day of finals, we had a game where we were like pulling up in a spot and we knew there was a 4 AM guy alive somewhere, but we didn't know where exactly. And then he just stood up like right next to us out of a hole that none of us saw, and we were like, he's there, he's on us! Like, we just had no idea that he could even be there.
Very unfortunate moments when we are driving through like our rotation and there was a red zone. There's like very big holes and your car is not expected to go through it.
Yeah.
So those cars, yeah.
Then what is the one thing that you would want refined for our next patch update then?
For me, it's like the hitbox of the craters. Sometimes like I can see people's head, but like with the destruction, like I can't shoot them. So like just the hitbox, and I think it's okay. Also, the pickaxe needs to have like durability, or maybe like not even be like a thing. There's just too many like random like 90-degree divots that people are prone in. It's a bit hard to play against.
What's behind that smile?
I'm balancing between joking, like I feel like if I joke about something, it might be real. So I'm not sure if I should say that like that. I would love to dig much bigger holes underground.
You want an underground channel?
Nah. It might be funny, right? Yeah, I'm joking.
Okay. Thank you for joining me today, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
In one of the harshest conditions on Earth, which team will be forged by flames at PUBG at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, nice swing around by Sozid. He had 2 players lined up. Fantastic execution on the part of Virtus.pro, but a dirty angle from Tiggleton. Tries to spot one out. He gets the spray down, doesn't get the knock.
He's not done yet. He wants more. He's gonna go down. Game start, win, take the round.
Alrighty, 2 games down, 3 games remaining here. Nobody shut down Made in Thailand towards the south of that circle. They got a few cheeky kills here and there, but now they're at 114 points. Flying high for this tournament, flying high for the next game. But before we get to our next game, let's check in with good old EN from T1, looking awesome for the Korean team.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with T1's Ian. Almost got the chicken. It seems like the middle upper pack of the leaderboard is very tight today. Every match definitely matters. Well, it's important to leave no regrets on the table. What are your thoughts on the day today? 이제 8위에서 4위로 중상위권이 되게 촘촘한 상황에서도 이렇게 추격을 성공해 나가시고 있습니다. 매 경기가 지금 되게 중요한 만큼 후회 없이 플레이하는 게 중요할 것 같거든요. 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어볼 수 있을까요?
저희가 준비한 게임을 하려고 이제 계속 하다 보니까 이렇게 조금씩 따라잡고 있는 것 같습니다.
The game plan that we had coming into today, we were mainly focused on unpacking that and bringing that onto the server, and I think that's what worked its magic for our first match of the day. And you're only 1 point apart behind the second place Petrichor Road. How confident are you to carry this momentum and possibly take the trophy home at the end of the day? 이제 2위인 페루와 1점 차이밖에 안 나는 지금 현 상황인데 그만큼 기세를 꾸준하게 가져가면 추격 가능하거든요. 얼마나 자신 있으실까요?
저희가 준비한 대로만 한다면 충분히 따라잡을 수 있을 것 같고 최선을 다하겠습니다.
더 말해줄 수는 없나요?
네.
비밀? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna we're gonna bring our game plan on, and I asked him, can you give us a little bit more? And he said it was a secret. All right, thank you, Ian. 감사합니다. 화이팅!
감사합니다.
No fighting from Ian there, just the Kamsamnida. But I didn't have on my bingo card here that T1 Toffees would be able to overlap where Supers currently is and try and challenge for the podium as well.
Shocked by that, but also not surprised to see them move 5 spots, be in third, and still seem super depressed during the interview. Because like, where do you go now?
They could have won that game.
Right? That's a tough one. I will say I like seeing them make those moves. They're a team that I didn't expect to sort of thrive up. We started it this weekend. We said, where is Korea? This is the teams we thought in general be really thriving in TPP, and we had a little bit of a fall off. So to see teams like T1 showing some real signs here at the end, I think is actually exciting when we look at the future of PUBG, not necessarily the finals here today.
All right, let's get into our next match then here from our Koreans getting far in these games. Now to the Korean Peninsula here. Taego on the cards. It is time to Taego. We'll talk to Mark and Toffees after this game. Me and Avenger will bring you match 13 of the Grand Finals.
And it is time to Taego, James. I do love it when we do have these kind of planes where it goes over Gangneung, we go close to airport, close to shipyard. I do love looting airport. There's a good amount of loot there, but also it's likely we're going to get one of those northern circles here. That's the tendency when we finishes over here on the northern side. It could be a go-dog ending. We'll see if this is DN Super's game, though. They need to have big games to be able to catch Mythia, and this could be the one, considering they're going to be going go-dog.
Yeah, I do think that there's probably no talent in the history of this game that's covered more go-doc endings than me and you, considering how many we had to do during all of this. But yeah, we will see. We will see if it goes up there. I'll be excited to see it once again. It's a crazy landmark, right? Like the disparity and differences between north of the road and south side of the road. How many teams can co-inhabit it as well? But now 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds, they know exactly who is dropping alongside them, so they will be just warding off one another. Neither team really wants to fight each other here. And I guess we'll wait for Rondo, where for some reason Twisted Minds and Nari likes fighting each other now in 2026.
Yeah, for some reason. Unknown to man, as 17 Gaming tries to get into a little bit of a better spot and trying to get some loot here. We do get the amount of pizza circle we've seen here so far in these PGS has been absolutely insane. Up by that Twisted Minds area. This could be their chance to fight back and maybe get some more points. They're currently looking good to jump into that upper pack to be able to strike towards that top 3 in podium finishes.
Would be nice. Would be nice. Let's see. Made in Thailand. Oh, gosh. I mean, they've been able to play these kinds of circles so well in the past as well. Like, really kind of taking some checkpoint locations, positioning themselves either side of what is that little river that kind of digs into the east side of this circle and then eventually becomes kind of a dry bed river, right? But Made in Thailand's been able to navigate that very well beyond. As we're now on here with Supers, who is alongside the Expendables in Godok of all places. Won't be ending here like we were potentially musing about earlier. But DN Supers has got some work to do. Don't want to be losing anybody early here to the Expendables, because that will really slow you down on an entry point to a circle like this, when realistically you want to be getting over the river.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to lock down some of that high ground terrain early on. Here you see a lot of teams moving in. As you see the highlights from the last one here, Twisted Minds obviously getting the western side of San Martin, but then it shifted towards Power Grid. And what a crazy circle it was. VP being able to gatekeep and get a lot of kills from that spot, pushing themselves further towards that podium.
I do wonder what would have occurred if we'd have got some hard shift south or something like that, right, for anyone's legend who did walk away with the win. Because as soon as the circles continued to shift in their favor here up to the northwest to actually encompass their ridgeline as well as the roadside, there was a surefire way for anyone's legend to be able to work with this game, considering everybody had gambled on that south side of the road. But these were nice transitions. You can see them on the right-hand side of your screen as well. This was an important move for them to make happen against T1, considering how much T1 had just like slaughtered everyone's chances on the south side.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Tanwu also in a spot where he could lock down some of the areas. Nixie went in, and they could have gotten a little bit more points, but it's a little bit unfortunate for them. Yeah, and I was hoping for a Godok circle to kind of spice this up a little bit. A lot of teams was in there. Arena, Expendables, JNG, T1, Crazy Raccoon, even VP, of course, and Young Chung, they're home. But with this circle here, another Twisted Minds home turf circle. Let's see if they can line it up and get more points out of this. Myth 28.
Whoa,
I
no
doubt
way.
it. I doubt it.
I mean, again, they've been predicted #1 in every game for the last 8 games, Avenger. So actually, no, it's been longer than that.
Yeah,
I've given up on that. I've given up completely.
I want to see a list of the experts. I want to see that. There's some bias maybe
Thai
going on
flags
here.
next to them.
Oh, there's a lot going on here. Cat Cass are coming in like, oh, what the chaos?
Zeophias. Oh, interest. Okay, hello.
But yeah, of course, it's with what it's looking like right now, you're expecting them to win games here to close the championship potentially. But I'll say this, I've been happy with them having a little bit of a slump in the first couple of games. But with this circle, sometimes you also see that ship going super far northeast and crossing the river. I should take a look back at Ian getting that man of the match in the last one. T1 obviously trying to strike back, trying to make moves, and Korea obviously striking towards that podium finish here as they are 3rd and 4th place right now.
Been a real treat to watch Ian's career, quite honestly, across some of these years, and even now in 2026, still able to step up to the plate and hit it out of the park. Really cool to see here as T1 in general. I've always had really good hopes for this roster. I think they've been a pleasure to watch in some instances. Yes, they kind of floundered, especially in some moments in 2025. Some moments in PWSs here and there as well. Sure. But yeah, that now they're once again in 3rd place here in this tournament, 1 point shy of Petrichor Road. They will be going through to EWC via those PGS points as well. So good stuff from them.
All right, James, we are halfway through in a couple of games of our PGS and global set of tournaments so far this year, right?
Yes.
What do you think? Who is the strongest region right now? And so far what we've seen, like we're looking at halfway towards PGC, we're looking at going to Esports World Cup so far. Do you have a region set in mind, like that you're thinking is the big one? I was hoping for not to see too many fights just yet, and okay, Twist Minds that didn't get disengaged from this spot here. Like, they're running, they're running.
Obviously, I still think EMEA is up there, even though we've had a hard time in this one so far.
Sure.
I think that, you know, obviously some of these can be a blip. And again, if you're away from home as long as they've been, I think that will actually weigh on you quite a bit. Happy to see the way in which Thailand and Vietnam are doing here so far as well. It's difficult. Actually, I couldn't peg exactly which region I would say which is the favorite, right? Because suddenly China comes out and has 3 teams that can do really well, even though they haven't really in this one. It's difficult. Do you have a definitive answer? Because right now I don't, now that I'm thinking about it.
I don't. We've been all over the place. You're sure Myth might be looking to take 2 of the PGSs this year, which is extremely impressive. The only repeat winner to have it this year. Obviously, there's some repeat PGS winners, but that's from former eras too. Looking straight up here, great information from Lou here as Red Zone is not going to get him knocked out. You say Vietnam. Yes, I'm happy to see how Vietnam has been performing so far, considering I'm going to PNC and playing towards 75% of anyone's legends. Looking at the leaderboard, the left side of the leaderboard. Considering what they did last year, they were absolute utter domination. They might do again, but I think PNC and Esports World Cup it's up for grabs. Like it's extremely difficult to be consistent so far, and even with 15 games played, I'm excited to see who's going to be able to lock it down. And with more representation from EMEA, I think it's likely we're going to see podium. But I could see anyone win Esports World Cup. I could see anyone win PGC at the end of the year by what we've seen so far. But more consistent usually comes through by the end of the year, and also more points comes in from PGS once we go to the later circuits. So I'm excited to see that continue. Also, some teams are just learning so much quicker. Twisted Minds has historically been one of those. Supers has been one of those too. So let's take a look at how that fight is going to go with these 2 teams.
Yeah, Lou, you need a little bit more on the board here compared to what you've done so far here in this final. He actually gets into the car! What is insane? Oh my god, what a maneuver here. And that really actually threw DN Supers for a little bit of a loop there. Rex is down here to 17 Gaming, also getting in a bit of this action. As example, shot some shots forwards, but DL does take him down with the nade. Lou, I cannot believe what you just did there with the seat swap overall with that going on. And Twisted Minds here is still weathering a little bit of this storm. They've lost Example, but also DN Supers has lost Rex thanks to Batulin stealing that away.
That was crazy. They basically traded cars as well. Huge nade from Human, finds 172 damage to Batulins. Now the engagement from more teams are coming in too. Lukaruk's actually being engaged a little bit, trying to third party this fight, trying to take big names out of this lobby.
Is Lou playing PUBG? Is he practicing for Grand Theft Auto 6 when that comes out? Because he just hopped in the car and tried to steal it away while this is going on. That was wild. I don't think I've seen that going into a smoke. But cool stuff to potentially deny any kind of attack that was coming your way. As now we take still a little bit of a look-see here. Wembois are going to be shooting some shots forwards here. I think this fight may stalemate here a little bit. With Batulin's down, Twisted Minds wants to disengage and get out of dodge.
Yeah, another home turf circle here. Rough for Twisted Minds to lose players like this. They can try to go and fight for some of the recall area here, but 17 has taken this aggressively as Xiaowu is reinforcing now to get back to this. This is such an important spot. Sure, the circle one, we can go super far east, and let's just say we can call the winners of Myth. If this one goes east, they're going to win the tournament and lock that down with the amount of points they're going to be getting. But the majority of the teams are in this pizza slice that Nixie and the guys is occupying the northern side of.
Yeah, not a whole lot of movement from Myth yet, but it might just not matter. The circle goes towards this location, and Virtus Pro finds themselves dead center. Irina coming in with an emergency pickup, but let's check in with Virtus Pro, who has just got themselves a shift. Let's see what they're talking about.
Going back to him.
Go in towards the
I'm just full open,
People on the other side of the bridge now.
I mean, if you think you can, then don't. Like, you can always group up compound and play out. It's good if you keep space.
land on us. They're going more east, I think. They're going south.
Yeah, going to the, like, plateau green. We can be killed. Go to them, Nix.
One more EP. No one.
Can you shoot it for right, okay?
Be careful, guys, your compound maybe. Be careful, compound.
Alright, we're trying to lock down that compound as much as possible there, as they did drop on top, straight on Genji, and Bean unfortunately runs himself over here, but Irina should be taking some casualties here, considering they had to drop in the middle of the open with some teams in line of sight.
Yeah, no, Falcons trying to get into some closer spots. Irina's taking a lot of damage, and they're on the cusp here, falling to 9th place. Gustav finds Pathampong, D finds the confirmation on Lyrics. If they fall too much deeper, they could fall out of that race for Esports World Cup, as they're the only ones to try to get in by their own grace at the moment.
That is a very good point, because I think, coming into this tournament, they were in 10th place, right?
Yeah,
so just on the cusp. If E-Arena somehow doesn't make something work, you're totally on the money. Oh my god, we got to keep an eye on that as time goes on, because now they're completely wounded in this game. It was a desperate move here with the emergency pickup to try and get themselves a good place, considering there's still a lot of water in place, considering there's still a divide on this circle as well, with some water actually separating it. So difficult times call for tough measures. Opons with a molly as he takes down Salute. Of course it's Opons doing something here for E-Arena, trying to get them out of dodge, but that should be him gone. E-Arena down and out. 10th through the bottom here is going to be looking to leapfrog the White Rabbits.
Yeah, and if Gen G and Crazy Raccoon or in potentially 17 Gaming is able to do that, if they fall 2 more places here, James, to 11th, and 4AM stay put, 4AM grabs the spot away from them, and that's extremely unfortunate. T-Arena has been looking good. They're obviously doing extremely well. Podium finish in the first circuit final, and now falling down to 9th here. Sure, one good game could propel you up really far up the leaderboard, considering only 12 points from 2nd place right now.
Yeah, just to clarify that, they were in 9th place with E-Arena, whilst Twisted Minds is in 10th. So yeah, I was getting the 2 pink logos mixed up. Whilst we take a look at exactly what's going on here for Falcons, still some deployable cover coming down. They were being mortared a little bit by these teams. I kind of like where 4AM here is underneath the bridge for the most part. They're digging down as well. Technically, there's some lines of sight that could actually see some of those dips, so they were smoking some of that up. But I think they're relying on the fact that a lot of these teams are preoccupied with other teams as opposed to looking in their direction.
Absolutely. Now with Falcons locking down this spot, I actually like the amount of area they have, the amount of spots that's kind of locked down, the mortars, the nades, everything. It's very playable for them if they spread out just a little bit and doesn't get mortared here, with obviously the next circle can go anywhere, but still eventually in circle 4 is going to go away from water. Really lots of good spots here with the Doritos also laying around here. Let's see where we go for the next circle, James. Take us into it.
Yeah, if it goes west, then that is going to be dicey for Made in Thailand. They are still in, but it does feel like that circle may end up leaning towards the pizza slice here. So Made in Thailand, if they get fortunate and somehow get a bit of a shift on this next one, it's probably all said and done here, but we will see. We will see. Now, as some of these teams on the south side moving a little bit frantically here to try and find themselves a spot, it's going to be Vitality. They see the Expendables trying to go through the dry bed of this river at the moment, taking a few shots here to get drops, but nothing connecting. They need to get a hustle on as well. They're not in the circle right now.
And also them stopping here actually leaves it so Expendables gets ahead of them, and they could then turn around and gatekeep Vitality. It's a little bit rough for Vitality to get into this. The 17 is also looking their direction. Perfectix finds Raining with an M24 headshot. That's huge. As other teams are trying to get some shots towards Petrico Road as they drive by. They're going to be driving straight to mid here. That could be a pull-up or a third party happening. Bimas driving on that eastern side too. I foresee a south-southwest shift as well here, so Myth might be having a big fight and a big push to try to get across the bridge or even into the water.
Yeah, a tough one. A tough time indeed. At the same time here, Petrichor Road wrapping around them as well. That's one of the teams that's on the chase here against Made in Thailand. So they're kind of taking a bit of an interesting angle on this circle because they got Chewy completely divided away from them of Petrichor Road, which is... This is not a normal playbook strategy coming out from Petrichor Road at all, but let's see what they can get done with it. 4am now runs into Expendables, or I should say the vice versa. Expendables ran into them. See what they can get done here. Has some MMA already knocks down Huang F. Will we be able to see anything peek on over the way? Not quite likely just yet.
Oh, that's an absolute beautiful baseball thrown directly at Clarice. Expendables is falling apart a little bit here for them, and 4am actually locking down a really good area. They're taking along the ridges here with the water, it's the D border. You're not able to drive this area here, so it's very good for them now. Chewy looking straight at his countryman. I had no idea. Glass is gonna fall quite quickly here. Crazy Raccoon falling down, and they're in 12th place right now with 59 points. With a good game, they could jump up big places here, but they need to get this resurgence going.
Yeah, this is a bit of a joker position for Chewy because the thing is that there was no vehicles here for this to have been spotted. So this casualty for Crazy Raccoon, I feel for them. They couldn't have known anyone was lurking around. There was no noise made, no nothing. But now Na'Vi here, rocking up against Twisted Minds once again. West fighting the West as Lou will be taken down by Hakatori straight away on this pull-up. Pectic's going to have to get out of dodge here to keep the hopes alive for Twisted Minds. Kind of finding themselves middle of the pack right now. Boostic does knock Guming though in the distance for DN Supers, also in the hunt here somehow, some way. They're going to take some casualties too.
Yeah, well, we were having big hopes for both Petrichor Road and DN Supers, and they have not had the best of days so far. It's a little bit unfortunate that it's the whole mid-pack that's just trying to chase, trying to get into that podium. And now with that circle here we're talking about, is probably going to go south and contain some water still, but it's the main island, and Myth is going to have to make moves.
Makes you think, do they try and go and gamble for the riverside and then try and go for a swim on over? Because I think the bridge is going to be so dangerous for Made in Thailand. At the same time, some of these teams on the west also have to make a move. Petrichor Road wrapped all the way around on the east side and then swam over to Chewy. It is a bonkers play that they've gone for here, but somehow it's working. They're still alive. They did get that one kill off of Crazy Raccoon. As now Hakatori and the boys here on the west side trying to get the recovery going. Now they do know, though, that teams have moved in above them, which will cause them some problems. Yeah, he's very scared about trying to get that res off by the looks of things.
Yeah, and this western side is going to be extremely contested. Now Myth driving to pull up as well from Gen G and Supers. Korea fighting each other. D finds Steel, Heaven finds Soul. A trade for trade, knock for knock here. Human, huge to push into this one. Damage done, though. D finds Human.
More damage coming on forwards here. The car does explode. So Gumin finishes that off. Genji is done once again. Not much hope on the Genji camp or the Genji faces at the moment. They are floundering here. As now PO does take down Gumin, get that steal away as well. So, jeez, it couldn't go much worse for Genji. They end up in that fight, get a knock here and there, get stolen away anyway. As Crazy Raccoon still moving in on this west side of them. 17 Gaming has a lot of room on that south side. Of course, they're far down the tables as well. Now Petrichor Road in the north is shooting towards 4am, and technically Myth could take some shots there as well. So Myth could steal away some of that from Petrichor Road. We'll see.
Petrichor Road, a lot of them fighting, falling right now. Himas finds the Vences flush. And with how the teams are lined up, so much space towards the middle, actually, as we were talking about it, James, here, with north being contested, west is contested, south is being held by 17, and Anyone's Legends trying to get in by the ridges here. Anyone's Legends and Myth potentially gonna fight eventually, as Petrichor Road also tries to get in.
See what Boostic and the boys can do. Now trying to stab their way into this circle as well. Crazy Raccoon spotted over the edge here, and Lookarooks does not PO. So that means now Crazy Raccoon is stuck between a rock and a hard place, you'd think, up there. As looks like still Boostic looking for an opportunity to do a little bit of damage as we take an overlook at where the DN Supers boys are. Currently, as I said before, still on the chase. Scappy finds one. I-26 down. Just any little trickle of points here for Myth. It has been a slow day start for Myth, but it does not matter. They know that they don't need much to make this work, and gosh, they're agonizingly slow on this east side. I understand why, right? Because you're going to have to just crash into the water maybe and try and swim? Is that the play? Where are we going?
Yeah, next circle actually goes northwest here. No water in effect here, but still 4AM's position is being reinforced with the drops. And
it's shallow.
Yeah, it's actually huge. I'll say this though, Myth getting a little bit of space on the eastern side here. It's going to be an anyone's Legends or Vitality that's going to have to try to hold them out here as Kiss finds Delwyn. Shen goes down to Wang F2.
Yeah, I forgot that part was shallow. So they've just been able to drive across and get actually 2 cars across here. Jacob and Kiss with the anchor point, and now, of course, they are still being watched, though. So it's not all said and done just yet. They actually have some crates ahead of them, but that's more in the 4AM camp than anything. Sololzy would love to have done some damage here against Made in Thailand, but doesn't quite get much done.
Absolutely. And now, with Myth getting his eastern side hold here, they might be able to get a few more points. And I contemplated, is second place even going to be breaking triple digits here, James? It feels like second place is not even going to break the 2 first days points threshold that Myth had. So it's just a mid-pack jumping up to the podium. It's going to be even more contested towards the middle.
God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? If we could just discount 5 games and a team still wins the tournament, that would be bonkers, but we will see. We will see as now Monet's coming against T1 here. Now a big push on forwards as Vitality's trying to defend the location here. Anyone's Legend made for a bit of a mad dash themselves. Nade forwards as well to try and slow this down, as they would love to get Quizzy back up. It's going to be very difficult to do that, though, so they tried to weather the storm on multiple fronts. They've taken multiple rocks here against the position of Hello My Bad and Ged rocks, but they're actually holding on okay. Oh my god, Scappy. Just any little extra points Myth can do here is just another feather in the cap.
Absolutely. It's going so fast here. Scabby tries to find more damage done as well to Vitality as they try to resist and hold back. That's not a nade that's close enough, I feel like. It's going to go into the smokes. Tanu gets found as well. It's a Mehmet down. Twisted Minds out in 14th place for a home turf circle. That's insane.
Made in Thailand still making a really good run of it. They've come in, I feel like, at just the right time on this east side. It's the perfect entry point and an entry opportunity here. Ming Ming down. That is Petrichor Road gone. And now DN Super is only 2 alive. Is it time for T1 to continue lighting up that west side and try and go for an insane run themselves? But Baron and Jacob take some extra kills. As I say, the trickle is slowly turning into a stream here for Myth now on this day 3.
Yeah, now up to 118, and Onyx finds Type. Crazy Raccoon engages in some of this fight here on this western side, trying to fend off T1. Trying to get a little bit of space created. PO gets found by Lokarooks here. A lot of fire coming in. BB trying to maintain the control of that northern side. They have a lot of space too. Him is out. Anyone's Legends out on 11th place here. And now we're down to just 10 teams here with 33 alive.
Nobody's going to be taking this. Oh, Pio actually has 20 kills in 3rd place, so that's kind of a noteworthy moment there. But now Myth encompasses 3 of the top 4 positions, with Baron now joining them as well up there here. 118 points so far for Myth. Kiss with 5,000 damage done. Even Tanvu can't keep up at the moment at 4.3k. My question marks remain around if T1 can do something from that west side. Just a little bit. Of course, they do have 1 man down, but they've been looking good so far here throughout the day to look for this catch-up. Hello My Bad does knock Jacob. Okay, maybe we can stem the tide. No, never mind. Kiss gets
Hello My Bad. From some of these teams in the mid-pack, and it's still doable here, but Kiss finds Hello My Bad. Hackator finds Ian as Inonix and Crazy Raccoon is trying to repel these pushes from T1. Raining Heather low, has to heal. Heather loses her first aid kits, try to push into this spot here. Gustav finds Chan Chan on the other side as 17 and Falcons is also fighting with each other.
Big nade folds into that smoke, not too bad at all. And there's now 17 Gaming still trying their very best to get rid of them. We'll send a molly forwards against that, knowing they might actually clip him. Mortar's coming down as well. Crazy Raccoon actually did a lot of damage to T1 and actually did take them out upon them pushing into their position. Technically, Crazy Raccoon had the benefit of a better spot in that circle and shuts that down that push. But Na'Vi, can we get anything done here from this? The problem is Myth still alive on the east side. They were one of the only teams coming in from the east side of this river, and they've got 7 kills. Again, they couldn't have made a more perfect entry to it, considering that the circle was against them.
Absolutely. Oh, Hackator finds it. Yuan goes down. Navi's up to 5 kills here. Boostig is potentially resible here from this spot, but the circle is pushing them. They're gonna have to push DN Supers. They're gonna have to push 17. And now Myth is crossing, trying to get into some space here, trying to get the rest of the kills on Vitality, as they've had a fight as well. 7 kills, top 8 here. A lot of points are getting in, and it's almost done for Myth.
Yeah, not bad from Falcons there to try and get them a few more extra points, but now Quizzy here goes up against the brutality and the regime that Made in Thailand has been able to set in this lobby. And guess what? The tyranny will not stop just yet. And even though Scappy is down, Quizzy with a good nade there to be able to slow it down. But again, I don't think that there's going to be much more at all with, of course, Quizzy gone. Now Myth, Made in Thailand, 123 points, 8 kills go their way. Everybody else on the high ground is kind of just fighting each other, ignoring the idea that Myth is getting this recovery off and will be able to stage even more assaults from the east side.
If they get this recovery off and they get 4 guys strong and they maintain the control on the eastern side, they're just going to close out the whole tournament in game 13 of 15. 2 games earlier than our ultimate game here. That's going to be crazy. Let's see this next circle here. West. Make it a hard time, I think, for them to win this tournament.
Throw anything at them. The kitchen sink. Rip all of the appliances out and throw them at Myth somehow, some way, because they are the landlords. And they've got to be shut down, but it's not going to happen at all. Faris, though, does take down Zhao Wu, and a little bit of an aid against them as well. Na'Vi, the few kills here. Not doing too bad. The thing is, Virtus Pro eventually is probably just going to say, hey guys, by the way, we're really good at the video game and we're just going to come in and win this game. We'll see. It could boil down to a 4v4 between Virtus Pro as well as Made in Thailand here. That being said, though, Deal and Heaven might have something to say about it. Qrexy and Lucarux down. Nades forwards against the position of Nixie. And that is a great molly here to connect with him.
Yeah, Heaven sends Nixie back to Heaven with that, and Beamy's going to be the last one here. They're maintaining a really good amount of control on this western side. Kiss continues to steal, and he's now up and putting Myth into 9 kills. DN Super's trying to maintain the control of the western side here. A little bit of rough terrain for VP as they get the points confirmed too. Beamy does find Kiss here, takes our kill leader and damage leader down.
It's funny because Korea started off the day showing us a graphic of, okay, mission defeat Made in Thailand, and they showed us DN Supers and Petrichor Road. I'm sorry, guys, because that's wrong. It is now 1 versus 15, and all these other teams have currently got no chance at dealing with Made in Thailand. They are on an absolute tear.
Yeah, and then it's from 2nd place to 12th, just 22 points difference from Gen G to DN Supers. DN Supers trying to hold on to this place here to maintain and get another spot for Korea. As DN Supers obviously looking to close this game out. I think it's unlikely. I think it's going to be Myth here. They're the only team with full 4-man strong. They're maintaining a lot of control on this eastern side.
And again, you know, you look at them on the other side of the river, they were one of the only teams over there, and yet they've still been able to find a great entry point, really bide their time, look fantastic whilst doing it. There is no disputing the class that they have brought here to PGS 6 so far, and we get to watch another 2 games to see if they can push it even further and break some records.
Yeah, even break just Virtus Pro's record from last circuit final. It's just a few more, just 10-ish more points, 12 more points, then it's done. With this game, it might even get them close, as we only have we have 7 teams left alive. We have 9 more placement points to give out, more kills to give out here. This circle actually is perfect for maintaining the eastern control. Beamy finds Spaceman. That's more points for VP2. They pushed themselves into 5th place, even closer to podium.
Alright, Gophers, everyone dig into the ground and hope that the apex predator of this tournament does not find you. Scappy, though, does get knocked here by Shrimzy. Falcon's still got something to say about this. An apex predator in themselves, usually, as they're flying high, looking to dive on some of their prey. And maybe Scappy down. Maybe we can see a little bit of a denial here from against Made in Thailand. Kickstart with 4 again. God, as much as Falcons has had a tough time of it here in these last couple of tournaments, like, Kickstarter still looked fantastic. Knowing that he's IGLing and being able to frag out, it's really good stuff.
Yeah, he has been looking very good. We know he's a capable fragger, and to align that with all the information that he's able to comprehend, he is huge. VP 675 damage and just 1 kill. That feels a little bit wrong, but we
All stolen away.
Yeah, we saw yesterday 2 kills and 25 damage is possible, so the ratios are going completely off for that.
It's been a tough one. Jacob finds Beamy to finish things off as well as Ferris taken to Heaven, taking the fight to him. More nades will go forwards here. Shrimsy does knock Heaven as well, but Navi's completely gone. That is going to be now top 4 making it work. 3 for Made in Thailand, 2 for Falcons, 1 for DN Supers, and somehow, someway, Little Ghost, the little poltergeist himself, has been sat laying low for a little while, and maybe he can't throw any more plates at the wall because some of these nades and shots might take him out here.
Ooh. We're trying. Stun Rates is coming in, and he's trying to survive for as long as possible. Maybe a little bit of shots into that smoke, and he would actually get DN Supers out. But they maintain their hold on to this top position here. See Falcons come in. Kiss finds Deal. Now it's down to a top 3. 2 Falcons, 1 of 17, and it's 3 Myth. They could close this tournament right now. They could break Virtus Pro's record from last circuit finals right now in this game.
Gunnar looking on with bated breath, hoping that Falcons can jump just a little bit higher in these leaderboards and shut down a Titan on the other side of this hill. To say Little Ghost is still alive, technically, here, but I really do feel it's on the duo of the Falcons to try and shut down Myth. As now Jacob just watching his team reposition themselves. Just a little bit of crawling around means that maybe they can find a spot to be able to play with. Still a few Panzerfausts in hand here for these teams.
Yeah. Just trying to bait Jacob to get out of here. Pushes out, gets in. That's an underhand nade. He's just gonna have an easy peek here. Really good peek for Jacob. Panzerfaust.
Oh no.
Jump up, and it's a two potential. Oh, actually hits him, but still damage done. Jacob goes down, and Baron finds Shrimsy. It's Falcons out. 14 kills for Myth. And now 17 is gonna have to make a move.
What a statement. What a statement from Made in Thailand. Little Ghost knows exactly what he's going up against, so you know what? He's just going to go for it. He's going to go through the fire and the flames to see if he can find Made in Thailand, who is setting the lobby ablaze with this one. 134 points, and as soon as they shut down Little Ghost, it might be just that little bit more here. Little Ghost sets up a foldable shield to try and make something work, but Baron sees him straight away. It's another win for Made in Thailand. And ladies and gentlemen, they know that they've done it. They know that they're going to break records, and they know that currently 2026 is theirs. Let's bring Mark and Toffees back in to talk about this one. Toffees, this is Made in Thailand, just looking spectacular.
It is an epic run of mythical proportions, right? Like, I don't think we've seen anything like this in a minute. They're going to pass the record, most likely. But I do think it comes down to everyone doesn't want to mess with them. As we take a look at them and the highlights for dominating, there was a point where I was talking to Mark in the green, and he goes, oh, good, they just got to kill. Everyone's going to know where Myth is. Maybe someone will act. And they don't. And I think there's multiple reasons for that. A, they're so far ahead, there's no impact. And secondly, if Myth wanted to, they could decide who gets to mess with them at EWC potentially. And I think nobody wants their attention right now. Like, there's no reason to throw your bodies at them and maybe make them mad for the next 2 games.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the highlights from this game. And Mark, we have for years and years theorized that technically tournaments could end early, right? And almost never on international stages do they actually end quite early. But this one is rife with it. This one reeks of it. Made in Thailand has just shut down everybody at every turn, every corner, every pit stop, and just made it look easy for them. They look deadly.
Like, and you're thinking, oh my god, maybe the wheels have come off, maybe someone will push. And was saying they're on that east side, and we're praying for a west shift. They kind of get the west shift, but the moment they were identified, people literally put their heads in the sand and went, we do not want to fight with them. They had too much space, and it was just a matter of time. We just see there. Unfortunately for Vitality, they were next on the chopping block, and it was team after team that then decided to run through. Yeah, we've got 2 more games left. Like, you can't avoid them, and it comes back to stuff as we just mentioned. Who is going to get in the way of Made in Thailand? Because if you annoy them, you might actually stop your road to EWC.
Yeah, at this point, you just don't actually go near them. Like, we got to a point in qualification processes, like in survival stages and winner stages of Avenger, where a team will get like 1 or 2 wins here and there, and then, okay, cool stuff, right? You just don't want to go near them. The problem is now that they are actually going to have... They have no fear. They know that they're going to be winning this tournament. They're going to have huge impact on you if you go near them, to the point where it could affect potential EWC standings.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they could knock you out of the running. Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, they could. And with 25 points here in this game, obviously it's just cemented at this point. There's no team that's going to catch them. And I think that's what all the other teams realized and thought for. So for today, he was like, okay, guys, second place is up for grabs. Let's focus on everyone else. If we meet Made in Thailand here, they're going to throw everything at you. And look at that gap. That's just insane.
Oh my God. For the first time ever, James, this team could decide to make it the most fair MVP race. They could just split off and play 4 corners solo and see who gets the most points and still win the tournament. Right?
Yeah. With 2 games remaining and still win the tournament. How crazy is that? What a lead. I hope your eyes are open at home, because we're witnessing some history being made here for PUBG in 2026. And Kiss again, Mark, is up here in #1. Oh.
Well, look, yeah, they're just unstoppable. We've already mentioned that, right? And they're getting the kills, getting rewards. But not until mid to late game they started getting these kills as well. But it's when the ball starts rolling, kiss of death. Unfortunately, Jacob, though, good play from him. 5 kills on the board. And that is the race for that kind of MVP, right? And it's between those two at the moment.
I think Kiss is going to be able to make it happen here down the line. Crazy stuff. Scappy and Baron looking really, really good alongside him. But yeah, the fact that 3 or 4 of them are now up there as well, alongside Pio, which I didn't expect actually in terms of him having 20 kills for Crazy Raccoon, him to be up here. But it just shows Toffee's, class is eternal.
Class is eternal, but let me put this out there. I think Kiss dropping the ball at PGC is the best thing that ever happened to him. I think they were a good-looking team. I think they were on a good run, and then he kind of, if you go over his stats there, just wasn't good, okay? And I think that gave them the spark of, okay, maybe a small adjustment, and then let's get back on the grind set, because Kiss is surging. He came out of nowhere at PGS with Forest. He got all of these accolades, and then I think he had a little bit of his own copium and got a little too confident. I think PGC taught him a lesson by shivving him in the kidneys. He healed, he fought back, and now this team looks really strong on the back of a leader who I think is dragging them along. Jacob and Kiss are making Scappy and Baron significantly better with the way that they're training and working. You're seeing it as a really good 4-man roster. I think PGC was really good for them.
Off the back of Full Sense having the glory that they did on home soil as well, right? Like, I think that definitely watching that happen as well, giving you the motivation to be like, oh, our region can do it. Our region can become world champions. As we take a look at Beamy going up against Heather. 2 players we'll be seeing at PNC coming up as well. Avenger here looking pretty darn good. Beamy's been able to do quite a bit for Virtus.pro, who seems to be doing all right here throughout day #3.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that push and that third party, they could have potentially taken up mid here. Having that high ground, having that kind of northern side actually paid off quite big. And having 6 more kills now than T1, it's going to get close. And I'm actually really excited to see who's going to be able to take podium, because it's it's literally up for grabs for anyone. There's so many teams in the high 70s and the 80s. And yeah, again, could be Virtus.pro, could be the Insubas, could be Petrichor Road. With big games, could be Vitality too, so we'll see what have to go. But it's all, again, Myth haven't broken the 136 points that Virtus.pro had already with 139 here with 2 games to go. That's already cool for 2026.
Yeah, of course we have that podium race on the way and still very much open here, Mark. But it's funny seeing EMEA have this now eternal tussle between 5th and 9th. I feel like every time I look at the leaderboards between games, suddenly Virtus.pro's leaped up, suddenly Twisted Mind's leaped up, suddenly Vitality's leaped up. So they're doing their own little mini game within this tournament now. It's weird.
But they can't lose each other. Like, we've got 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, right? VP down to Twisted Mind. There's a couple of points in between them. It's like they're trying to do better one over. Like, hey, I have a good game. And then Vitality comes back, and well, we're waiting for a Na'Vi explosive game, because we know we've got a good one of them every single day. But there's a couple of points between them. There is a point to prove, though, James, because whoever ends on top of the EMEA kind of has the bragging rights, but it's still not good enough to take on Myth.
And for those 4 boys just before, it's looking like another day at the office. They are looking godly. Let's get into our penultimate match. It's ready to rondo, and it's going to be Mark and Toffees bringing you all the action.
It's time for the penultimate match. That means second to last for those of you who grew up in the North American education system. And that means that it's time for our teams in the mid-pack to make a big push and put everything on the line. Will they catch Myth? Let's call a spade. No. The Myth is unattainable, as so many Myths should be. But for everyone else, the battle is real. Not only for placement, but for within the region bragging rights, respect, and possibly bids to some of the biggest events in the world. You guys brought up EMEA sort of switching back and forth in this battle going there. The same thing's happening with Korea, Mark. We see the Supers and T1 flip-flopping at the top of that leaderboard over and over again, one after the other. So it does feel like in a lot of ways, these last games have been about regions and teams shoring up, you know, putting their elbows out and trying to get as much position as they can in a place where there is not a lot of options to get to the front of the line.
It gives you the bragging rights, right? When you go back to kind of your home circuits, your regional circuits, you can go, well, look, we're the top of the international. We get the right to land here, do what we want to do. So there are these kind of internal regional battles that are happening. It's good to see some teams making their way towards the top. It's great to see, obviously, Myth extending out in front. This flight path, though, is a south towards a north to Office, but it does favour a little bit more on that west side of the map. But it's not too far away from Test Track and the Ox Factory.
You know, I like this idea of the regional pride and sort of building out of there. I think that it is actually an effect. And I think James even hit it with a very light touch, talking about seeing their compatriots. Myth saw Full Sense take that win at PGC, their countrymen. And it wasn't just in country, like the royal family. I think it was maybe the queen or the queen's mom that came out and watched them go for that win. And if I am a member of this community and I play there and I know I've got that skill, that's got to be kind of a moment where you're like, well, that should have been me. That should have been us that she was congratulating. Next year, let's make sure that happens. Because when you living in a place where esports is so widely embraced, I think the opportunity to become a hero there is really tempting. And I think can even drive development, training, and process more than we ever expected.
Yeah, you're right. We look back at the last game. As Myth obviously has that hard shift that they move away. And actually, we have a look at their comms in their pins of where they want to go. So very clear direction. But back to your point, I think it's huge. And even on that PGC, I think they did drop the ball in the context that they missed out. And I think that has had an impact to them. And that's why we see this team form the way it has. Were they going to be a winner coming into this one? I didn't have them on my bingo card. They're definitely up there. But the way they've played has been outstanding.
Right? And nobody had it on their bingo card. None of the players did. None of us did. If you were as a fan, good for you. But you know what? Every team's going to have that on their bingo card going forward next time. So you have to wonder, could this be a situation that we saw? Remember, Twisted Minds a couple of years ago. 3 PGSs, but they peaked so hard that they were the only team anyone studied going into the Worlds, and it cost them big time. So I do wonder, will this transition translate for Myth as we continue to march forward? Because they have been so overwhelmingly strong in this event. They're the first team that everyone is going to sit down and work on breaking apart.
This is the bit that James and Martin, or just before that, gave up VP. I thought they were going to make the win there, but they gave him up with the Castle Curse. And a good hold for Made in Thailand. 14 kills, 1 more to bag, 15 kills, 25-point game. That is match set, though, for PGS6.
And just so you guys know, we're checking the map right now, Myth has not done a 4 corners drop to determine MVP, which I think is really disappointing. Right? But like, because in what scenario is that ever even feasible, right? Like, I think it's funny. These guys, a lot of these guys, they play most of their non-scrim, non-pro career in singles and duos, just messing up lobbies. So it would actually be a lot of fun to see what could a pro player do as a solo or a duo if they played it that way against a lobby of this level. I would be fascinated to watch it.
Yeah, it's definitely a thumbs up. Because again, it is the best of the best. And looking back at Kiss, though, he is the mum of the last game. And you can remember, a lot of these kills came from this sort of point onwards. I suppose for Team Vitality, they were the first sort of team up on the chopping block, and Kiss capitalising up on all the hard work. It's good for him.
You know, when the AI spit out that the cut point for the win was going to be like 157 for Kiss, I chuckled. I was like, that's adorable. And now I'm maybe starting to think that the robots know what they're doing, because this is an insane push from Myth to come out with that chicken dinner. But the real predictive, unexpected for all of us was that the other teams would just not care, but just not get involved. And now in hindsight, I understand why. But it's shocking to see a team in the front just be left alone. Like if there's ever a reason to go hard on day one from now on in every future tournament, it's the idea that you can get to a point where you don't have to worry about it on day three. I've never seen this before. This is nuts.
We have to check with production because the Pick'em challenge was wrong. I think that's the first time we've seen Myth not appear on the top of the Pick'em challenge. I think there's some technical fault. No, Petrol Road is going to be on that one. But you're right. This is the first event for me. People are avoiding. But it comes back to the point you made, right, after that last game. Is it the case that people are concerned about the Esports World Cup? Are they thinking EWC is going to have an impact? If we mess with this team has the opportunity and their potential to hold teams in or out is going to be huge.
Listen, it is endemic within PUBG that we train our players to think about the long game, whether that's 3 rotations ahead, whether that's being in your car before the circle pops, or that's looking at a scoreboard and figuring out how this helps me for the rest of the year surge forward. It's just part of their process. So no, I do not believe in any way, shape, or form these players are not considering how Myth's position here would impact them if they were caught in the crosshairs. It's just something you have to look at. That's why we have analysts in the back. That's why we have coaches to help them come up with ways to shore up frustrating weeks to make them stronger in the long run. So I think avoiding Myth is going to continue. Now, let's get off of that for a second and look at that board, because DNS, Petrichor, T1, VP, they're all still very close together, and the difference in PGS points from 2nd to 6th is palpable, as well as cash prizes and options going forward for the year. So it's not over. The teams in the middle are aggressively tight on each other, and all the way down really to where you get to Expendables at 75, it's still shake-upable. The Expendables could get to 2nd with one giant win in a mid-tier game. Maybe.
All right. And again, it makes it interesting for this game, right? We're playing to a game. We're going to see these teams sort of play out. Some might play a little bit more slower because they're looking to try and, I suppose, reaffirm their position before going into that final game. Because the final game can be chaotic, especially with teams, don't do it, friendly fire, where actually, if you set yourself up now for the final game, you might stand a better chance. Whereas if you come into this final game going, do you know what? We need to throw everything we can at the wall to try and climb the leaderboard. It's not a position you want to be in.
No, not at all. I mean, I would argue that 2nd through 16th is saying they're in a position they don't want to be in right now. Like, this is... Oh, no! Delwyn, you butthead.
Velwyn gets the opening though, as correct seen. Here comes the Panzer though, comes back, hits the wall, doesn't get the splash damage that's needed. Delwyn has to go for that reposition, but Lucarux though with the M249 causing explosive amount of damage. For everyone else though, it's on defense, and Beamy though, he firms, he stands tall and puts Tunisia down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we leave a trailer up on the high ground as Beamy does a little bit of work and they start to fight? They got the cover from Nixie on the high ground. Destroy has got some nice shots. He's got a Dragunov, very strong at this range. Meanwhile, Fairest from the outfield helping out. Little knock on Delwyn.
There's a knock on Delwyn. He must have to come forward. Confirmation has been done. Lou also getting a confirmation on Quizzy. Grenade goes over the top. Crexy will fall down. And it's going to be an explosive ending. Beamy has to back away. Blue Zone's going to be there, but he should be able to get him out.
I like that grenade just to make sure he's not there on the ridge of the roof because they don't have any information right now. They came in a little bit hot, and I don't think Nixie could see the other side, so he thought someone was hiding there. He's going to go ahead and throw some escape smokes, perhaps, for VP to try to get themselves unentangled from this one. Is Destroy and him as the 2 players left alive for anyone's legend. A strong 2 players to have up, but not when you're being shot from Na'Vi and Twisted Minds at the same time. Oh, there's Scappy. Yeah, go away, Scappy.
About to say, look who's appearing. Scappy, they sense danger. VP, they're retreating.
Scappy, Scappy. That's insane. Come on, man. He's like, oh, I get this guy's out of here. He comes over, finds some kills. And immediately, I imagine Kiss will show up because, Scappy's trying to steal MVP from him. So expect the rest of them to roll out here in just a second because, yep, there he is. There's Kiss. Scappy, you don't get to have those. I want the MVP.
Yeah, there's money on the line for it. They might share it out. We know a lot of them do. Scappy's going for the position. Information being gained. Kiss coming in with the vehicle, but VP locked into this fight with anyone's legend. They're stuck into combat. They're finding safety. Himas will find Lucarux, though, as the window peak didn't work out.
Around the corner, Himas, he's got the surprise. He tries to go for 1, wants the 2. He's not going to get it, and the fight is on as Beamy now penetrates into the building, shuts the door to make a pass to the doorway. Nice little move, and slides around. That was a tough one for anyone's legend as they have not been able to close this out. The crash is working, but at what cost? Destroy gets the trench gun, takes him out, down to 4 HP. The trade goes the way of the shotgun, and here is Kiss wanting them MVP points.
Here's the flex of being in first place. Blue zone will go through, looking to try and get the information. Grenade, he has been covered, put in the back pocket though as Kiss has arrived. Grenade back out. Here's the footsteps on the inside. Grenade is exchanged though, but looking, and Kiss makes the run. And then he gets the confirmation, and Luca Rux is the first kill for Myth.
Luca Rux tries to hold him off with the grenade. Kiss dodges it. You know, VP's like, why, guys? Why? Just leave us alone. It's been hard enough this week already. We were starting to climb the boards, and here comes Kiss to ruin it. Shoots him in the chest. Virtus Pro, who managed to grind their way up to 5th place today, goes out in 16th. Brutal.
And now it leaves you down to the last game. The climb has been strong from VP. They're one of the top contenders when it comes down to points for day number 3. But from Made in Thailand, they sweep in and they sweep up.
I hate it. I love it and hate it at the same time. I'm angry at them, but I totally understand why. The reckless abandon is incredible. And for the rest of these teams, how do you deal with that? Anyone's legend should have time to lick their wounds. VP should have been allowed to have that fight without a mad duo. The rest of their crew is not even here.
Oh my God. It is a circuit that is going to be fun for Myth. They're going to have their victory lap 1 game early here on match 14. They're already on 5 kills. Now they will get repositioned. The zone obviously has shifted away. We have a lot of high ground though. We do still have Ninox Factory and Test Track in, and some water coming in from that northeast corner. Example, gets Lyric Zone, Batalions gets our confirmation as we see the fight now with Petrichor Road also opening up the Navi.
All right, so Petrichor putting in some work here up on the high ground. Navi parked underneath. I'm not sure they know where they're getting lit up from as he tries to just get out in the Pico. He does get around the side, and I26v6 going to have a great time up here on the pillars. You just gotta, you can't fight the pillars. You just gotta hide from the pillars.
Yeah, you've got to get to the base, right? The high ground is not always the advantage, but if you can get underneath them, it's not too bad. I love that Petrichor Road has exposed some of the angles, but once the calm starts to hit, it's going to be the teams around them that's going to go identify it, and it's Petrichor Road that will be on top of the high.
But to what end? As DN Supers chases away the Expendables, if we go back to the Korean battle, Sup versus T1 has been battling for dominance here in 2nd and 4th. They swapped up in the previous game, and then DNS took it back in the last one. So we'll see how they finish out the day. They'd love to finish up in the 2-3 position if possible. Petrichor right next to them, though, is the team that started this weekend so strong. Day 1, 1st place. They've been holding on, and their point averages have been reasonable, except that Myth exists.
I think that's been the problem for everyone. It's not a Myth anymore. They're legends, Toffee. That's the thing.
Yep.
Everyone has to dodge around them. Glass will fall down. Mortarfire coming in, and well actually executed as the adaption of the high ground. Also for Salute, also on high ground as well. You're trying to find an opportunity to get a knock with Petrichor, but again, if you get a knock or you get the flush, he's going to need to follow up. He's only got 2 more mortars remain, so he's done a bit of a scouting mission. Second wall lands. Variation, though, he's not going to be happy for him as he'll whistle past.
Yeah, it's tough to hit with the high to high. That one goes through, but again, there's just too many divots to disappear it into the pillar. I think very tough shot. If he does manage to hit this, though, everybody accolades for Salute. We'll throw some claps in the chat because this is an incredibly difficult shot to hit. Tig could do it.
Tig could do it. Damage is done. It's so hard because it's in the V, right? It will go through, and that's the problem. Yep. And he needed that. That was his last one, if I counted correctly. We'll wait and see if he's got any more in the vehicle. Zone shifts across towards that east. We do have the water store remaining. Falcons have space on the southeast corner, but they got Myth not too far away.
Yeah, I'll give him a golf clap for that shot. That was reasonable. And here come the Crazy Raccoons. What are they going to do now? The Crazy Raccoons have actually been exciting to watch. They've had some big moments. They are still playing their style. You know, this is a team that I'm always enjoyed to see them entering a fight. 17 might not, as they have the high ground over the top of them. Will they stop down and do something, or will 17 just hide? Oh, they found the car. Alert! Alert!
They do turn. They go tucked out. 4 a.m. does fire. Onyx. He will fall, though. Quick confirmation has to be done. Lots of teams around here as well. Find the bolty, but no, the car doesn't quite move in the way that he wanted it to. The pre-fire didn't quite get there. With Petrichor Road, though, 1 kill on the board, but also down the player.
Yep, and now he's got to drive around, try to find a spot they can't see as the circle shifts down, away from that river. It's gonna be another Myth game, man.
Which game is not a Myth game, Toffies? What are you talking about? Every game has been a Myth game so far.
That's so crazy.
17 gaming. Everyone else is victims to Made in Thailand, unfortunately, at the moment. Can't dig there.
You know,
position.
Normally I'm an advocate of let's pitch the comeback story, right? But also I don't want to, because at the end of the day, Myth has also played in a way that has been exceptional beyond a measure, right? All this talking about them wrapping it up, they're untenable, they're impossible to beat, is justified and legitimate. And the fact that Myth gets to have flowers for 4 to 5 games today, good for them. They deserve the declaration and the worship for every match, because to get to this point against the best teams in the world is impressive, because they made them look bad.
Yeah, that is very true. It is very true. Just demands BRDM. Trying to find an entry point now. Genji has been a neighbour to them. How am I bad in the middle of that Genji mix? Let's be cautious though. 4am will look to try and take the mortifier one more time to the high ground. Everyone else, there's a bit of space. We are 14 teams. How am I bad? Does find D, so he finds a quick kill confirm as Genji have got the recall station but have moved further into zone.
All right, Hello My Bad up here. Vitality trying to put some extra points on the board, getting compressed by the Expendables. Trying to get a little extra. I mean, Vitality, if they can get one survivor, pick up 2 or 3 placement points, they are now onto podium. And I think that's what James has been talking about a lot today. When it comes to those regional placements and getting extra spots for teams at home, you need that podium. A big one for me, though, is Gen G needs to get themselves so ridiculously high up this board to have a shot. They could do it if they get that blue chip return and they can win at least one game. Then they have a shot at EWC. So I don't want to rule them out yet, but they've had 3 games. They have not put up the numbers they need to.
Gen G falls into the same camp with Na'Vi when it comes down to the games for me. Exactly. It seems to be 1 game a day and done for them, and that's just not enough. Don't get me wrong, Na'Vi's in a good spot now. Obviously, they're just on the outside edge of zone. They're going to have to come down, but they're in a position to try and get some kills. If they can convert a game, that'll put them right up into that kind of leaderboard conversation. Maybe not first, but for Gen G, it's not just about the leaderboard. It's not just about the prize pool. It's the next steps on the international circuit.
Absolutely, and I think that is one of the things we're going to keep an eye on as we get into our last game today, is who does to make those international pushes based off of this. You do see some grenades, firearms coming up over the top. Example going to stand up and try to make a move. He steals it. Grand Theft Twisted continues for a 2nd game in a row.
Oh, he was so close. Genji nearly came from disguise and to take the BRDM away from Twisted Minds. GG, so final player here for Genji. He has to cut loose. He has to go for that rotation. No chance on the blue chips, but hey, it's an A from Ether from the recall.
You gotta respect that. I love that aggression. I love that they spotted it though and ran back in the sprint race. No one expects a Phase 4 sprint race for a car out of a parachute, but you gotta love it. Baron lines up his shot. Why not? Kiss has 5 kills. Come on, man. I'll bet Scappy has 6,000 damage.
Scappy was the first one to push into third party. Baron opens up with the Panzer. What point does Scappy and Kiss get in the cars and just full send for more kills?
I'm surprised Scappy isn't already doing it. I said, they should just pick their second. Like one of those reality shows where you're like, all right, pick your sous chef, pick your second, and the 2 of you split up and go see who can get the most kills in the final games.
You're telling me Myth are going to go for a 2-2 split and try and take on the lobby for the MVP hunt?
Why not? There's money on the line, baby. It'd be the fairest way to ever do it. E-Arena wiped off the face of the map as they go out. A team that is now in 10th place, a fall from grace for them. Twisted Minds still trying to make that statement that we are the OGs as they literally grind, Mark, their way slowly up this leaderboard.
They are. It has been a bit of a hard battle for them. Road launch the grenades forward, gets that confirmation. Glass will fall down. Crazy Raccoons, though, refusing to go down without fighters. They scratch back, though, as Guman is enabled right in the post box.
Petrichor Road will win the prize for this game as most annoying team to everybody else on the map. And as you can see, they get caught. Na'Vi was trying to find a place to hide under Petrichor, but the Raccoons had already found a tiny hole to dig out some trash. It's
M249, don't need to reload, mate. Na'Vi was waiting for the reload to jump out, but he launched a barrage of 5.56. He's going to fall down. Looks like it's going to be a James Bond move here from Petrichor Road. They have the vehicle. They're going to try and get the res, and the parachute from Emming will be there. Now, they got the zone. It's just back towards that northwest. They're in a good position. Lots of teams need to move in. Myth in a position to try and hold out, though, as Falcons now take on D and Snoop.
There's a throw. Falcon's going to toss that first grenade. He actually runs away from it, but almost gets caught on the bounce. Super trying to defend, but Kickstart knows where the peak is coming from. Knocks, locks, drops him down, and we're seeing two teams with epic rosters battling right now, but only one of them truly in the hunt as DNS is at 89 points. They're in second. They need to hold this push.
They've got to hold the push. Falcons got everything to gain. They charge forwards. Bunny hop the smoke. Look for the grenade. Trying to find the information. Made in Thailand. Lining up the fight, though. Baron with 2 more mortars could cause huge problems to them. Here comes the sea of grenades. Back and forward it goes. Damage done from Kick and Shrimsy. Gets the opening and the confirmation.
Nicely done. Tiggleton in the... Of course he is. Tiggleton in the back with mortars, adding to the fight as it continues to blow off here. They do want to try to get these reses up. Heaven and Human able to use grenades to push forward. Now they're going to aggress onto the shack. The remainder of Soup making some good aggressive moves. You gotta love them.
Yeah, you have to love it. Actually, GTE on the other side gets it. Superzone moving their way forward, though. Looking to try to get these confirmations. 2 already down. They look for the major charge, though. They have to take the fight, though. Shrimsy will fall, though. It's down to Tiggin. He was in the back. He had the mortars. Now he has to be the spearhead of attack, though, for the Falcons.
Just short as Tiggleton surges forward. He's throwing mollies. He's throwing grenades. He's throwing cars at the Soup to try to get him out and is successful as ultimately he goes down. He's got 2 players in front of him. They're crawling back. They're dropping meds, but the mortars are in the air. Baron shot it and then take a drag. He took a drag. He's like, all right, take it. Shoot the mortar,
he's got 2 mortars set up. He's going between the 2 to unleash hellfire onto the guys. They have to get them moving. They have worked their way around. They have found GTE on the top, so have moved their way back here for Myth. Up to 7 kills. Now Falcons, unfortunately for them, down to a single player. Space Marine charges his way forward to try and find some position as GTE disengage. Run!
Meanwhile, the tuba music. Dun, 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 just the BRDM chases Vitality around, and that will be the end of Hollow My Bad. Let's check in with our future champions and overlords, Myth. Yep. Great job, Myth. It's like, I don't know what to say. Like, is there any more gushing that we can do, like, to worship the performance of Myth at this point? Because they're still deeply involved at 148 points, high impact aggression, and more kills than half the team, than anyone on the map right now. They still have more kills. What is happening?
Difficult though, right? Because they're bouncing off. They've got free space, and it comes back to what you said last time. They're just finding space, and people want to leave them alone. Ian will find Example. Will take the opportunity now to sort of push way forward. Example is going to be down and flush. Perfecting though takes it a Foxhole. He's got Panzer. He's waiting for that BRDM now to come his way, and the zone shifts back towards Myth, as you say, the Overlords. Let's see if he can find the BRDM.
You know what? If it's going to shift anywhere, just give it to Myth. I'm sure the other teams at this point are like, you know what? We can't contest them. Let them have the circles, and the rest of us can battle for this like crazy podium end situation that we find ourselves in, because it is still incredibly close in that 2 down to 7. Okay, 3 down to 7. You know, 4 down to 7.
Six from the Foxhole denies Heaven the opportunity any further, and Falcons fall. 8th place for them, and Twisted Minds reminding people why they're here. But Perfectix has been found.
He did stand up with a Panzer. So they reveal themselves. They go up. Is Lou now playing the survival role for Twisted Minds? He's going to try to throw this grenade and see if he can't get T-Wen on the crash.
To try to get them to crash. They're getting shot in the back from Petrol Road, though. Lou has to try and work his way down, and GTE get dispatched from Myth. Lou down to 1 HP. He can't play peekaboo. He plays peekaboo on the top. He's now up to 8, but he's taking a 2 versus 1, and unfortunately for him, Raining will find him, and Twisted Minds fall in 6th.
Let me just put the cameras on Myth. 11 kills. Like, we're watching the fights that matter, and Myth is just driving around wiping up teams like there's some sort of stain on the floor at the end of a school day. They're like janitors in the cafeteria, and the rest of these guys are the ketchup that got knocked off the hot dog.
153 points, 11 kills here. Everyone's trying to scrap for what points they can find, because the leaderboard, though, is going to be critical. Petrichor Road, they make the sweep round for T1. T1 takes the foxhole. Ian will launch a grenade up. Don't know if they found the information. The grenade has come out, but it hasn't done the damage that he wanted.
This is not the kiss that you want. This is unfortunate. All right, so Ian and Raining going to be in a tough spot here as Petrichor tries to come across the road. They're battling for the top of this leaderboard. This is a big moment for Petrichor to slow down that T1 onslaught catching up to him, so that they can focus on catching Soup in the next match.
Looks like our Myth have wrapped their way around. They've conquered and claimed the whole south side of the zone now as they will set the firing line up. Baron works his way around. He wants to take on this fight himself, though. Training well, he launches his way forward, goes for the jump, tries to find the information. The spray from the shots will give him a bit of intel now as he launches forward. But the damage, Baron has arrived, and now he tries to dispatch everybody else.
These guys, oh my goodness. So it keeps continues. Chewy does get that grenade knock, but Barrett immediately takes out I6 2-6v6. Logos fighting 4am on the other side of 17, tries to make a statement that they still deserve a little respect here in the mid-pack. 10th place, battling with 15th, while Kiss attacks.
Kiss attacks 8 kill stoppies. What is going on? As you say, the Overlords have engaged. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2. But for 4 AM, 2 are down in the dirt. 1 remains as Tiantan holds the grenade and holds it strong.
I mean, if yesterday's Kiss was a peck, today is just full-on French, right? Like, this is wild how aggressive these guys are getting. 12 kills on the docket. He jumps out of the car. Scappy runs to the left. He shouldn't have lived through that. Okay, he doesn't. Thank goodness. Someone punished them for being crazy. Nice job, Tian.
Someone reminded Scappy that he is a mere human in this lobby. And for 17, they can still have to fight. Kiss will launch a spray. Confirmation has been done. Jacob takes a huge amount of damage as well as he has to disengage. 17 gets the circle. Petrichor Road have to sweep round, and Baron gets put down to the dirt. Oh my god!
Tian's got the links. He fires the shot. You saw Myth sort of get suffered for their hubris. 17 benefiting that as they climb up to 8 kills in a centralized position. I'm not sure anybody else gets in on this. Wenbo going to go ahead and finish off Baron, and they've made mincemeat out of that Myth push. Now, that's because the Myth push was ridiculous and very non-strategic because it didn't have to be, and still the two of them are here causing trouble.
They know someone's trying to wrap their way around. Petrichor Road has to get denied entry now, as they will work their way back towards this sort of northwest. Shawu is on the top side, so he's going to potentially see this sort of sneak in, but they've got a nice ridgeline. 17 has the compound, and you'd argue that the actual strength of the compound is going to be there, but oh my god! It's a headshot! Tiantan puts him down!
Did you need that head? I don't think so. Nice shot with the links. Tian putting in some serious work as Ming, ever the savior, goes back and says, I got you, bro.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Myth, they sense there's blood in the water, and they look to claim the opportunity to get another point on the board. They don't quite get it. It goes back to 17 gaming, but again, it's a big play and a 10 sign from Myth.
Good night, man. You know, good to see 17 putting in some work here as they climb up to 7th place off the back of this game. 10 kills is nothing to turn your nose up to. Also, Petrichor, who was in that fight for podium, is going to put themselves in a really strong position to walk away with the most PGS points available outside of Myth going into that final game. So a nice one from Petrichor here. 17 really needs to try to survive this and get the win because that'll put them into top 5, which I think is a great spot for them and their region as they look towards the last game.
They are looking towards the last game. It should be a calm before the storm. Is that a thing with Myth in the lobby now? Kiss with a Panzer in his back pocket. He'll be okay. Petrichor Road are going to try and dig, but it come down to this kind of telling that they need a Kiss. Oh my god! Xiaowu will fall.
It's more MVP moments. Xiaowu furious. Tiantan runs away. Kiss can't be killed. He's got Bob. He's got Weave. He got Juke. He got Duck. And now it's a 2v2v1 if they stop this 17 res. Somehow, after throwing 2 bodies into Meat Grinder, Myth might still pull this off.
Yes, using the Panzer. Reminds him not to push this way, but the links gives you an extra bit of a boost. You've got the hardcover. Zone comes down. It is phase number 8, and as you say, technically it's a 2 versus 1 at the moment. They should get the res. Myth can't reach the compound.
17 out here saving each other over and over again as Myth destroys that smoke plume. You got him, buddy. And Jacob rotates to the left.
Just double checking. He's just double checking. Am I running short? But is that enough for Myth? We don't know. They've got the godlike bullets now as they will rotate their way around. They have the sort of south side now and that ridge to play from. For Emming, he has to try and move his way in. Petrichor Road, though, waiting, watching, understanding that Myth might be coming his way.
Yeah, moving on this little sort of guard duty. He's got to try to slide up here to 17. They know Myth is just playing like wraiths, moving around left and right without really a lot of care or double cover, which is really scary for everyone else because you know they might not win, but they're going to definitely keep you from doing so if they see you first. Kiss grabs his little pickaxe out, says, all right, a hole could be nice here. In fact, everyone, let's do it. Community dig time.
Community dig.
Make a latrine, boys.
Problem is the grenade's going to hit the bus, and the Pico bus is going to head it straight into that hole. We'll wait and see. And then got a few more shots left. So Wu's going to just try and dig to victory now and hopefully keep his head safe from the onslaught that Myth might produce. And they now go themselves back into that kind of high percentage for the win.
The scene from Warriors. Can you dig it? As that is the scenario here. You got to find a way to hunker down and get that second place finish. The funny part is Petrichor 17 are doing that. They're like, we have to try to shore up placement points. Myth doesn't. So they are digging to cause trouble. Neither of them are on the dot. So all they're going to do is try to get picks as the two teams that have to fight for the win transition.
Petrichor, right, what do you do here? You just stay belly down, try and start the fight, eke out a second place.
100%.
It's more critical for them, right, to get the placement point. The double up is going to be huge. Made in Thailand at some point has to move. Kiss is going to be one of the first one. Now, there is a slight ridge to their play, but I feel Petrichor Road and Myth are going to go jousting on that south side, and it's a 50-50.
I mean, if Petrichor's been following along, they know that they can force 2 1v1s with Myth versus being stuck in a 3v1 with 17. So that's your option here, is to slide her out and see if you can do that. And if you do get Jacob on an off position, you know 17 will surge towards Kiss. So I think that's a smart move to try to force this 1v1, and maybe 17 helps you.
Yeah, I agree. Trying to find out exactly where he is. Seeing the Doritos now, just trying to figure out, is he behind the first or the second? But the ridge can still help. The blue zone is not quite in his favor just yet, but it's not too far away. Jacob has the decision to make, but he could come on the left side. He could go against the blue and wrap in and force an aggressive 1 versus 1. As the Panzer, though, sends it across. It's gone to Narnia. We'll see that in match 15.
He's just taking wild shots going, if this hits, they're going to love it. But here's the crazy part, right? Petrichor could have this weird standoff over here where he survives, and then you see like Kiss backstab 17 and just wipe 3 because he's just been that ridiculous lately. And it seems like that's what he's willing to do. So Kiss tried the Panzerfaust to see if he could get him crossing to the Doritos and was unsuccessful. Now Jacob gets Petrichor. This opens the door for Myth to just be meanies.
Yeah, it's a 3 versus 2. They've got to leave the safety of the compound. The Doritos are already out. Jacob makes a dark kiss, comes from the blue. Xiaowu will put the first one down. He looks to go for the exchange. It's a 17-gaming victory. But Myth are just having fun. A victory lap, Toffees, maybe. We've got one more to go.
Victory lap is an understatement. They showed up for a race that they get to run by themselves. As we bring Martin and James back in, if this is the Constructor Cup final, no other team was allowed to line up on the start.
Yeah, as soon as they took that compound south side, and then after just going from the third party against the Virtus Pro fight, I was like, oh no, it's happening again. Made in Thailand. What a position to be able to play that from. But 17 Gaming shoring up the defenses for the PGS points here, Martin, and getting themselves a win on the board.
Yeah, that's huge. That's going to push China even further up the leaderboard. And obviously, 17's already locked in for Esports World Cup. But it could mean that we could see more Chinese teams come in. Maybe Tai Lu is hoping for this to happen, obviously.
Of course, let's take a look back at the highlights. And yeah, this was where I started getting concerned here, Mark, because as soon as I saw that Made in Thailand came along to this fight, I was like, okay, so they could, in theory, just keep rolling around to every fight that they hear on the board and just shoot at everything.
That's what they do. At the time, I saw the map and we saw the fight starting to kick down. And Myth were driving by and it's like, oh yeah, we hear a fight. Let's go for it. Big shout for Genji, who nearly actually stole that away from the Batalians. But back to your point, and it was the case. From that moment forward there, James, it was fight after fight. Myth were just looking for kills because they are having a victory lap.
Yep.
Toughies?
I mean, at the end of the day, I think that this game has confirmed my suspicions that nobody wants anything to do with Myth in these fights. They're not going to go for them. They're not going to change or pivot their strategy to try to force them out. The problem is, I think that third party that we just saw you mentioned is when Kiss and the rest of his crew went, oh, they're not going to come after us. And from that point on, we saw them going in as 2s and 1s and whatever they felt like, because they now realize that they can do anything in this lobby. So I think the next game is going to be absolutely wild, or Myth will go out in the first 3 because they're going to do something, like they're going to get involved, and it's just going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, there has never been a more free team in a tournament than what we are witnessing right now. They could do whatever they damn well please, and nobody could stop them. But 17 Gaming will take 22 points away from this one. Myth still keeps their points high. 19 points with 13 kills. Kiss had 8 kills, Avenger.
Yeah, he was fragging out, man. It's just like, give him the MVP already. Let's just bench Made in Thailand for this last tournament because they've been having way too much fun, way too much of an impact as well. 65 points clear of second place is absolutely insane for just having played 14 maps.
You could have had them win 2 tournaments with this. Like, what are we doing? These crazy toffees.
They could have got 11th place with the difference between first and second. Like, that's just, it's nuts how powerful these guys are. But more importantly, I also want to point out, honestly, since PUBG became a thing, we've often talked in the back about like, well, what if a team gets so far ahead that the last couple of games don't matter? I'm shocked it's taken us almost 10 years to get to this point. But congratulations on Myth being the first team to just lambast a lobby so gosh darn hard that they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, you don't get it off. It very
no, it's
rarely
rare.
happens.
It never happens.
Internationally, all of our regions are able to perform fantastically, and yet it almost never happens. We always get down to the wire, especially when it comes to things like Esports World Cup, right, which notoriously has been super close all the way down to the last game. And of course, we'll no doubt get that again as we take a look at our 17 Gaming boys being able to take this victory here. So good stuff, Tian. I don't think shown up quite as much as we were hoping when he actually did come along. Obviously, still great, but there's only one team and one man stealing the highlights, Mark.
Don't change this graphic, just keep it now, guys.
Just keep it.
Because it
Every
seems
game.
to be the case. But it is coming down to that sort of freedom of movement they get in, and they can take whatever fight they want when they want to take it. We saw the amount of panzers. Would that normally happen, especially in the early final? No. It's just telling that actually Myth have got the win here. And then we play into, as you say, the next event is going to be crazy because there's an element of mind games that Myth are now playing against these teams that they can flex out. How much more will they do it?
All right, well, you know what? Let's hear from the man himself. Kiss from Made in Thailand. Let's head on over.
Hi guys, it's Bella standing with Made in Thailand's Kiss. Kiss, we know you were good. You were good. You are good. But we didn't know you were this good because even just the match right now, you got more than enough kills to secure your team. Well, tell us, now that you have the trophy in hand, kind of, what's the secret?
I'm the GOAT.
You're the GOAT? What do you think the fans would say? Do you think that they would agree?
You're a fan? Thank you.
You just agree? Thank you. All right, well, we'll talk to you in a bit as well. Thank you. All right. Congrats.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Didn't even need to be asked to say Kamsahamnida. That's right. He says he's the god. He says he's the GOAT. And you know what? It's barely difficult to dispute what we have witnessed here so far. Oh my god. He was able to subvert the expectations of Bella. Even Bella was excited by that Toffees. What a moment.
I don't know. Call me old-fashioned, man, but that feels like touching the trophy before you win the tournament. You know what I mean? Like calling yourself the GOAT before EWC even starts. Like, oh boy, that's gonna piss off some GOATs who have been fighting for that title for years, man. There's some real GOATs on the top of that mountain who are like, I am close. You will not take this. So I hope the rage comes back and bites him. But I love the cockiness. I stand cockiness. So good for him.
Oh, definitely an exciting one, an interesting one. All right, I think we're ready for a break. And then when we return on the other side of this here for PGS 6, one more game to basically bask in whatever Myth wants to do here for game number 15. We'll see you soon.
They're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Hi everyone, welcome to the shooting challenge. Today we'll be having some fun with Team Vitality, the whole gang. Hi guys, hello.
Hello.
I'll be giving you guys 3 bullets each. The small bottle is 2 points, big bottle 1 point, and the winner of this challenge gets to tell the loser of the challenge what to do during today's match. You can make them dance, you can make them do push-ups. I don't know which one it would be. We'll see. Who wants to take the honorary first shoot?
Ivan.
I am a lawman, a lone
Чё она не стреляет, блядь?
Whoa! Oh, he's. Oh. No. One point. Gendrox, okay.
Примерно.
Gendrox wants to dance. Oh. You guys all shoot with one hand. You can too.
Nice.
Oh. Okay, might as well have fun.
Damn.
Whoa, 2 points. You're currently in the lead. Yeah, you.
What's the problem? Так вы все лузеры, блядь.
What? That was crazy. You're just cool like that?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. Who was in the 0? So the trio over there, they're cooking.
Everyone dance Macarena dance.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining me, Team Vitality. That was really good. I hope to see more Macarenas from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
In one of the harshest conditions on Earth, which team will be forged by flames at PUBG at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, nice swing around by Sozity. Had 2 players lined up. Fantastic execution on the part of Virtus.pro, but a dirty angle from Tiggleton. Tries to spot one out. He gets the spray down, doesn't get the knock.
He's not done yet. He wants more. He's gonna go down. Game start, win, take the round.
Welcome back to PGS 6 and one more game in the books. Yes, of course, you know it, we know it, the world knows it. Made in Thailand will become our champions at the end of this. However, as we turn our attention to the PGS points and what is here for EWC, we have a few teams that we want to talk about before we get into this last game. And one of them that stands out, Avenger, is the race between E Arena and 4AM. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, right now there's obviously it's extremely close here. We also have some guys in the back looking at how close it is. And if 4AM goes 1 or 2 spots up or E Arena falls a little bit, 4AM grabs the spot away from E Arena here potentially. So that'll be huge to get a guaranteed spot for E Arena. They cannot get in by the grace of anyone else. 4AM have a little bit of a chance themselves though.
That said, though, 4AM currently on 54 points, E Arena on 68, right? So technically here, 4AM would arguably, Mark, like to have a bit of a big game here towards the end. So we will see quite a bit of focus on them here and see what they're able to do as we take a look at their numbers against one another in this PGS, which doesn't quite reflect on 4AM's previous results because they've looked amazing in a lot of these PGSs.
Yeah, they have. Look, you look at the consistency over the PGS board, 4AM will be up there. But E Arena, this event has looked really strong. And I think like they just need to hold on. But the pressure of the last game, bad. But also the pressure of the last game when you've got Myth running around that they can do anything that they want to. You just got to try and avoid him. So it'll be interesting to see where the drop spots come in, especially between 4AM and the Arena.
Definitely. Toughies, before we go into this one, anything you want to talk about?
I would say just for you guys as viewers as a heads up, the differentials to watch for is 10th and below when PGS points are on the line is its 2-point differences. Once you get to 9th and up, there's a 4-point difference between each grouping. So EA cracking that 9th place on the leaderboard would be a huge come up and definitely a high qualification chance for them. So watch that throughout the match.
Let's get it done. Erangel is our final match here for PGS 6. It's going to be me and Avenger here to bring you this one, and we have a toughie of a playing path once again for all of these teams. Loads of our Erangels here, Avenger, have swung curveballs at these teams, and they try and find themselves a position.
And you know what I love the most here, James? I do love myself some baseball. I love curveballs. I love speedballs. And for this one, it's very likely to see some military action involved here. Myth is obviously going close. Myth is gonna be involved, but they are only out to destroy others' games, as look how close it is from 10th up to 2nd place. A big game from any of these teams here jumps them up thousands of dollars and tons of PGS points to secure themselves a spot to PGS or to PGC and to Esports World Cup, of course.
I just had a moment of revelation. You know, if there's any love from Made in Thailand for E-Arena,
sure,
I know who I'd be targeting as Made in Thailand.
Get for him out!
Help, please! Because the thing is that E-Arena actually had 2 really good days in this final so far, but then today has been a disaster for E-Arena. So they've really kind of let the ball drop a little bit here. At least this circle does favor them slightly, though.
Yeah, give another home turf circle to Myth here. They've won it anyway. Just put them somewhere. And I'll say this, though, for a chance for Arena to have it. They were 2nd in the last big circuit final in PGS3. They got the only team to break triple digits alongside Virtus Pro. They got 101 points, and now it's falling a little bit apart, but it's still extremely close. Sure, there's 9 points up to the leaders up ahead of them, but still, they are quite a far amount of points ahead of 4 Angry Men. 7 points. They know what they are up to, and they could also be doing an Eastern Bridge camp here if they wanted to do that to get 4AM locked down here. So let's see what happens. Let's see how the last game here was evolved. The 17 banging out some blink shot.
Yeah, and you saw as well as that 10 minutes into this game for Rondo, they sent it towards the compound that they are able to win this from. So for them, this was like almost a foregone conclusion in terms of just holding this down, staying strong. The circle came their way, and they were able to weather the storm from anybody that came near them. So good stuff by 17 Gaming to get this on the board. Obviously, we've just watched them as they won a PGS as well here. But their eyes were fixated on PGS 6, and you know what? It didn't work out in the end, at least now. Guys like Tian can think to themselves, okay, well, you know, EWC down the way. You've got, of course, PNC on the way as well, as they were prioritizing that for him and his visa situations. So they'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah, excited for that case for sure. And yeah, most of the guys that's going for PNC might stay. Some might be exhausted, have to go home and get a little bit of a break. As of course the teams are trying to get into this circle here. Going to be a farm central spot. We've seen a lot of these circles recently, James, here on this current patch, and a lot of teams must have figured out how to play it, especially considering how much games they've played against each other. Ooh. And it's the same lineup. Now VP running straight at Na'Vi. I don't think it makes sense shooting this one, considering they probably know it's Na'Vi. They're just going to turn around. Although they are kind of directly fighting how close it is with them just 2 points apart. Shots coming in. Spaceman finds the arena.
Oh, no.
This is the team that needs to get to Esports World Cup themselves, and it's 4AM they're losing points to that they directly contested against.
Well, this is huge. That is huge there, as 4AM has massive impact on E-Arena to start things off. If you are Spaceman, you get that blue chip and you run away to the rest of your team as fast as physically possible here. At the same time now, the Expendables do end up moving away as well here. 17 Gaming, Little Ghost tries to do a bit more damage as this continues on. They've got a BRDM in play. When Boa found that flare super early, we saw that go down here. So this is dicey, man. And do remember, there is still a lot of money on the line. Tian shuts him down. Goodbye. Oh, what a run over here. Okay, 17 Gaming's on the warpath. But again, first place, yes, Myth might have gotten themselves $100,000 here, but $50,000 for second place, $30,000 for third place, $20,000 for fourth place. The podium's still open for a lot of these teams, Avenger.
Yeah, even from 10th place, Na'Vi with a big game could get into podium quite easily. Sure, it's 15 points, but we've seen 26, 27, 30, or 21 kills been done before. Your record-breaking games, obviously, but still, it's possible for a lot of these teams. Sure, 4AM is in by the grace of 17's points already, but still, they could get another team in. Tai Lu could be getting in and getting a spot here, and E-Arena is fighting for their own spot. If E-Arena doesn't survive and they're out and 4AM gets it, that means that Tai Lu is in by the grace of 4AM, and E-Arena is completely out. There is no team saving E-Arena, not even with Myth winning this one.
And whilst that's going on, there was big movements happening. 4AM was looking to potentially bridge camp in E-Arena. I know this fight is going down, but E-Arena has left Novo with a boat. They left completely, not going for any kind of land-based transition whatsoever. They knew that they were in big, big danger while these fights were going down, so they left Novo via a boat, going towards where Falcons is currently. I know this fight's going on, guys, but there is huge potential movements that could occur from those two teams having clashed down there the way they did, so I had to get it out there.
Yeah, and that's important too, because you have to remember Crazy Raccoon would have to win the tournament to have any chance of Esports World Cup here. And T1 is already in, and they are getting more teams in from Korea as well. Oh, good shots here. Great pull-up. Gets Crazy Raccoon in. It feels like the regions are chasing each other in general here. It's been a lot of EMEA and EMEA fights. It's been a lot of Korea fighting each other. Now Seoul finds Duck Juice here.
Oh, good.
Seoul is chasing. Expendables out at 15th already. This is a game 6 of scrims feel already.
Yeah, no, it really is. Everyone's just going absolutely balls to the wall at the moment. Gen G, very important for them, as you say here. With T1 doing well, that means that Gen G could be able to make the EWC run as well. Now, as we take a look, 2 kills go their way. Not they had the best of tournaments here so far, but it's whatever for them at the moment. And even if they were to try and jump up into some of the upper echelons of the mid-pack as well, it wouldn't be that much more money here for Gen G after having a bit of a floundering performance so far. DN Supers, though, gosh, they could jump up a lot of money. Just 1 point behind Petrichor Road right now, and I think they know that that's at stake.
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely close. The leaderboard kill feed tracking is so crucial for this one. Oh, myth picking. It's a match 15. It's not a tournament win prediction here. That's crazy. As it's already locked in for Myth, obviously. 159 points. I think they would need something like 6-7 more points here to be able to break Twisted Mind's all-time record of points per game for a PGS tournament victory.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would. And of course, Made in Thailand had an amazing win to start off this tournament from a compound just northwest of where they are currently. So it would be poetic. It would be a bit coincidental as well if they were able to get yet another win if the circles come down this way as well, because they've just looked completely dominant in these last couple of games in this tournament as a whole. There may have been no more clear dominant victory than what we're seeing here from Made in Thailand, especially if they can keep it rolling in game 15.
Absolutely. I don't remember any tournament being this dominant here. Let's say, sure, it's dominant. They've had more than 50 points per game average here, sure, and everything lines up, but how close our mid-pack, it's basically from 2nd to 15th, how close it is that it's only 31 points difference. Sure, 15th place can't get second right now, but still, how close it is. I don't recall a time in history where it's been this close as it is right now. Sure, PGS3 was also close, but we're talking 14 teams within 31 points. That's insane.
Of course, and we have to see what they can actually do. As now 4 a.m. still looking out. They were looking for an opportunity to see what's going on the other side of this bridge. They would have loved to have put the boot in more against E-Arena and see what is going on. Do you want to do it now? Should we do it now?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's do it now. As much as we've got 4 a.m. here on screen right now and Kiss leading the board, we've got a special treat for you. Obviously, this is usually the international broadcast with a focus on these Western teams, but we are going to listen into the Myth team comms here on the English broadcast as they have looked so good here throughout this tournament. So you know what? Let's listen in.
Hey man, มายิงบ้านเวฟอะเซฟสุดยิงตรงทุ่งอะเนาะคือยิงข้างบ้านเวฟอะผมจะยิงตรงกลางทุ่งไงจะได้ตกแถวม้าหนึ่งเนี่ยไม่อยากให้มันติดจะได้ไม่ติดด้วย
ตามทีวีบังคับละ
รอ
พอคอนขับมาหน้าเมืองคันหนึ่งพอคอนอยู่เส้น4ตอนนี้
ล่าสุดมันอยู่เหลี่ยมไหนนะเว็บไอ้เหี้ยเฟรมอะ
แถวเนี้ยหน้าสะพานเลยตรงข้างๆ
ไอ้เหี้ยเวลาหัน
มันจะมีรถจอดอยู่ข้างใต้สะพานนะพี่ยังเห็นรถจอดอยู่
Split here for this to be able to get this a roll in. Will they get the circle is the question. Maybe I could have left it a little bit to see if they got the circle, but they haven't. As now maybe they'll need to move just a little bit for this. And it's a very coagulated lobby here on this western side. So We're going to see a lot of movement coming in from the east here to try and get those drives going.
Ah, another snake compound finish. I've not seen these in a while. Oh, never mind. They're coming all the time. It's very tendency heavy here, and a lot of teams, they are already setting up for getting into those spots here as Falcons try to get in to the eastern side, close to Military. Take some shots towards the Subas. I expected more celebrations, more laughing, more victory and joyous moments here, but they're absolutely locked in, and I love that.
Yeah.
That's how you should be. It's not won until it's won, and you could be pushing your limit even further here, and that's how it should be. That's how you win PGCs. That's how you win Esports World Cup. Locked in until the absolute last moment in the last game.
Oh, yeah, really kind of a very professional outlook there from Made in Thailand, no doubt at all. Yeah, they are razor focused at the moment to try and get even more in this tournament. So fair play to them. Levante knocks down Ming Ming as well at the top, and that could actually have huge implications on what's going. Chewy with the double, though, against Kickstart and Tiggleton. Maybe just getting out of dodge there. He's a little bit separated from the rest of his team. So as much as he did have a nade in hand, I think Dian Super is actually going to be capitalizing on this. Oh no, this could actually go really wrong for Petrichor Road, having knocked the Falcons, and now maybe their one actually a challenger up towards the podium might be able to get the benefit from this.
It's a good pull-up. It's a good third party here, and they're locked into one just little house here. Chewy gets the bleed out on Tiggleton. That's important here, and more nades are coming in from Deal, trying to get the side off here, throwing nades into all the right spots. Nades are coming in. They're obviously hiding in the smaller rooms, one in the kitchen, one in the small guest room in the back as well. We need to see double blue zones to come in here. That's a good nade too. That's probably going to get some damage done. Oh, it fell into the wrong spot here for Rex. So more smokes are coming out, and we can also see a third party from Petrichor Road. I see I-26 kind of sneaking in too.
Not a bad opportunity. Again, like, I think if you're Petrichor Road, of course, yeah, you've lost one early, so that does cause yourself some problems, right? But if there is a world where DN Supers takes a knock here on this, you want to be jumping on that as quickly as possible. So let's see if they can actually find a way in order to capitalize on that. As now, okay, now you fully know exactly what's going on here with Deal, and also knocking Goomin as well. Rex did take down Kickstart, so the fight is still going to continue on. Shrimsy takes down Deal. If I'm Petrichor Road here, I'd be leaping on this. I-2636 takes down Rex as well. And now here, Falcons is completely gone. That's their tournament over. But can I-26 do anything with it? I don't think so. No, he's just going to back off.
Ah, Falcons getting those few extra kills.
Down to one.
The third place from the bottom meme does not continue. He's going to have to grab chips here and try to go for a little bit of an engagement on some chips here. It's phase 2, so still very possible. But he's going to be driving straight towards the arena, and they need these points here. Could easily strike on heaven here as DN Super's disengaging completely. Shots are coming in. Nurns connect.
Oh, he's going to be able to get out of dodge, I think. I don't think they're going to connect with any more shots with him here. They're trying here at distance, but... Oh, hits a tree! Oh, might have been checking the map or something like that. E-Arena, though, I don't think they're in pursuit. I think they're just going elsewhere. They know that they still have to stay alive. Having one lost already early on in this game, they still need to shore up their defenses here for EWC. And if this circle shifts west, I'm scared for E-Arena.
Oh,
okay, they get a little bit of a reprieve.
A little bit of reprieve, some space to be had here. They could go to the Harry Potter. They could scout quite easily from the northeastern side here, as all the teams are coming in from the north, coming in from the west as well. We are also going to be going away from water in the next circle, so a lot of the teams know exactly where to go and how to play around this. T1 being chased just a little bit as the teams are moving in. They could be pulling up into this compound. It's been familiar. We saw this earlier with DN Supers being in here before. Na'Vi also trying to lock this one down, James.
Now just running it back. Game 1, game 15, all the same here for PGS6. That's the question here now as Ferris does get himself quite a bit of damage done against T1. Now they're trying to scramble, get out of dodge here. More nades might get posted through some of these windows here to try and shut them down as well. Kind of bobbles through. It doesn't do too much damage against T1. Na'Vi, what can you get more done here? As now they're still in the hunt for more prize pool in the middle of this pack.
All right. Na'Vi. This is your time to strike. This is time to lock this down here. Otherwise, other teams are going to come lurking. We see 17 on the minimap. We see other teams kind of lurking the tins as well. Perfectix does get its meme down. 4 AM losing players here is also huge. Shotgun and Panzerfaust. Talk about close quarters combat and explosive entries.
Panzerfaust in hand is scary stuff. Very scary indeed. There's now Mornade's going to get charged up, shoots through the door, trying to open up a little bit of an opportunity here. Cooks that for quite a while. He was really hoping that he would get like an extra second, but I think shooting at that door delayed him a little bit longer there. Because Because if that had gone through the window, that would have probably knocked 2 of them. That would have been that close. So just a little longer cook than needed to be. Spirit now goes for one. That's potentially huge. It's the only 24 damage done from the guns at the moment here. As the barrel does quite a bit. Harvey's still looking for an opportunity to try and shut all of this down. They might be going through the smoke, pushing on forwards against it, but Ferris does shut it down.
Ferris finds one, finds Raining here, tries to swing around and does survive for just a little bit longer. Type is out here, gets the help in, helps come in. Type finds Spiro. Ferris is still alive here. Boostic finds Type though, now it's down to just Heather.
Ferris, what can you do here alongside Hackatorian? Boostic, it's looking good for you to be able to shut T1 down, and that actually might make big moves here. Heather with the shotgun, though, just starts cleaning people up. He gets hit in the face by a Molotov. He's got to get out of there. He might be able to get a heal off in time, and yes, he will, as he gets away from all of the rest of the damage coming forwards. Oh.
VP breached into the southern side of the snake compound. Lugarux finds 17 as well. Lilgo's down with the barrel, confirmed by Correxy here. That's kind of huge for VP. VP with a few, or even with a big game here. Only 14 points from second place. Podium is still within reach from so many teams here, as Heather destroyed a little bit of Na'Vi. We have seen them be able to perform without before. Batulians with a crash landing straight into 4AM.
Straight into an opportunity here for 4AM to put a little bit more on the board. Again, they are still on the hunt to be able to get things done, but they've lost one, so it's not easy to be able to make this work, especially considering they're on that west side and not too many points of entry here for a circle like this. Is a little bit of a barrier, but not too much. So now we do actually have players coming back on in. 4AM's getting their players back in as well. That's important here to see if they can keep things rolling.
Yeah, DN Super's also getting everyone back in. Deal's gonna be the UAV inbound here, getting some information. Sees some of the teams. So one of the teams trying to get in and get some spots towards the middle central side here. Now Jacob, more Venusians now towards the arena. This is the team, this is your countrymen. This is not the ones you're supposed to send mortars towards.
Imagine if they killed them. Oh, arena, thankfully for you, the mortars go way too far forwards against that. Actually, that opens up some quite nice dips that people could potentially play up on the wrong side of the rock for the mortar. Doesn't do any damage really to him, as now Na'Vi still doing some damage here against DN Supers. This is kind of opening things up for a 17 Na'Vi Virtus Pro if they want. If they actually get a big game to jump straight up onto that podium, I can't believe that that's a potential.
Yeah, that would actually be insane if that happened. Baron finds Pathompong now mid, opening on to the arena. More mortars are coming in, 4-3 more coming in. It's just an absolute bombardment. Also coming in with the BRDM. Just an absolute slaughter here for Arena. They need to hold on.
All's fair in love and war, and they do not care. Made in Thailand here might be shutting down their countryman. Nurans is the only one alive here for Arena. If 4AM can continue this on the other side of the circle, he's found him. Nurans, you're going to have to play an absolute blinder here, mate. What can you do? No, Kiss takes you down, the MVP, and they sink a nade for good measure. E-Arena's dead in game 15. That might be them not going to EWC.
That is so unfortunate. They're currently 11th. If they hold on to this, it might actually end up being that last spot. So let's see what happens with 4AM. Let's see what happens with all the other teams trying to line up as well. Shots come in here. Perfectix finds 4AM. Finds Jetsameme. Shen finds D. And I honestly think it's done. I think Arena is going to be that last spot by the grace of 1 or 2 points, James.
Maybe, unless 4AM on the opposite side of this circle can do something big. With only one remaining, with the one bleeding at the moment, they really need that res back up and good to go. But again, they're outside the circle. They need to keep that chase going on at the moment. Here, DN Supers as well. You got to keep yourself alive. Hesameme is down. 4AM is 1. They need a little bit of a jump up.
Yeah, Shen, he's been clutching things before, and now it's time to do it once again.
He's an MVP.
Look at this, James. Next circle's gonna pop here. Snake is very, very occupied. Na'Vi, VP, and Inwards Legend. If it comes their side, there's gonna be big fights here. 17, also locking down some of the western side here. A lot of space is up for grabs here for that. It's actually become quite central. There's not a lot of spots that's kind of open for this. We've seen a few areas where, with a few mortars, it's very playable. Gen G still in, 4AM's just still in here, and now Myth continues the onslaught to the rest of the lobby.
Shen needs to lay low, that is for sure here at the moment here, for just a few more extra PGS points to keep them defended, but it's going to take a little while now. He is technically in, he does have a spot to be able to play. Petrichor Road on the opposite side of things, defending the podium as well. Now as they have 3 alive. How are they going to be able to get in on this? I feel like it ends up being a run back of what Falcons had to do against these compounds if they end up just entering it straight away, similar to what we saw from that game on Erangel, where they made some great plays amongst some of these buildings, some great transitions, even sometimes without smokes as well did Falcons make that happen. Petrichor Road going up against some tough teams in those buildings if they actually have to make that move.
All right, as you just talked about that, I checked in double. I think he just needs to get to 13th to jump up to that 4 points, and he would take, or 4AM would take over Arena spot here. So he's looking for 2 more points. I don't know about the tiebreaker, but he's looking for 2 or 3 more points to jump above Falcons. That would be the win consistency here for them.
Okay.
Oh!
Well, trying for it here. That's big damage going against Petrichor Road, and they're down. That means now that the podium could be wide open for some of these teams, as Vitality also takes a bit of a casualty here on the northern side. DN Supers is divided up here, there, and everywhere. They take second place away. That's Petrichor Road already falling down in terms of the money. That's the difference between $20,000 that Petrichor Road just lost, and it could be more.
Could be falling even further with more teams alive here. Na'Vi 3 alive, 6 kills in a decent spot. They could get more points. Shen finds Perfectix. This is the line where he finds Lou as well. He finds all of it. Look at that. He might be able to jump up, but he jumped into 12th place. That is Arena out. It means that 4AM is going to take the last spot for PGS. They're going to take it away from Arena directly, and 4AM is going to be granting a spot to Tai Lu potentially, if my math is correct.
What a bittersweet day this will be for Thailand, made in Thailand, who came in and killed off the Arena at the end when all was said and done. But again, if this is true, and if this is the case, Arena, they had 2 blinders of days, but they've had a stinker of a day 3 here for PGS 6. So you can only blame yourselves there at that point, because Arena was looking good at the beginning of this final.
DN Super's trying to extend the lead just a little bit for someone not to be able to catch up to them here. As it's looking good for Korea, 2nd place, and potentially a 4th here if nobody else catches up. Let's see the next circle here. If it goes south, there's just going to be one more game going the way of mid. Nobody else is going to push them. They're going to kill each other instead. And it does go perfectly onto mid.
There's no way it's preordained, it's predestined. There's something in the stars for Myth. This is absolutely bonkers. 6 kills as well, 165 points. Given the fact that it's best of 5s each day, or 5 games each day compared to the 6 games that we had prior, this might just be, blow for blow, pound for pound, the most impressive result of all time in PUBG history. All things considered at this level of play, this is something special watching Avenger.
It is record-breaking moments here. Myth is definitely going to be breaking that per match average here that we've seen from Twisted Minds, the record that they held. That is DN Supers out. Now the podium finish is static. Now the teams are going to be able to clutch in here. Hello, my bad. Oh my god, the car's just above him. Pulled up. Himas finds hello, my bad. And Vitality is out in 7th place. That is them currently on 8th place, probably finishing there.
No movement for them here for all of this, but now Fair is trying to hold off against Virtus Pro, a bit south of their position, I should say here, as Anyone's Legend getting absolutely bombarded by 17 Gaming. 17 Gaming realizes all the teams above them are gone. Yes, they're only 3 alive here, but there's still the chance for them to be able to jump heavily in the podium. Zhao Wu does damage to Delwyn. This is going to be them trying to find as many kills as possible, knowing that they could get themselves tens of thousands of extra dollars on the board.
Yeah, that'd be insane. If I had that beard in right now, I'd be driving straight at it. Now it's on to VP. It's an EMEA fight here. Navi's already down to 2 men. Spirit has this Panzerfaust, but VP is playing it smart. They're trying to lock down the eastern side of this circle here, and already having done a lot of damage. Beamy trying to lay a little bit of a landmine here to ensure that Navi doesn't get out. Also getting those extra points here. 2 points for the kills, 1 for the placement would put VP on 89 points. Very doable to strike at that podium finish.
Yes, it would be. Baron's also driving around in the middle of the circle as well, so I think Myth knows how much room they've got to work with, and Virtus Pro is going to be driving forward into the middle of the circle to try and leapfrog a little bit ahead of the position here of Na'Vi. That's actually quite a good play here to maybe shut Na'Vi in a little bit further for this, as their fellow region is going to be able to shut them down, maybe. Nade's coming from the other side, though. Anyone's Legend is actually doing some damage here to Virtus Pro with it. Also damage to Na'Vi as well. MG3 in hand. Himas, he ain't done yet.
Oh, Beamy finds Spiro, and now we're down to the top 4 here. Look at VP jumping up. Look at 17 jumping up. Just one more point to take Pero's 3rd place away.
No way.
VP also needs more points, but they need to be engaged with the Anyone's Legends fight here just shortly. A lot of util being committed from Anyone's Legends side as Myth is just stat padding that 1st place. Look at that. They might be fighting onto VP's location on that eastern side now.
If Petrichor Road falls underneath 17 Gaming, in this game alone, they've lost $30,000. If they fall underneath Virtus Pro, they might have lost themselves $40,000. What is this? This is absolutely barbaric now. As some of these teams still have an opportunity to be able to close this out for the podium position. As now, the Made in Thailand team, they know that they've been able to do this here. Let's see if they can have a bit more impact on this lobby at the moment. Virtus Pro currently getting absolutely destroyed on this side as they do move forwards here to try and shut down Anyone's Legend. In the distance, though, Tian of all people with a Panzerfaust in hand, BRDM in hand as well. Nixie's going around these smokes here, trying to find any opportunity they can find, and they do see Tian in the distance. That's a huge shutdown by Lookerooks, and he gets Delwyn as well. There's no way.
He's just trying to drive through, gets into the car. He jumps into the car with him, seat swaps, jumps out. Destroy gets in the car, Nixie gets in the car. They're taking turns of getting into it. In and out. Destroy's trying to get most points possible here for Anyone's Legends.
Trying his very best, but Lookerooks shuts it down in the end, and now we just see the BRDM turning his attention to that. 92 points at the moment, but they also know that 17 Gaming is looking for a jump forwards. They do leapfrog Petrichor Road. Virtus Pro has a chance to be able to join them alongside here if they can get a little bit more points on the board, but the problem is the looming gods down in the south, who's now flexed on out here. Nixie is down, but Kiss rears his head once again. Xiao Wu down, Nixie down, thanks to Kiss. The MVP of PGS6 is not done just yet. 172 points, and they're gonna win this game as well, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. Going even further here, pushing it. So, oh my god, the perfect golf ball into the hole here. Takes down Winbow. 17 Gaming is out in 3rd place. VP now. 1 or 2 more points would put them on the podium.
No way. No way. Virtus Pro, you need a few more points here and there. They go down, but it doesn't matter because bask in the glory of Made in Thailand, who have made this tournament their bitch. It has been the most insane result from Made in Thailand. Not only Kiss looking spectacular, the entire roster dominating 15 other teams. What a moment from PGS6 as we bring Mark and Toffees back in for this one. Toffees, this has been just the most dominant performance we may have ever seen in PUBG history.
As they embrace the trophy and lift it, it's everything you dream of. Not just a win, a domination. To get the final chicken dinner on the final game of the series final just puts a punctuation. They grab the trophy, they lift it, and I would say, James, never has a trophy lift been more deserved than this one by Myth here today.
What a result. What a result. It was just insane. Let's listen in as Bella is going to greet Made in Thailand.
PGS6. Jacob, we need to interview you. Everyone's running away from the champion interview. But Kiss here, I grant you. And Rubik even has his AirPods on. I love how chill you guys are. Super exciting day for Made in Thailand. Super exciting month for the team. Let's see. Who shall I talk to? I guess Coach Rubik is up first. Or not. Kiss, okay. Good to see you again. You named yourself the GOAT. How is winning another one back-to-back feel for you? We saw that coming, right?
รู้สึกยังไงคะที่สามารถคว้าชัยชนะได้ติดต่อกันแบบนี้เลยค่ะก็รู้สึกเป็นนี้แล้วกันครับเพราะว่าจริงๆทีมผมเนี่ยรวมตัวกันมา3คนเนี่ยรวมกันมาประมาณปีกับ2ปีแล้วครับแล้วพอมีพี่ปื้มเข้ามาเนี่ยทำให้ทีมมีผลงานที่ดีขึ้นแล้วก็เล่นเกมสนุกขึ้นครับรู้สึกดีใจมาก So it feels like a good performance for our team. So for the original member, we have 3 members, right? After and for the original team, we have been a team for 1 or 2 years already. But after Jacob have joined our team, it's been such a good result for our team. We can play very fun and we can be like
enjoy in the game very well.
Yeah, it shows that you guys are definitely having a lot of fun. Well, I'll come back to you, Kiss, because I want to hear about the team's goal in a minute. But let's talk to Coach Rubik. Hi, Coach Rubik. Good to see you. Well, I know that you are a big family guy. I know you have a lot of love for the team and the ones that are around you. And, you know, we had a little talk before. Who are you thinking the most right now? Who do you want to talk to?
โอเคครับก็คิดถึงแฟนก่อนมั้งครับ
So the first person that come up to his mind is his girlfriend.
Yeah, what would you like to say is the question?
อยากจะพูดถึงอะไรกับคุณแฟนคะ
โอเคก็รักครับ
Lakab, love you?
I love you, yes.
Oh, that's sweet. Well, shout out to the girlfriend back at home and Scappy. You were smiling just before I called your name. But hey, Nongwei, not only have you not only have you let everyone know how good of a player that you are, you claim another trophy, right? And this all happened so suddenly in just 2 weeks' time. Does this accomplishment mean anything to you? What does it mean to you?
ก็คือในช่วง2 สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยก็คือ performance มันดีมากเลยใช่ไหมคะแล้วสามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้คือการคว้าชัยชนะเนี่ยมันมีความหมายยังไงกับคุณน้องเวฟอะคะ
ก็ได้ทำตามเป้าหมายครับก็คือแบบว่าได้แชมป์ระดับนานาชาติครับแล้วก็ได้เงินครับ
So it's been his achievement, like his achievement got complete. So he won get the international victory.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, okay. Another victory, and also it's good that he got the big money.
Oh, yeah, this is PGS 6 is definitely the circuit and final that everyone was looking forward to, right? And Baron, can I talk to you next? Good to see you. Well, you are the youngest one on the team, only 19, and you've already secured 2 PGS trophies. Did you envision this for yourself when you first went pro? Did you know that you were going to have so much success so early on in your career?
ก็คือน้องบาเรนแค่อายุ19 ปีใช่ไหมคะก็ถือว่าเด็กสุดเคยเห็นภาพตัวเองในขณะนี้ไหมคะที่สามารถคว้าแชมป์ได้หลายครั้งขนาดนี้ตั้งแต่ตอนที่เราเริ่มเล่นเลยอะค่ะ
ก็ไม่คิดเหมือนกันครับว่าจะมาถึงจุดนี้ได้แต่ก็ผมชอบเกมนี้มากๆก็เลยพยายามมาเรื่อยๆตั้งแต่อายุ14จนก็มาได้ถ้วยแชมป์ระดับ global 2 รอบก็ดีใจครับ
So like he never thought of this before that he gonna come to this point and because he liked this game really much and he has been put out his effort and do his best since he has been 14 and now he got the victory like the big one so he's very happy and very thankful for it.
Yeah, and you deserve it, Baron, right? Congrats to you once again. And Jacob, don't look away. It's your turn for the interview. Yeah, the IGL. Even I had a chance to talk to Coach Rubik before, and he mentioned the leadership. And as Kiss also said, you joining the original teammates that's played together for over a year, it must have been pretty hard as well adjusting. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey when you joined the team and the role that you have on the team?
ก็คือว่าพูดถึงคุณเบลล่าได้พูดถึงภาวะการเป็นผู้นำในเกมนะคะว่าคุณน้องเจคอบทำได้ดีเนาะแล้วก็มีความเป็นผู้นำแล้วคิสก็บอกว่าการที่น้องเจคอบเข้ามาในทีมเนี่ยทำให้เป็นผลดีต่อทีมก็เลยอยากจะให้เล่าถึงjourney เส้นทางการเป็นผู้นำของเราในทีมนี้แล้วก็มันเป็นยังไงรู้สึกยังไงอย่างเงี้ยค่ะช่วยแชร์ประสบการณ์ให้หน่อย
ก็อย่างแรกต้องขอบคุณสังกัดเก่าๆนะครับผมที่มอบโอกาสให้แล้วก็ทำให้ผมได้เติบโตมาเป็นจนถึงทุกวันนี้ครับผมแล้วก็พอมาถึงมิดก็ขอบคุณน้องๆครับผมที่คอยเชื่อใจครับแล้วก็ช่วยผมเล่นครับ
So he said that he have to thank for his own company or his own team that he have joined before for making him grow up to this stage. And second, he have to thank for his team right now that have played together well and have the synergy that we have come to this victory today. Yes.
That is a very, very humble answer. All right. Thanks for sharing that with us. And let's come back to KISS because, you know, the journey for Made in Thailand, the dominance does not end here, right? We have PNC coming up, which you and Scappy will be playing at. And we also have the biggest event, EWC, on the horizon as well. How excited are you to go to the events with the kind of performance that you've shown this circuit?
ก็คือมันไม่ได้จบแค่เพียงการแข่งขันนี้เท่านั้นในอนาคตเนี่ยจะมีทั้ง PWC แล้วก็มีทั้งPNC แล้วก็ EWC ด้วยก็คือรู้สึกตื่นเต้นไหมที่เราจะได้ไปแข่งในแมตช์ใหญ่ๆต่อไปอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับผมรู้สึกดีใจมากแล้วก็จริงๆรายการเราแชมป์ไป2รายการก็จริงแต่ว่ายังมีรายการข้างหน้าอีกเยอะแยะมากมายเลยผมก็รู้สึกว่าก็คือเราดีใจได้ครับแต่ว่าก็คือต้องรีเซ็ตตัวเองแล้วก็เริ่มเล่นรายการใหม่ให้มันดีที่สุดเท่าที่เราทำได้ครับ
so it's been such a honor and he's very happy that he could play in the big match after this and the team have been won for 2 times in the big match so he said that he can be happy but cannot be too much happy because when we start a new game we have to reset everything and have to do their best again so that he can enjoy the victory for long.
Yeah, it's definitely about the consistency and not getting too complacent, right? Before I let you guys go, maybe I hear it from Scappy or Baron or Jacob. I know Thailand community is full of love and they would love to hear you, share your love to them. So who would be willing to give the fans a final message before I let you guys go?
ใครอยากจะฝากข้อความถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยไหมคะ
Which one? Jacob? Okay. Captain. Okay, let's go.
ครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับผมที่คอยให้กำลังใจพวกเราแล้วคอยสนับสนุนนะครับผมพวกเราก็หวังว่าจะทำให้ดีแบบนี้ต่อไปเรื่อยๆครับผมขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับผมขอบคุณครับ
Thank you for Thai fans who have been encouraged and support us no matter where we are and we're gonna do our best for in the future we're gonna keep do our best yes.
Yeah, and I hope you guys keep dominating. Well, thank you for our second champions interview of the circuit. Congratulations to you again. And this is all for us for the champions post-match interview, but we will be back for more interviews later. Say bye.
Yeah, Kiss, don't get too comfortable because I'm sure you're going to be back for another interview, mate. That is Made in Thailand here for PGS6. Looking just spectacular, wall to wall. And you know what? We came into this last day with questions of how will they perform when they are being chased. And all you have to do is look at the last 3 games. First place, 15 kills. Second place, 13 kills. First place, 13 kills. They didn't just live in first place, Mark. They absolutely thrived.
No, I was just saying as well, the performance, like, yes, people are avoiding them. I think Toffee says right when we look at that, but the performance over the finals, they're one of the main and only teams that have gone better every single day. So they have not let off the gas. They wanted to get the kills, and when they had the victory, I suppose, secure, should we say, well, they flexed out. They didn't stop them at all.
And of course, 181 points to end it out. Toffee's here. Second place, 97 points. It's the biggest lead in international S-Class PUBG of all time.
And how much of that was accrued today? Like, they started at 106 and they ended at 180. Like, that's bananas. So I do think, yes, part of that is the way that other teams treated them. But we say this time and time again, if you play in a way that makes other teams terrified of you, that counts, bro. So these guys had such a huge mental impact on this entire lobby that some of our best teams in the world played like lost children.
Yeah, it comes back to the idea of, like, cool guys don't look at explosions. Avenger, they could have not turned up today. and still won the tournament.
Oh, by the way, we're going to the cinema. We're going to be watching the games from there. And you guys are not going to be able to catch up here. About a 75-point day. For nobody else to breach that's triple digits on the second place is insane, but also talks to how close the rest of the lobby actually is and how close everyone is. Everything's considered, right? So I'm actually quite surprised with how much they took aggressively today. Obviously, it's by the grace of a lot of teams not wanting to kind of fight with them directly, as they wanted to kind of focus on some of the other teams. But 23 points in the last one here. What a dominance it has been for them today.
And what moves actually happened in this last game as well when it came to the podium. As we were mentioning during that cast-off, is a lot of money online for the podium, as well as all the moves that are going on in the overall leaderboards. Virtus Pro and 17 Gaming actually moved way up in the money, and Petrichor Road has fallen.
Yeah, Petrichor drops all the way to 4th after ending day 1 in 1st. And that is a massive... I think you were doing the count, right, Martin? You guys were figuring out how much money Petrichor lost there in that match?
A lot, yes, like at least 30.
Calaris was minusing the money straight out from their bank account. It's like 10,000. It's very sad.
That makes it way worse
to lose that much here. But look at that, the man of the match leaderboard so far from run through. No, is that PGS 06 only? It cannot be. No, it cannot be.
1 through 6.
Is it 1 through 6?
It's all PGSs.
It says PGS 6 up there only. It's just below them all.
Ignore that.
Yep, 1 to 6. Insane. But Kiss to jump into second place is insane. He might win the MVP, guys.
Yes, he may. In fact, he will. As
top
you know
three.
what?
There's no way.
We didn't have this last time around. But of course, which of Myth will be the MVP?
Did Kiss get all the kills today?
Guys. Look at his rolls on his stats.
Did Kiss get all the kills today? Him and Scappy were a lot closer on that kill count when we started.
20 kills today. 20 kills.
Yeah.
That is monstrous, just monstrous. And now we get to watch, once again, we haven't already rolled enough Kiss and Made in Thailand highlights, so let's watch them all again as we take a look at all 3 components of this team, alongside Jacob as well, of course, who was doing the IGLing here, Mark. So it wasn't going to be him up here with these guys, because they're all just absolute killers.
How do you IGL these beasts? Like, they are just off hunting down people. But no, Kiss, huge amount of kills, 20 kills today. Obviously Jacob really up there as well, refusing to let him go, but Scappy's been outstanding for me this event. Like, I know we have the Kiss of Death and we know he runs around killing everyone, but I feel like Scappy has really shown what he can bring to the table.
I got to agree, Toffees.
I think Scappy and Baron have stepped up in this event significantly. I think that you saw the way that Kiss looked at Jacob, and I'm not even sure my wife looks at me like that. Like, absolutely adores having him as IGL right now. He was the unlock. He has been playing a really solid role. We know how good he is. He's been setting up Scappy and Kiss in forward positions. He's using Baron as a flex out 3. He has made this team good. And honestly, the people who should be the most devastated in this event is E-Arena, because Myth stole Jacob and then stole EWC. And at the end of the day, you can't, like, you just got to give him the nod. Jacob is the fix. He was the right call. Myth seems unbreakable, and this team looks up to the IGL. And every time we see that happen with a team historically, that's when they blow up. When they believe and they trust and they know their IGL is the man.
Yeah, I think Kiss and Scappy looked amazing. And I think if you go back earlier on in the circuit Avenger, there was one moment that unlocked Baron. It's when Baron killed Baron.
Yes.
And then he was truly the real Baron. And then he was like, okay, now I can run with it.
Yeah,
very important.
that was the most important fight for all of the PGSs so far this year. Who is the biggest Baron? And who was the king of the hill here? But yeah, I love the way they adore him. I love the way they realize that how important an IGL role is to set up your team for victory, and he's been able to do so importantly. And yeah, Jacob obviously not going to PNC this year. He was able to lead Thailand, and it's gonna be Kiss.
Whoa, surprise.
What a surprise! Right now, at this moment in time, he might be the best player in the world, right? Considering what he was able to put up and how strong it looked from Made in Thailand. Kiss, he's a lovable chap. Anytime we saw him on LAN, he was a smiley fella for Forest Natural Gaming, and being picked up by Made in Thailand, and now securing 2 PGSs in 2026.
Again, congratulations for taking the MVP title of PGS 6. This is honestly no surprise, right? But before we talk about business, about your performance, we have to talk about the Korean chicken you've been having every day for 3 weeks. Is that the manifestation that you were on? Can you tell us a little bit about that yourself?
คือก่อนที่เราจะไปพูดถึงเรื่อง serious กันนะคะคือช่วงที่ผ่านมานี่กินแต่ Korean ไก่เกาหลีเป็นข้าวเย็นทุกตลอด3สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาเลยล่ะ อันนี้ถือว่าเป็นการ manifest อย่างหนึ่งหรือเปล่าเพื่อที่จะชนะในวันนี้
เรียกว่าเติมความสุขให้ตัวเองในทุกวันครับ
I would prefer call it like a refilling happiness in every day.
It has nothing to do with the game. It's just your personal preference.
Yes.
Okay, well, nice to know. Maybe that's the thing that's the routine that we'll see more from you. And jokes aside, I know that you are always putting in a lot of work. You know, it takes a certain amount of work to be that consistent and to be that locked in. And I know that you have a very special someone on your mind to give a special shout out to. So this is your chance to tell us who motivates you. Well, what do you think about when you're playing so well?
ก็คือมันไม่ง่ายเลยที่จะทำผลงานได้ดีขนาดนี้มันจะต้องใช้ทั้งความพยายามแล้วก็ความต่อเนื่องในการทำ performance ออกมาให้ดีก็คือตรงนี้ค่ะอยากจะ shout out ถึงใครที่ทำให้น้องคิดมาถึงจุดนี้ได้ค่ะ
ก็จริงๆก็อยากขอบคุณแฟนครับก็เรียกว่าขอบคุณที่เข้ามาในชีวิตแล้วกันครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณที่ดูแลผมอยู่ตลอดเวลาแล้วครับแล้วก็เข้าใจในเส้นทางอาชีพของผมประมาณนั้นครับก็อ้วงครับ
Okay. The one that I want to shout out is my girlfriend. I would like to thank her for being in my life, for always taking care of him, and also always support and understand my career path. So, baby.
Oh. You love her. You want to share the love that you have for her already. That was very, very sweet. It's honestly so nice to see Kiss. We met a couple years back when you were on Forest Gaming. Love to be here to celebrate your team's win and for you to collect this MVP title. Congratulations to you once again for winning this well-deserved win. But that is all from us on the MVP interview end. So we'll be back with a little bit more after watching what the desk has for us.
Oh, a heartfelt moment there from Kiss. Congratulations to him, of course, being able to win the MVP slot. And now Made in Thailand jumps into #1. We were musing and talking about it here, Avenger, at the beginning of this PGS 6, that this would make big differences on this leaderboard. And Made in Thailand jumps Virtus Pro.
Yeah, straight into that first place. 151,000. What a respectable amount here. And no chicken dinners for PGS 6 for Virtus Pro, but still $15,000. And just 2 more kills would have put them in 3rd place.
Let's take a look a little bit further on down the leaderboard as well. A lot of teams walking away with stuff, but it is brutal for Fury and Change the Game, turning up to all of these circuits, Toffees, and walking away with $0. Oh.
Crawling away with $0 is absolutely brutal. Furia so close to possibly getting the money, unable to do it. The road to PGC, Made in Thailand, 134 points, but let's slide on down to 4 Angry Men sitting there in 9th, James.
Yeah, big moves, of course. E-Arena being taken out early in this game meant that 4 Angry Men could make the jump up to 9th place, so congratulations to them. Obviously, Twisted Minds, being the returning champion for EWC, will be there anyway in that 10th position. But for all of these other teams here, PGS points are still important, Mark. They will contribute towards PGC down the line, but they've got some work to do.
Yeah, change the game. Obviously, need to get going. But yeah, look, you got to still keep them obviously points on the board because they are working towards the end of the year. So it's gonna be critical for some of these teams. I feel like a lot of these teams will be waiting in the wings, and there are some confirmations on the board. And we said before, especially for our region, obviously PEC, Vitality, and Nemesis are in.
Yeah, so here's the knock-on effects, right? Nemesis gets in, Sharper gets in, The Vicious gets in as well, Tai Lu gets in, Genji gets in here as all of these
were definitely unseen PUBG esports moments that we've never seen before, and PGS 6 has officially reached its final destination. One team conquered the entire lobby and displayed absolute dominance. A massive congratulations to our PGS 6 champions, Made in Thailand once again. But you know what I'm about to say, because the excitement doesn't end here. A wave of massive global spectacle awaits for us this summer. The ultimate battle of national pride, PUBG Nations Cup 2026, is coming right here in Seoul, just around the corner, so we'll be able to see you guys in a few weeks' time. June 23rd to the 28th in the Changchun Arena. And right after that, July 21st to the 26th, $2 million dream stage. Of course, Esports World Cup 2026 will take over. With an evolved and brand new Smash Roll coming to EWC, we are about to see some unseen PUBG fan favorites now. And make sure to stay tuned for both epic tournaments that will be happening this summer. And now this is the moment that all the fans, especially the Thai fans, have been waiting for. It's time to welcome the stars of this PUBG Global Series 6 champions. Give it up for Made in Thailand. Congratulations, everyone.
Kiss, Jacob, Scappy, and Baron here etching their names in gold once again. And in just a few weeks' time, that is now a two-time PGS champion. And guess what? They won the big one for the circuit here. It is a landmark performance. 181 points for them here over second place in 97. Nobody even had an outside chance, Avenger, as they walk towards the trophy again.
Able to put that last and sixth plaque on the hexagon that's in that trophy stand. What a way for them to close it out. They even put Shaq and Rubik's in there for the coaches. They love these guys. They've been able to support them for so long.
And here we go once again. Made in Thailand PGS 6 champions. Such a statement on international soil as well. Who is going to be able to deal with that kind of pressure? They were able to play from the group stages, through the circuits, into winner stages. And Jacob, the most recent addition to this roster, Toffees, looking awesome whilst doing it.
The men, the myth, and now the future legends. A legendary win that will not be rivaled, I think, in a very long time. To defeat the standing record in a 3-day 6-game series with a 3-day 5-game series is tantamount to unbreakable. If Myth maintains this story through the rest of their year, they will not only be unstoppable, but there's a chance that Kiss lives up to the belief that he truly is the once and future GOAT.
It's difficult. It is difficult. They have outstanding performance. You look back at history and go, actually, is there anyone that's come close? Well, we look at the Twisted Minds, but as Toffee, you just said, that was like a best of 18. This is a best of 15. The performance from Made in Thailand has been outstanding. And actually, it's going to send some shock and awe when we go to things like EWC, because people have to look back at that performance and go, they're not to be messed with.
All right, we can breathe. I lost my composure a little bit towards the end when they got themselves yet another chicken dinner, admittedly. But I think it was maybe warranted considering what we just witnessed here from this team, Avenger. Let's close out with final thoughts. Avenger, I'll start with you.
Yeah, what a way for Mid to do it. And also ending on top of our overall. It's looking likely that they're absolutely going through here. It could be cool to see them with that guaranteed invite to that PGC final, right? A win here in the final one. Everyone, all the players that we looked at, we talked to throughout these 1 through 5 and 6 PGSs here, everyone had their eyes on this PGS 6 and final circuit before Esports World Cup, and they're able to clutch it in such a dominant way, and what a way to do it. Beautiful thing. So I'm looking forward to see what Kiss can do. Once again, he's on land.
Mark?
Yeah, look, just emphasise what I've just said. It's going to be interesting to see the next stages. They perform really well. Everyone fixates and focuses on this kind of final stage of the circuit, and I've done both now, Series 1 and Series 2. This one was outstanding, and it's a force to be reckoned with.
Toughies.
First, I want to give some flowers to Jacob. The new IGL of Myth seems unstoppable. And just as a reminder to everyone, he wasn't in the top 3, but he had 23 kills and 3.4k damage. He could have been in the MVP race if the rest of his team wasn't so ridiculous right now. Shout out to them. Shout out to the team. The Kiss of Death, supported by Baron and a scrappy crew, is impressive. And the only real question I have as we look forward to EWC, PNC, and beyond is who steps up and who truly becomes the Mythbusters, because the story seems unbreakable until the people figure out what is the key to unlock breaking this team down.
Yeah, we'll have to wear some interesting hats and grow some interesting facial hair to figure out if you can break this team, that's for sure. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me here for PGS 6. Once again, the circuit as a whole, what a moment. Of course, 8.5 years we've been covering this game. We've seen every single tournament, lights in, lights out, and yet somehow surprises can still occur here for PUBG Esports. That does it for us here for PGS 6. We are just moments around from the corner here for PNC, which is going to be on the horizon as well, so you make sure to tune into that. For us, we are done. We will see you next time for more PUBG action.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, man. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I've been sat down and raise a bargain. I'm in the party, conscience. Fleet, I'm living options. When I'm breaking next week, I'm just a take when I get this straight on the pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate. Never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click from the quick to the great. You wanna see me in the shining flash? Got this hella pretty face. Got this hella dope person. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile name, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 꾸며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 ins 반응도 못해다 쓰러져 dummy no one and I'm fair game yes I'm a shins 이상 pack it up 팀상 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 눈을 티 탐이 판에 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out
Locked and loaded like my gun, you told it. Take me to the battle, my team loaded. Sky's pitch black, pull it and blow it. I'm all day with it, no I never get off it. Everywhere it goes, drama, all the boys that give the trauma. Diamonds booster up the pot, pretty face, don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.